In the world of Dragon Ball, in the year 759 of the Age of the Dragon, Raditz sat aboard a spaceship en route to Earth, his eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly, he opened them slowly, revealing a look of confusion. What is happening? Wasn't I killed by them? Raditz, or rather Jiang Bai, murmured to himself as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Once a promising student in the 21st century on Blue Star, Jiang Bai was a disabled high school student with decent grades, destined to attend university, secure a job to sustain himself, and lead an ordinary life at least. That was his aspiration. However, life, as we know, is a relentless saga. The hardships of existence never spare the unfortunate. From the onset of his first year in high school, he faced relentless bullying from classmates due to his physical condition. Embracing a philosophy of avoiding trouble, Jiang Bai chose to downplay the situation. After all, as a child of humble means, he lacked both the time and resources to confront such issues. He endured through to his senior year, believing that once the college entrance examinations concluded, everything would improve. Alas, he was brutally beaten to death by his tormentors in the dormitory. He could never forget the grotesque expressions on their faces. Hey, your grades are pretty good. I can't stand you high achievers. What are you so proud of? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The suffocating sensation of being smothered by a pillow and the excruciating pain of broken bones remained etched in his memory. Is this a rebirth? Jiang Bai pondered as he examined his surroundings, quickly grasping the gravity of his predicament. Just as he was contemplating where he was, a sharp pain struck his head. Fragments of memories flooded in, and he realized that he had been transported to the Dragon Ball universe, taking on the identity of the Scion Raditz. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I will become stronger, never to be bullied again. From this day forth, I am Raditz, he vowed silently. He began meticulously sifting through the memories of his predecessor. Eager to learn all about the Scions and the Dragon Ball world, as he delved deeper, he discovered that he was currently in the midst of Raditz's quest to find Goku. With the spaceship set to land in just 10 minutes, has the story already commenced? Time is of the essence, and this boat's combat power is still too weak, he mused. Scanning with his battle detector, Raditz found his power level to be 1500, a mere fodder in the Z era, especially considering this original body was already 29 years old. What was Goku's strength at 29? A Super Saiyan at full power could obliterate Cell with a single Kamehameha if it weren't for his extraordinary regeneration abilities. And here he was, with a paltry 1500 combat power, still labeled as an elite warrior. Such talent squandered. However, it's never too late to mend, he reassured himself. Even as he spiraled into thoughts, I could see that moment. The spaceship finally touched down. Exiting the craft, Raditz took a deep breath, savoring the refreshing air he hadn't experienced in ages. He gazed upon the verdant rice fields and distant mountains, a surge of unfamiliar emotions swelling within him. A farmer nearby spotted him and turned pale with fear, gripping his hunting rifle tightly. Don't come any closer. He trembled, aiming the gun at Raditz. Only a power level of 5? Pathetic. Raditz scoffed, momentarily taken aback by his own unbidden words. Regaining his composure, he told the farmer, "Do not aim that at me, it is futile. Remember, if you encounter someone like me in the future, run as far as you can. Don't court death." With that, he took to the skies amidst the farmer's terrified gaze. Activating the power detector, he observed numerous power levels in the vicinity. That 1/300 must be Goku, he thought, locking onto the highest reading and soaring toward it. Meanwhile, far away, Piccolo sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Raditz, his face turning green with fear and sweat pouring down his back. What? Since when has Earth had such a formidable presence other than Goku? Wait, he's coming. Piccolo peered into the distance until he saw Raditz descend before him, his expression grave. What? It's just Raditz, he mumbled. This detection device is worthless. I need to find an opportunity to learn how to control Ki. Hey, who are you? How do you know my name? Piccolo. Tell me now. Piccolo, unable to contain his curiosity, shouted at Raditz. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I have no interest in you. Raditz replied coldly. How dare you look down on me? Piccolo seethed, angered beyond measure, preparing to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. Veins bulged on his arms as his muscles tightened. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave, causing the earth to crack and clouds of dust to swirl, engulfing Raditz. How does it feel? Do you recognize the might of Piccolo? The Demon King? Piccolo panted, having exerted most of his energy in this attack, certain that a direct hit would leave Raditz in agony. Yet when the smoke cleared, Piccolo's face twisted in disbelief. Raditz stood firm, like an unyielding boulder, utterly unharmed save for a speck of dust on his clothing, a defiant smirk adorning his face. Did you accomplish anything? If your technique merely raises dust, allow me to demonstrate my prowess, Raditz taunted, advancing toward Piccolo. As a traveler from another realm, this was his first opportunity to wield his powers, and here stood a perfect training target. Sensing Raditz's hostility, alarm bells rang in Piccolo's mind. Just as he prepared to react, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his abdomen. Raditz's fist had struck him with overwhelming force, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Ding! Host has defeated a formidable foe. Combat system activated at that moment. A melodious voice echoed in Raditz's ears. A system? He exclaimed with elation. His system had finally arrived, promising a smoother journey through the Dragon Ball universe. Suppressing his excitement, he inquired, "System, what functions do you possess?" As this is a combat system, the host must defeat powerful enemies to obtain rewards, which include but are not limited to combat items, bloodline skills, combat power, and daily necessities. The richness of the rewards depends on the enemy's strength. Detected that the host has just defeated Piccolo, rewarding 500 combat power is now in process. Instantly, Raditz felt his strength surging within him. With a thought, he opened his status panel, revealing his information as follows. Host, Raditz race, Scion combat power, 2000 skill, Scion explosion clearly. Defeating Piccolo had boosted his combat power by 500. It seemed that as long as he continued to vanquish powerful adversaries, he could reach ever greater heights. Raditz mused to himself. Just as he was reveling in this extraordinary beginning, the system's voice chimed once more. Taking into account the formidable opponents the host will soon face, the system has procured a beginner's gift package for the host. Please check your inventory. Claim, Raditz silently commanded in his mind. Claim successful. Congratulations. Host has obtained 10,000 combat power, a bloodline upgrade, and advanced key utilization. As soon as the words left his lips, he felt an immediate surge in body temperature, his blood boiling, and his muscles aching as if they had undergone a profound transformation. This agony persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. That moment, Raditz was drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. It was indeed an intense experience, shattering both bones and muscles only to reassemble them anew. However, the rewards were significant. His combat power had increased dramatically, enhanced by the elevation of his bloodline, resulting in an impressive boost of 3,000 units. Now, Raditz's combat power had reached a remarkable height of 15,000, a tenfold increase since his arrival on Earth. Concurrently, the strengthening of his bloodline also enhanced his physical and mental prowess, allowing him to overcome the weakness associated with his tail, which would vastly improve his training efficiency. The incident from the original story, where Xiao Jiang was rendered powerless due to his tail being grasped, would certainly not occur again. Now, with everything in place, it was time to manage his foolish brother. With this thought in mind, he quickly focused on sensing the presence of other scions, excluding himself. Chapter 2. Raditz, my foolish brother. At this moment, the Kame house was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility. Inside the quaint cottage on the island, Krillin and Master Roshi sat quietly, awaiting the arrival of guests for the gathering. A low hum began to resonate from the horizon, the sound of helicopter blades whirring. Shortly thereafter, a helicopter made a smooth landing on the small island. With a click, the helicopter door swung open, revealing a youthful and radiant girl stepping out. She had striking blue hair tied back in a ponytail that swayed gently with her movements. Her features were exquisite, and her large, bright eyes sparkled with intelligence and wit. Dressed in a simple yet stylish athletic outfit, she exuded vitality and competence. Bulma wore a short skirt that showcased her long legs, complemented by a pair of white sneakers that further emphasized her youthful exuberance. "Long time no see, Master Roshi," the girl greeted warmly as she entered the Kame house, her face aglow with a sweet smile. "Oh, Bulma, it has indeed been a while." The elder's spirits lifted at her arrival. "Yes, I heard you were inviting everyone over for a get-together, so I came." "It looks just the same here, unchanged at all," Bulma remarked. "Honestly, If you weren't invited to play, would you have come at all? How heartless. Master Roshi feigned anger, teasing Bulma. I've been busy lately. I even brought some buns as a token of respect, she said, pulling out a beautifully packaged box of snacks from her bag. There is no need to be so formal. We're not strangers, Master Roshi laughed, then leered at Bulma's chest with a mischievous grin. Just let me touch your chest, and I'll be satisfied. Before he could finish his sentence, Bulma smashed the box of snacks against the old man's head. Buns scattered everywhere, and Master Roshi's sunglasses flew off, leaving a large bump on his head. You still don't understand humor, do you? The elder groaned, clutching his forehead in pain. You lecherous old man, you haven't changed a bit. Bulma snapped, gritting her teeth. By the way, Bulma, where's Yamcha? Krillin inquired, scratching his bald head in confusion. Humph. I don't care about that scoundrel. Bulma huffed, her indignation palpable. I'm not telling him that everyone is gathering here. Why do you two always argue for no reason? Master Roshi sighed, his brow furrowed. Exactly. Krillin agreed, opening the snack box. It's just that this guy is too much of a flirt, Bulma said, taking a bun from Krillin and biting into it as if to vent her frustrations on Yamcha. As the group chatted, a sudden flash caught their attention. A golden cloud raced toward the Kame house. Standing atop it was a tall, handsome man clad in an orange martial arts uniform, a strong physique evident. A small figure dangled from his leg, and a fluffy monkey tail swayed behind him. The man leaped down from the cloud, greeting everyone with a wave. Hey! Long time no see, everyone. Goku. Upon seeing son Wukong, the group erupted with excitement. They then noticed the child in Goku's arms. Hey, who is this kid? Bulma was the first to voice her curiosity. Yeah, Goku, are you playing babysitter now? Krillin chimed in. Son Wukong paused, glancing at their puzzled expressions. This is my son. What? The group erupted in disbelief. Goku, are you serious? Is this really your child? Krillin asked, barely able to keep his jaw from dropping in astonishment. Yes, Gohan. Come greet everyone, Goku said, bringing the little one forward. The child nervously adjusted his clothes before shyly saying, Hello, everyone. Hello. The group quickly responded, charmed by the polite young boy. His name is Son Gohan, Goku said, affectionately ruffling his son's hair. So that's it. You named him after your late grandfather. Master Roshi realized, then added with a hint of nostalgia, I can't believe you're already a father. By the way, Gohan, how old are you this year? Bulma asked, crouching down to look at the adorable child. I'm 4. Gohan replied, counting on his fingers to confirm. Wow, what a good boy. Bulma exclaimed, patting Gohan's head. It's all thanks to Chi-Chi. Goku laughed heartily. So, Gohan, what do you want to be when you grow up? A great scholar. Gohan answered proudly. What an incredible aspiration. Bulma said, clearly taken aback by his response, glancing at Goku with a mixture of admiration and surprise. By the way, Goku, has your son inherited your strength? Krillin asked curiously. Well, I think he should be quite strong, Goku replied, furrowing his brow. But Chi-Chi won't let me take him to train, fearing it might lead him astray. Why not? Isn't that such a waste? Krillin exclaimed, visibly shocked. I think so too, but Chi-Chi believes the world is already peaceful, and there is no need for martial arts anymore. She keeps saying it's the age of scholars now, Goku lamented. I never expected that fiery girl would turn into such a typical educational mother, Master Roshi chuckled. Well, it doesn't matter as long as Gohan is happy, Goku said nonchalantly. The group continued their light-hearted banter, the atmosphere filled with joy and laughter. Suddenly, Goku's expression changed to one of alarm, his gaze fixed intently on the horizon, sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing Goku's sudden seriousness, Krillin was startled and asked, what's wrong? Goku's muscles tensed as he spoke in a low tone. There's a powerful energy approaching us. Really? Such a formidable presence? What kind of monster could this be? Krillin sensed the intensity of the aura, his face paling in fear. Everyone turned their attention to the horizon, where the sea lay eerily calm, a deceptive tranquility before the storm. Suddenly, waves surged, and fierce winds whipped the air as a figure sped toward the island, parting the sea with its sheer force. The scene was nothing short of cataclysmic, heralding the arrival of a terrifying entity. As the figure landed, it revealed itself, a towering man clad in dark armor, with wild hair cascading down to his waist. His robust physique and stern features radiated a sinister charm. His eyes sharp as blades, seemingly capable of shredding the souls of the weak. A fluffy tail wrapped around his waist, cleverly concealed. Goku's eyes narrowed, filled with trepidation as he assessed the man before him, his heart racing with unease. What an overwhelming presence. I never imagined someone this powerful would exist. I can't possibly match him. I hope he means no harm. Otherwise, I'll have to fight with everything I have. With that thought, Goku turned to Gohan, saying, if things get rough here, you need to hide in the house, understand? Daddy. Gohan clung tightly to Goku's pant leg, reluctant to let go. Listen to me. Goku commanded, then motioned for Bulma to take Gohan back into the Kame house. He then turned back to Raditz. Who are you? Why have you come here? Since Raditz arrived at the Kame house, he had been scrutinizing the protagonist and his companions. Is this truly the Kame house? It is indeed identical to the original work. Ah, right. According to the plot, I should have abducted Gohan. Although it is unnecessary now, I must still play my part for the progression of the narrative. Raditz pondered internally. Only by allowing the story to unfold can I draw out Nappa and Vegeta, thereby demonstrating my prophetic advantage over the plot. Moreover, I have longed for a confrontation with Goku. In the original tale, this elder brother, was vanquished in the very first arc, having traversed into this realm. I must reclaim my lost honor. I shall resolutely avoid becoming a fool. Furthermore, having previously defeated Piccolo, I was rewarded with combat power as the protagonist. Goku must also display a skill, right? If only I could acquire the Kamehameha, a technique that would be quite exhilarating. At this moment, I find myself in desperate need of skills. With these thoughts, Raditz could not help but emit a sinister chuckle, his gaze towards Goku growing fervent. Oh, my foolish little brother, allow your elder sibling to cherish you properly. Goku, feeling the intensity of Raditz's gaze, bristled and exclaimed, who on earth are you? What are you doing here? Raditz, regaining his composure, cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. It seems it is time for me to showcase my acting prowess. He then regarded Goku with a mixture of disdain, indifference, malevolence, and a hint of defiance, stating, Kakarot, what is the meaning of this? Why have you not yet exterminated all the inhabitants of this planet? What? The others were taken aback, their faces filled with shock upon hearing this declaration. Following a series of dialogues, Son Goku and his companions finally comprehended Goku's origins and the background of Raditz. They firmly opposed Raditz's intention to take Son Goku away. Despicable! Get back where you came from, you inhumane scion, Krillin exclaimed indignantly. Goku is our most cherished companion and would never assist you in conquering planets. Master Roshi affirmed resolutely. Indeed, Goku has grown up on Earth since childhood and is more exceptional and benevolent than anyone else on this planet. He would never aid you demons. That's right. I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku, raised on Earth, Goku declared through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Raditz shook his head slightly. It seems your mind is completely fractured. In that case, there's no point in taking you. I'll take your son instead. At least he carries Scion blood. As he spoke, he advanced toward Kame House. Witnessing Raditz's actions, Son Goku was instantly alarmed. His muscles tensed as he launched an attack, but before he could reach Raditz, a blur flashed before his eyes, and a sharp pain surged through his chest. He was struck by a devastating elbow from Raditz, sending him hurtling backward into the house, which shattered into pieces. Goku lay amidst the rubble, gasping for air, his ribs visibly collapsed, rendering him incapable of further combat. Silence descended upon the island, broken only by Goku's labored breathing. Krillin and the others were paralyzed with fear by Raditz's terrifying power. Son Gohan, witnessing his father's plight, broke free from Bulma's embrace and ran towards Son Goku, weeping. However, Raditz seized him with one hand, suspending him in the air as he flailed and cried out for his father. Daddy, save me. I'm so scared, Wah. Go, Gohan, give me back my son. Son Goku struggled to Raditz's feet, clutching at his leg. How pathetic. You are a low-class warrior after all, Raditz sneered, kicking Son Goku away. Remember, if you want to save your son, either kill 100 Earthlings for me or defeat me. You have one day. With that, Raditz departed with Son Gohan, the child's cries echoing in the sky, piercing Son Goku's heart. Enduring the excruciating pain, he rose and summoned the flying Nimbus, intending to rescue his son. However, the severity of his injuries caused him to collapse once more. Don't push yourself, Goku. You can't defeat him in your current state, especially with such grievous injuries. Rest. An Asenza being is on its way. To think there would be someone this powerful in the world. I've been slacking in my training these past few years, but I didn't expect to be unable to withstand even a single blow, Son Goku lamented on the ground. That guy is too strong. I doubt anyone on Earth can defeat him, Krillin said despairingly. No, well I can't beat him alone, if I team up with that other guy. We might have a chance, Son Goku mused. That guy? You can't mean Piccolo, Goku? Krillin exclaimed in shock after a moment of contemplation. That's right. It's the only option we have. Otherwise, we have no hope of winning, Son Goku stated resolutely. Even so, do you think he'll agree? Krillin questioned doubtfully. I agree. Piccolo's voice echoed. Piccolo. The others were startled. Piccolo ignored their reaction and continued. Don't think I'm doing this to help you. I intend to rule the Earth someday. And this guy is my biggest obstacle. This alliance is merely to eliminate him. Son Goku chuckled at Piccolo. Well, thank you anyway, Piccolo. Don't thank me yet. Have you thought about how to deal with him? That guy is incredibly strong. Hearing Piccolo's composed voice, Son Goku calmed himself and began to consider their strategy. The Scion's tail is a weakness. If it's grabbed, they lose all their strength. Here's what we'll do. Meanwhile, Raditz, having abducted Son Gohan, sped toward his spaceship. The child in his arms had already lost consciousness, the result of Raditz silencing his incessant cries with a swift blow for some peace and quiet. Upon returning to the ship, Raditz tossed Son Gohan into the cabin and sealed the window before assessing his gains. System, where are my rewards? Ding. Host has defeated Son Goku. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, Host, for gaining 1000 power level, the Super Kamehameha technique, and a random transformation pack. Instantly, Raditz felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, increasing his power level to 16,000. Simultaneously, the knowledge of how to use the Super Kamehameha was etched into his mind. Not bad. A decent power level boost and a powerful new technique. More importantly, this random transformation pack. With a thought, Raditz opened the pack's description. Random transformation pack. A unique and wondrous pack containing forms such as Great Ape, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, and more. With a little luck, you could ascend to the heavens in one step. Seriously? If I get Super Saiyan, I'll be unstoppable. Let's do it. Overwhelmed with excitement, Raditz decided to go all in, mentally commanding, open the pack. A golden light flashed before his eyes. Ding, congratulations, Host, for obtaining the humanoid Great Ape transformation. Raditz, you son of a. After venting his frustration, Raditz resigned himself to reality. Well, it's better than nothing. Unlock transformation. He muttered, and the method for transforming into a humanoid Great Ape appeared in his mind. A human body wielding the power of a Great Ape. A tenfold increase in power with zero energy consumption. I guess I'll call it the Ape-Man form. With a power level of 16,000 and a tenfold increase in Ape-Man form, he would have a power level of 160,000. He could be considered invincible in the Saiyan saga. The moon had already been destroyed, and Vegeta would need to rely on an artificial moon to transform into a Great Ape, which would consume a significant amount of energy. Even a fully powered-up Vegeta would only reach 150,000. Considering Raditz's agility and technique, he could confidently crush Vegeta even if he did nothing for the next year. Of course, Raditz had no intention of slacking off. With so many powerful enemies in the future, he couldn't afford to rely on others. He preferred to keep his fate in his own hands. Now that everything was in place, he was waiting for his foolish brother to come and challenge him. Knowing the plot, Raditz was aware that Goku would bring Piccolo to challenge him. However, to advance the story and introduce Vegeta and Nappa, he was happy to wait. He was also looking forward to their rematch. He had inquired with the system about the challenge criteria, and it was determined that the opponent's identity and condition would determine whether it qualified as a new challenge. In other words, if someone Raditz had defeated improved their power level and challenged him again, he would receive new rewards. That was why he had severely injured Son Goku earlier. He needed Son Goku to use the Scion's passive ability to increase his power level. If he remembered correctly, they had a sense of being. Son Goku could increase his power level again. As for whether he was worried about losing, in the original narrative, it is lamentable that despite training for an entire year on planet KO, the protagonist achieved merely 8,000 in power level, while he himself surpassed 10,000 after consuming just a single divine being. How could he possibly stand a chance? Poor Son Goku, at this moment, remains oblivious to the fact that Raditz views him merely as a tool for exploitation. Simultaneously, having reached a consensus with Piccolo, Goku prepares to track Raditz's location using the Dragon Ball affixed to Gohan's hat, in a bid to rescue his son and vanquish Raditz. Before embarking on this perilous journey, Goku receives the divine beans from Krillin and consumes one. His injuries are instantly healed. To his astonishment, Goku discovers that his combat prowess has significantly increased, instilling him with heightened confidence in his ability to defeat Raditz. Piccolo, let us go forth and conquer him, Goku declares as he mounts the Nimbus cloud. soaring into the distance. "Humph, do not command me," Piccolo retorts, employing his flight technique to follow closely behind. The climactic battle is about to commence. Chapter 4. Raditz, a stellar performance. The shoot is wrapped up. Has it finally arrived? Raditz gazed at the clear blue sky and spoke. He sensed the energy of Goku and Piccolo approaching him. Sure enough, two dark figures soon appeared in the sky, rapidly drawing nearer. Piccolo and Goku landed before him, their eyes radiating determination. "Kakarot, have you come seeking your demise?" Raditz mocked coldly. "Raditz, where is my son?" Goku's brow furrowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. "What? Do you truly believe that bringing this worthless fool along will allow you to defeat me?" "That is a most unamusing jest," Raditz sneered, releasing a fragment of his formidable aura, instantly overwhelming Goku and Piccolo with a tidal wave of pressure. "I shall defeat you and rescue my son," Goku declared resolutely, fixing his gaze upon Raditz as he began to shed his weighted clothing. Aware of the immense power emanating from Raditz, he knew he could not hold back. Piccolo, too, removed his cap and cloak, feeling a sense of liberation wash over him. Both warriors unleashed their full energy, entering a state of combat. As the winds howled and the ground trembled, Raditz assessed their energies. Piccolo had a battle power of 408, while Goku, having recovered from the brink of death, surged to a battle power of 600. It was, as expected, deep in thought. Raditz considered how to extract information about the Dragon Balls from them to lure Vegeta and Nappa to Earth. Shaking off his reverie, he looked at the poised duo, casually adjusting his stance and waving his hand. "Come now, you pathetic fools who cannot accomplish anything without forming alliances. Show me your prowess." Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances before charging at Raditz, one after the other. Goku surged ahead, launching a powerful punch aimed at Raditz's face. The speed of his strike caused the air around them to roar. Unperturbed, Raditz sidestepped effortlessly, countering with a punch that sent Goku hurtling back several meters. Crying out in pain, Goku quickly regained his composure and attacked Raditz once more. Meanwhile, Piccolo seized the opportunity, continually searching for angles to strike. Their assault was relentless, akin to a torrential storm, surrounding Raditz with an impenetrable onslaught. Yet, amid such ferocity, Raditz remained composed, effortlessly intercepting all their attacks. The air crackled with the sound of their collisions, while the surrounding grass was sent flying by the sheer force of their energies. "What is the matter, Kakarot? Weren't you intending to defeat me? This level of effort is insufficient," Raditz taunted, growing increasingly familiar with their fighting styles and beginning his own offensive. A swift kick sent Piccolo out of the battlefield, while his fist rained down upon Goku like a torrential downpour. Goku cried out in agony, blood flowing freely, until a crushing blow from Raditz sent him soaring like a kite with its string cut. Panting heavily, Goku pushed himself up from the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as if his throat and lungs were being torn apart. Despair filled his heart. He had hoped to utilize his newfound strength to defeat Raditz, only to discover the vast chasm between them. He felt utterly powerless to grasp Raditz's tail. "Is this truly the end? Piccolo, do you have any secret weapons left?" Goku asked, supporting Piccolo as he struggled. "I have indeed mastered a new technique through rigorous training, but it requires an extensive concentration of energy." "You must buy me some time," Piccolo replied, visibly displeased. "This was originally intended for you, yet here I am assisting you." Goku chuckled. "Leave it to me." With that, he resumed his stance and charged at Raditz, while Piccolo withdrew from the battlefield, exerting every ounce of energy to elevate his power. His eyes bloodshot, muscles taut. He placed 2 fingers to his forehead, energy coalescing at his fingertips, emitting arcs of electricity. Meanwhile, Goku fought desperately to keep Raditz occupied. Aware of Goku's intentions, Raditz chose to hold back, playing along with the charade. Realizing he could not inflict any real damage, Goku decided to make one last desperate attempt. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he leaped into the air, arms outstretched at his sides, channeling his energy. Kamehameha! A massive energy sphere manifested between his palms, radiant with blue light, as Goku's battle power soared. In Raditz's perception, Goku's power had surged to 1300. This figure, while significantly higher than before, paled in comparison to Raditz's own 1600, even when he feigned weakness. With a thunderous shout, Goku unleashed his Kamehameha wave, a fierce azure beam surging toward Raditz like a roaring dragon. In response, Raditz raised his fists, bracing himself, his legs planted firmly like pillars. With a resounding crash, their energies collided, producing a deafening roar and a whirlwind of smoke. As the dust settled, Raditz stood unscathed. "Aha! As expected, that was futile. Piccolo. It's all on you now, Goku remarked bitterly, his eyes revealing a resolve of resignation. With all his might, he charged at Raditz. Raditz casually tossed 2 energy blasts to repel Goku. Yet to everyone's surprise, Goku disregarded his injuries and pressed forward, utilizing the afterimage technique to position himself behind Raditz. With a powerful move, he locked Raditz in a hold, shouting to Piccolo, "Piccolo, unleash your ultimate technique. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself to perish alongside a scion, Goku? You must know I will show no mercy. Eliminating you would be a glorious feat for me." Piccolo chuckled wickedly. "Enough with the chatter, hurry." Goku gritted his teeth, holding Raditz tightly. "Very well, the moment of truth has arrived." Raditz adjusted his stance, preparing for the performance. With a feigned expression of terror, Raditz exclaimed, "Nanny? A battle power of 2,000? Release me, Kakarot. We'll both perish." "Huh. If I can take you down with me, that would be splendid," Goku replied with a grin, refusing to relinquish his grip. "The only one who will perish is you. Should Goku fall, his allies can use the Dragon Balls to revive him, while you will descend into the abyss." Piccolo sneered coldly, his energy primed and ready. "Make your move, Piccolo, quickly," Goku shouted, closing his eyes in anticipation. "Apologies for the wait. Die now." Special beam cannon. Piccolo's energy erupted from his fingertips, forming a searing spiral beam that hurtled toward Raditz and Goku. In a shocking turn of events, Raditz effortlessly broke free from Goku's grasp, removed his scouter, crushed it in his hand, and deflected the special beam cannon with a mere slap. "It's all over." Goku's face drained of color, and Piccolo collapsed weakly to the ground. Just as they believed their end was nigh, Raditz unexpectedly lifted Goku from the ground, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "That was impressive. The script has wrapped up." "Huh." Both Piccolo and Goku were left utterly bewildered by Raditz's unexpected behavior. Chapter 5. The Purpose of Notification. The Scions arrive on Earth unperturbed by their questions. Raditz took a seat to reflect on the day's accomplishments. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for defeating Son Goku. Rewards are being distributed." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Senzu Bean Collection Package." Senzu Bean Collection Package contains 30 Senzu Beans, refreshed monthly, with any remaining beans from the previous month carried over. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired all combat experience and skills from Son Goku, age 23. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a combat power of 4,000. Congratulations, host, for defeating Piccolo. Rewards are being distributed." "Congratulations, host, you have attained cosmic survival ability." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Magic Flash." "Congratulations, host, you have gained access to the hyperbolic time chamber, 3 days. As the rewards were distributed, Raditz felt his power grow exponentially, along with a wealth of intricate battle experience filling his mind. It would be no exaggeration to say that he could now defeat 10 versions of his former self. Previously, he had relied solely on the rudimentary application of the powers retained from his original self, focusing on brute strength. In close combat against a worthy opponent, he would have faltered. Now, the protagonist's battle experiences came at the perfect time. Additionally, the Senzu Bean package and cosmic survival ability provided him with ample means for survival and a sense of security. Most exhilarating was the acquisition of the hyperbolic time chamber. Although it was merely 3 days, it equated to 3 years in the outside world. Coupled with the chamber's exceptional training environment, it was truly an indispensable tool for overtaking rivals. Just as Raditz was engulfed in excitement, Son Goku's voice disrupted his thoughts. "What are your true intentions?" he asked, watching Raditz with a wary and complex gaze. "My purpose?" Raditz chuckled. "Initially, it was my 2 companions who sent me to bring you back for our joint conquest of this planet. However, I have had a change of heart. I do not wish to serve them in their endeavor. My earlier actions were merely a ruse to make them believe I had perished, allowing me to distance myself from them while testing your capabilities," Raditz stated earnestly. He then smirked, "But it appears you are not worthy. Why should we trust you?" Piccolo scrutinized Raditz's eyes, evidently lacking any inclination to trust him. "Because you must believe me. If I so desired, I could obliterate this planet," Raditz replied coldly, no longer concealing his true strength. His aura erupted like a ferocious beast, overwhelming the surroundings. The earth trembled under the immense pressure, akin to a ship caught in a storm. "Monster!" Piccolo exclaimed, sweat beading on his brow. "Is this your true power?" Son Goku gazed at Raditz's godlike figure, rendered momentarily speechless, his body involuntarily trembling with excitement. I must inform you that one of my two companions possesses strength comparable to mine. You stand no chance against them. They will arrive in a year, Raditz warned. Are there truly so many powerful beings in the world? Son Goku murmured. Why are you telling us this? Simple. I no longer wish to work with them, Raditz shrugged. Settling on a planet like Earth seems appealing to me. Upon hearing this, Son Goku nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly realized something. Since you harbor no ill intent towards us, can you return my son? Of course, no problem. He is in that spaceship over there. Likely still asleep, Raditz replied readily. He then led Son Goku to the spaceship, where he retrieved Gohan and handed him over. Goku, eager and anxious, took Gohan into his arms, ensuring his son was unharmed. He turned to Raditz sincerely, saying, No matter your reasons, I must thank you for sharing this information. Thank you? Nonsense. We are family, Raditz exclaimed, playfully punching Goku on the head and then draping an arm around his shoulder with a warm gaze. Be brother? Son Goku stammered, scratching his head. Indeed, my dear Udu, Raditz replied, as they flew towards Master Roshi's house, Goku and Gohan linking arms with Raditz, leaving Piccolo in a state of bewilderment. What on earth just happened? Piccolo muttered, rising from the ground, and flew towards the lookout to seek answers from the old sage who seemed to know much. Meanwhile, Raditz, guided by Son Goku, returned to Master Roshi's house. Upon Raditz's arrival, everyone felt a palpable tension in the air, akin to preparing for battle. It was Son Goku's intervention that prevented a conflict from arising. After Goku's persuasion, Raditz finally earned the trust of the others. It was imperative to trust him. He possessed the power to destroy Earth. The mere fact that he was willing to converse peacefully was a significant gesture. Consequently, in honor of Raditz, the group held a celebratory gathering at Master Roshi's house. After the festivities, Goku took Raditz to Mount Pozu, where Chi-Chi, upon learning of Raditz's true identity, was taken aback and seemed rather flustered. After respectfully greeting Raditz, she hurriedly began preparing a meal to welcome this long-lost brother of Goku. After a sumptuous feast, Raditz exited Goku's home, contemplating his next steps. First, I must address the issue of finances, he mused. The saying goes, a penny can thwart a hero. And now that he intended to reside on Earth, it was essential to secure a source of income. Resolute, Raditz took to the skies towards West City. You mean to say you need money? Bulma remarked, eyeing the imposing figure before her with a hint of incredulity. Who would have thought that the fearsome scion, upon his arrival on Earth, would display such decorum? Indeed, I can assist you in gathering high-quality minerals from hazardous regions, and you would compensate me for my efforts. Raditz affirmed with a nod. Regarding money, you can simply ask me. It's really not that complicated, Bulma replied, sipping her coffee. I have no habit of owing debts. I prefer the security of a trade. Raditz shook his head. But why me? You could sell to other merchants, Bulma questioned, puzzled. You are a friend of Kakarot, and I trust you. I have no faith in other Earthlings, Raditz replied sincerely. Of course, another reason is that your family is wealthy, he thought to himself, aware of Bulma's status as the world's richest individual. Besides, being Goku's brother, he would surely receive a more generous payment. All right, I understand. I do need some minerals produced in dangerous areas, Bulma said, handing Raditz 2 photographs. This white mineral is found in the ice continent, and the blue one is located deep underground. If you can procure these 2 minerals, we can discuss the payment. Leave it to me, Raditz exclaimed, feeling invigorated as if millions of bills were beckoning him. He accelerated towards the ice continent, filled with determination. After gleaning the necessary mineral information from Bulma, Raditz's initial destination was the ice continent. It's remarkably frigid here. Feeling the bite of the cold, Raditz promptly enveloped himself in an aura, creating a protective barrier. All right, let's get to work. Money's within reach. Brimming with motivation, Raditz meticulously scoured the continent, and the results were promising. Before long, he unearthed a truck-sized chunk of blue and white mineral. That should suffice for this area. Next, I'll venture underground. With one hand, Raditz hoisted the mineral and swiftly transported it to Capsule Corporation. Then, amidst the bewildered expressions of the employees, he took flight once more. Upon arriving at a vacant location, he employed his full power to forcibly excavate a passage into the earth, descending into the subterranean depths. Upon reaching the underground, Raditz discovered a remarkably harsh environment, characterized by scorching lava and pungent odors. Raditz patiently sought traces of the rare ore. After a period of diligent searching, he finally located a massive deposit of the coveted mineral. Elated, he rushed toward it, ready to extract it. However, at that precise moment, a colossal monster erupted from the lava, launching an assault on Raditz. Raditz sidestepped the attack and took a closer look. It was an enormous, robust, crimson serpent. Its body was shielded by a layer of thick scales, which shimmered brilliantly. Each scale exhibited a vivid scarlet hue, reminiscent of burning flames. The serpent's head was vast and menacing, with piercing eyes that conveyed both authority and ruthlessness. As it opened its cavernous maw, sharp fangs and a crimson tongue became visible. The serpent's body undulated sinuously, allowing it to move with lightning-like speed. Upon beholding the creature before him, Raditz felt beads of perspiration form on his brow, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Well, is this Dragon Ball, Clash of the Heavens? As Raditz was lost in thought, the serpent had already marked him as its prey. With its muscles contracting powerfully, the serpent lunged at Raditz with astonishing speed, attempting to ensnare him. It opened its blood-drenched jaws, intending to swallow Raditz whole. Humph. Try to devour me. I wonder if your teeth are strong enough. Subsequently, Raditz's aura erupted, and he moved with even greater velocity, striking the serpent's vitals with a single, devastating punch. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the punch, as swift as lightning, carrying an immense surge of energy, pierced directly through the serpent's body. The force of the blow was astonishing, as if capable of rending any obstacle. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the surrounding earth crimson. The serpent writhed in agony but could not withstand the fatal blow. Its life came to an end at that moment, and it collapsed to the ground, devoid of any vitality. Withdrawing his hand from the bloody cavity, Raditz's gaze fell upon the serpent's fangs. These could be valuable, Raditz mused. Consequently, Raditz crouched down, grasped the serpent's tooth, and forcefully wrenched it outward. With a distinct snap, the tooth broke free. Holding the tooth, Raditz scrutinized it closely. It was incredibly sharp, gleaming with a cold, hard light. I'll inquire with Bulma and see if she has any use for it. Having made up his mind, Raditz gathered his spoils and returned to Capsule Corporation once more. Amidst the now-numb expressions of the employees, Raditz once again hauled a sizable chunk of ore, extracted from the depths, into the laboratory. He then proceeded to Bulma's mansion to report the completion of his mission. Upon entering the laboratory, Bulma's attention was immediately captivated by the two immense and radiant rare minerals that had been placed there. She expressed her utmost satisfaction with the quality of the ore and offered Raditz 1 billion zeni for each piece. The serpent's fangs, on the other hand, were discovered by Dr. Brief to possess significant experimental value, and he purchased them for 500 million zeni in cash. After a day of labor, Raditz transformed from a penniless individual into a wealthy man with 2.5 billion zeni. He was so elated that he could barely contain his joy. In both of my lives combined, I've never been this rich. I must indulge myself. With Bulma's assistance, he acquired a villa in West City, settling down permanently. Afterward, he ventured to the finest buffet restaurant in West City, intending to feast lavishly and reward himself handsomely. Predictably, Raditz's extraordinary appetite astounded the entire buffet restaurant. He devoured the food with the speed and voracity of a ravenous beast. The restaurant staff stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. An hour elapsed, and Raditz remained seated at the table, an insurmountable pile of empty plates accumulating before him. At this point, the restaurant manager, in tears, approached him, his voice trembling. "Esteemed guest, we have genuinely run out of food. Your consumption is beyond comprehension. Please depart at once. I am willing to refund your meal." With these words, he extended several bills, his eyes brimming with supplication. Raditz scratched his head sheepishly, declined the money, apologized to the manager, and turned to leave. Only after confirming that the formidable patron had departed did the staff breathe a collective sigh of relief. The chefs in the kitchen were utterly exhausted and collapsed to the floor. The following day, a legend of a gluttonous patron who had conquered a buffet restaurant emerged in West City. Upon leaving the buffet restaurant, Raditz returned to his villa and indulged in a long, refreshing bath. Donning his pajamas, Raditz collapsed onto the plush Simmons mattress, his gaze distant and his thoughts meandering. Reflecting on the past few days since his transmigration, he was struck by a sense of unreality, as if it were all a dream. Yet, it was undeniably happening. As the novelty and excitement waned, Raditz was overcome by a profound sense of solitude. "System, how did I arrive here?" Raditz suddenly inquired. This system seeks out individuals who defy fate, binds with them, and assists them in reaching the pinnacle of their potential in order to fulfill mission objectives. Upon initial contact, the system detected that the host's fury at the injustice of fate, his desire to survive, and his resistance to the malice of the world had reached their zenith. Meeting the criteria for a fate-defying individual, the system's voice responded. Fate-defying. Raditz murmured to himself. What about my family? How are they? Raditz suddenly asked, a thought striking him. Ding. Searching for the Blue Star channel, the host's parents, unable to cope with the shock of the host's departure, are currently in a comatose state in the hospital. Upon hearing this, Raditz felt a pang of sorrow, and his throat constricted. Yes, I died, ending everything for myself. But I have caused my parents untold suffering. They raised me with such care, only to experience the pain of a parent burying their child. System, is there any way to help my parents? Raditz inquired. Response, this system can erase the host's records from Blue Star, thereby alleviating the grief caused by the host's death to the host's parents. Erase them? Very well. They should not live in sorrow. Raditz exhaled deeply, his breath resembling a sigh. Then, I will trouble you to do so, Raditz said softly. Ding, erasing the host's records on Blue Star. Simultaneously, to eliminate the impact of the host's transmigration on Blue Star, the individuals involved in the host's demise will also be erased. System, thank you, Raditz said gently. Ding, negation. Serving the host is the system's duty. The surrounding air returned to silence. In this way, I am completely bidding farewell to my past self. Next, I must live well in this world. With a newfound sense of ease and contentment, he drifted off into a peaceful slumber. The night passed without incident. Chapter 7. Meeting the celestial deity and consuming the divine water. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Raditz's face. He slowly opened his eyes, sat up in bed, and began his morning routine. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Raditz settled in at home, awaiting the arrival of son Wukong. Before long, son Wukong arrived. Kakarot, was there something you needed yesterday? Raditz inquired, a look of confusion adorning his features. It turned out that just as he was preparing to sleep the night before, son Wukong had unexpectedly come, seemingly eager to take Raditz somewhere. However, Raditz, with a scowl, had sent him away. After all, it was a rare moment for him to relax, and he was preparing to sleep, even if the celestial deity himself were present. Any matters could surely wait until the next day. After dismissing him, Raditz had arranged to meet son Wukong at his home the following morning. Upon their meeting, without any pleasantries, Raditz directly inquired about the purpose of son Wukong's visit. Brother, it's like this. Yesterday, the celestial deity contacted me and expressed a desire to meet you, son Wukong candidly revealed. The celestial deity? Raditz raised an eyebrow, sensing the old fellow's impatience. Well, even if he hadn't come to see me, I would have sought him out eventually. After all, I need him to introduce me to the King of Worlds. Now that he has taken the initiative, it will save me considerable effort, Raditz mused inwardly. Very well, Kakarot, lead the way. I shall meet this celestial deity. Raditz nodded in agreement. All right, then stay close to me, son Wukong instructed, calling out for the Nimbus cloud. A golden cloud appeared, floating gently before him. After they both ascended onto it, the Nimbus cloud surged forward towards the celestial palace. Raditz followed closely, utilizing his flight technique. The scenery around them blurred into a whirlwind of colors as they traveled swiftly. In no time, a towering white spire emerged before them, gleaming like a radiant pearl embedded in the sky. Son Wukong pointed at the tower and said, "That is the Korin Tower. The celestial deity's palace resides atop it." They flew to the summit of the Korin Tower and entered the celestial palace. Inside, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified, with the celestial deity awaiting them at the center. Raditz, you have finally arrived, the celestial deity spoke. You must be the celestial deity. What is it you require of me? Raditz replied calmly, arms crossed. Nothing much. I merely heard that you, Mr. Raditz, have provided us with intelligence regarding the Scions and expressed a willingness to protect Earth. I wish to thank you in person and, more importantly, to forge a friendship, the celestial deity said with a warm smile. Old man, you were quick to don such a flattering title. When did I ever claim I would protect Earth? Raditz chuckled, shaking his head. Huh, but your brother already resides on Earth, and you are quite fond of its cuisine, are you not? Surely you wouldn't allow those two Scions to wreak havoc on Earth. Son Wukong scratched his head, appearing perplexed. You talk too much, Raditz said with a frown, delivering a light smack to son Wukong's head, inwardly cursing, this foolish child. I had hoped to leverage this opportunity to have the celestial deity introduce me to the King of Worlds and perhaps extract a favor. How can I proceed now that you've said that? At that moment, facing the celestial deity's teasing expression, Raditz felt a twinge of embarrassment. Finally, he steeled himself and said, In summary, while I am willing to protect Earth, it must be under certain conditions. Please, state your conditions. I shall accommodate anything within my power, the celestial deity replied, suppressing a smile, his tone respectful. Hearing this, Raditz sighed with relief and continued. My requests are quite simple. First, I have heard from Kakarot about a potion called the Super Divine Water that can unlock a person's potential. I desire it greatly. Second, I wish to study martial arts under the esteemed King of Worlds. How do you know about the King of Worlds? The celestial deity regarded Raditz with a complex expression and inquired. That is of no concern to you. I have my own channels. Just give me a straightforward answer. Can you arrange this? Raditz waved his hand dismissively. As for the King of Worlds, I can certainly facilitate that introduction through my recommendation. However, regarding the Super Divine Water, the celestial deity hesitated. It is merely toxic, is it not? Just hand it over to me. Kakarot drank it. And I can too. If it kills me, it will only prove my lack of talent, and I shall blame no one else, Raditz stated decisively. Very well, follow me. The celestial deity responded, leading Raditz deeper into the palace. He then retrieved a vial of potion from a cabinet and handed it to Raditz. I must remind you once more, the super divine water is highly toxic. Those with weak wills, unstable minds, or lack of talent will only find it leads to their demise, the celestial deity warned solemnly. I understand. I will drink it, Raditz said, brushing aside the warning, his gaze unwavering. Subsequently, under the watchful eye of the celestial deity, Raditz downed the entire vial of super divine water in one swift motion. As the divine liquid coursed down his throat, he instantly felt a searing pain throughout his body, as if needles were piercing his skin. Simultaneously, a burning sensation gripped his throat, and it felt as though his esophagus might melt away, akin to swallowing molten lava. His mind descended into chaos. The pain akin to a mental fracture that nearly compelled Raditz to cry out. I must endure. If Kakarot can drink it, so can I. I am no lesser than he. Raditz grit his teeth, steadfastly resisting the toxicity of the super divine water while standing tall. A powerful aura erupting from within him as he battled against the agony. After half an hour of struggle, the torment within Raditz finally subsided. At that moment, he relaxed. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from a river. Feeling the energy within him, Raditz broke into a smile. His power level had soared to 27,000, and he sensed an unprecedented clarity of mind. His perspective expanded, evoking the sensation of standing atop a peak. Surveying the vastness below, he felt a premonition that his future was destined to be boundless. I cannot believe you succeeded. After all these years, aside from son Wukong, you are the second person to have successfully consumed the super divine water. The celestial deity observed Raditz with deep admiration, generously offering praise. I told you I would succeed. Raditz affirmed with a nod of conviction. Now, it is time for me to fulfill my promise and take you to meet the King of Worlds. Wukong, you shall accompany us as well. The celestial deity beckoned to son Wukong. Ah, do I really have to go? Son Wukong asked. Of course. The earth faces formidable foes ahead. Both of you brothers must train together. The more strength you possess, the greater the assurance, the celestial deity instructed, gesturing for son Wukong to stand beside him. Now, both of you place your hands on my shoulders. We must first report to the King of Hell before confirming that the two of you are adequately prepared, the celestial deity proclaimed, initiating the teleportation to the underworld. At that moment, the King of Hell sat at a dining table, engrossed in paperwork. His massive form resembled a small mountain, his skin a deep crimson, with a pair of large, red horns atop his head. One hand propped up his head, while the other wielded a brush, continuously making notes. A look of irritation evident in his eyes. What brings you here, celestial deity of earth? The King of Hell finally lifted his head upon noticing the celestial deity's arrival, casting a glance of impatience in his direction. Chapter 8. Swift Passage Through Snake Path. Encountering the King of Worlds, the celestial god took some time to explain his intentions to King Enma. Once the celestial god finished speaking, King Enma remained silent, his fingers incessantly tapping the table, his brow furrowed in deep thought. If that is the case, sending son Wukong to meet the King of Worlds may not be an issue, however. As he spoke, King Enma pointed a massive finger towards Raditz. This seems rather irregular, considering this individual has committed numerous transgressions in the mortal realm. Lord King Enma, given the urgency of the situation, an additional ally could provide us with greater strength. Might you grant us some leniency? The celestial god implored, his gaze fixed on King Enma, trembling slightly. Lord King Inma, allowing me to meet the King of Worlds not only aids me but is also beneficial to you, Raditz interjected suddenly amidst the impasse. What makes you say that? King Inma inquired, intrigued to discover what rationale Raditz might present to convince him. It's quite simple. If you do not permit me to learn from the King of Worlds, I may very well be unable to defeat the Scions who are set to arrive in a year. Should the Scions annihilate all humans on Earth, the influx of souls reporting to the underworld would be overwhelming, and you would be burdened with excessive work. However, if you assist me, you will mitigate your workload significantly. Raditz earnestly articulated. King Inma was momentarily taken aback, images of himself overworking at the desk flooding his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Evidently, Raditz's cunning persuasion had successfully swayed King Inma, who promptly acquiesced to Raditz's request. Dispatching a blue demon to drive Sun Wukong and Raditz to the entrance of Snake Path. Gentlemen, just follow this path, and you shall reach the residence of the King of Worlds, the blue demon indicated, gesturing towards the winding road ahead. Wow, what a long road, Sun Wukong exclaimed, shielding his eyes as he gazed at the seemingly endless serpent-like path, filled with awe. How long will it take to traverse this distance? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. That depends on one's individual strength. A mere mortal may take hundreds, if not thousands, of years to complete the journey. Sigh. Meeting the King of Worlds is indeed a formidable challenge, the demon replied. Cease your complaints. This is merely part of the trial. Run swiftly, and you shall arrive sooner. Raditz remarked nonchalantly. Indeed. By the way, brother, how long can you run? I'm uncertain. It could be a few hours or perhaps a day. In any case, I shall be faster than you, Raditz declared before soaring into the air, propelling himself forward at high speed, leaving behind a thunderous roar and a trail of white energy. Keep running. I shall await you ahead. As Raditz's voice faded, he had vanished from sight. Darn it. I must also put forth my best effort, Sun Wukong exclaimed, channeling his energy and taking off at his utmost speed, leaving the blue demon astounded in place. Meanwhile, in the Celestial God's temple, Piccolo was engaged in conversation with the Celestial God. What are you thinking, old man? Do you truly trust him so readily? Piccolo questioned, his brows knitted in skepticism. Given the ongoing Scion crisis, we must unite all available forces. Raditz's formidable strength is indispensable, the Celestial God replied, his back turned to Piccolo, speaking with deliberate calmness. I believe you have lost your senses, placing your hopes in a Scion, Piccolo scoffed derisively. Why not? At present, Raditz possesses the greatest capability to assist us in overcoming the crisis on Earth. Thus, we have no choice but to trust him and believe in his goodwill towards our planet. Let us not forget, he has yet to bring harm to Earth. Even if he were to act against us, I doubt we would have much chance of victory. Even if we fused, the Celestial God countered with a smile, undeterred by Piccolo's mockery. Moreover, I have sensed his energy. It is predominantly pure, with only a hint of malice. He is likely a person of conscience who would not commit heinous acts. TCH. Piccolo turned away, acknowledging the truth in the words, but finding them irksome nonetheless. Oh, by the way, Mr. Raditz requested me to ask you to assist in training his nephew, son Gohan, the Celestial God added without concern for Piccolo's acceptance. Do you take me for some sort of caretaker? Piccolo retorted, his face turning a shade of green with indignation. This is merely a request from Mr. Raditz, of course. You are free to refuse, the Celestial God stated, eyes closed. Why should I comply with his request? If I choose to, it would be for my own purposes. Piccolo sneered, a wicked grin forming on his lips. Raditz's nephew must possess some talent. I will mold him into a formidable warrior of my demon kin, surpassing his father, and eventually Raditz himself, to become my most powerful and loyal subordinate. With that, Piccolo soared into the sky, leaving the Celestial God with a satisfied smile, reflecting on Piccolo's newfound warmth. Suddenly, the Celestial God coughed violently, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. My time is running short, he murmured, panting heavily. In this perilous time for Earth, what we need are not mere gods, but individuals of greater power to protect them. One day, I shall fuse with Piccolo. Piccolo, grow stronger swiftly. His gaze drifted into the distance, his eyes filled with depth. In the underworld, Snake Path at this moment, Raditz was racing along Snake Path. It must be nearing the destination, right? He murmured to himself. Indeed, after a few more minutes of flight, Raditz finally spotted a small green planet. King Kai's planet, Weevee arrived. Upon seeing his destination, Raditz accelerated towards the planet. He immediately felt a gravitational force many times greater than that of Earth bearing down on him. He paused briefly but quickly adapted. It seems this body, having grown up on planet Vegeta, is already accustomed to Earth's tenfold gravity, Raditz concluded after a moment of contemplation. Soon, Raditz landed steadily on the planet. The landscape was a vast expanse of green grass, punctuated by a solitary stone path encircling the planet and a few scattered houses, creating an atmosphere of stark simplicity. Arriving before a house, Raditz called out, "Is anyone there? I have come to seek the teachings of the King of Worlds. Is anyone present?" After a moment of silence, a red car suddenly appeared before him. A large cockroach emerged from the vehicle, sporting antennae over a meter long, wearing sunglasses, and a plump body that gave it a comical appearance. Its outfit bore a large character for king. Accompanying it was a monkey about half a meter tall. "I am the King of Worlds, young man. You say you wish to learn from me?" The king adjusted his glasses and leaned in closer, scrutinizing Raditz. "Yes, King of Worlds, I implore you to impart your martial arts knowledge to me," Raditz replied earnestly. "I do not teach just anyone, to learn from me. You must first pass my test," the King of Worlds declared, turning with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mystery. "What kind of test?" Raditz feigned ignorance, following the king's lead. "My apprentice must possess a sense of humor, so the test is to tell a joke that makes me laugh," the king stated, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. A blanket flew away, Raditz said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Raditz's words, the King of Worlds stood frozen in shock, his face turning beet red before he burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. A blanket flew away. That's too funny. Are you a professional comedian? Do you have more?" The King of the World was in tears from laughter. The sleepy cat had dozed off, while Raditz continued to regale everyone with cold jokes from the original story, causing the king to laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha. Well, you've passed my test. I officially appoint you as my disciple. From this day forth, I shall impart my martial arts to you. Having had my fill of laughter, it's time to get to work. First, let me assess your strength. Release your aura completely," the king instructed Raditz. "Very well," Raditz nodded, deciding to hold back just a bit. Clenching his fists, he shouted, unleashing half of his energy. The planet shook violently beneath them. The force of his aura swept away the grass around them, sending debris swirling into the air. Nearby houses and walls began to crack, as if they were branches on the verge of snapping in a storm. Enough. Rein in your energy. At this rate, my house will collapse," the king exclaimed, watching in dismay as his abode threatened to crumble. With a deep sigh, Raditz withdrew his energy, and the planet returned to tranquility. "Your power far exceeds mine. There's truly no need for you to come here to learn from me," the king remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a cloth he had produced from seemingly nowhere. "No, despite my immense strength, my application of it is quite rudimentary. That is why I seek your guidance, Master King, to refine my skills," Raditz replied earnestly. "Is that so? Allow me to see," the king said, grasping Raditz's hand and inspecting it closely, his antennae perking up like antennas. "Indeed, it's peculiar to possess such formidable power without the corresponding technique to wield it masterfully." Releasing Raditz's hand, the king continued, "First, let's solidify your fundamentals. After that, we shall work on techniques. This will enable you to fully harness your strength." Looking up, the king inquired, "The gravity on my planet is 10 times that of Earth, yet you appear quite at ease. Have you undergone similar gravity training before?" "Sort of. The gravity on my home planet is comparable to that of your esteemed world," Raditz responded. "Oh, so you are not from Earth?" the king asked, puzzled. "Indeed. I hail from planet Vegeta as a scion," Raditz clarified. "A scion, you say? Frankly, it's my first time encountering such a serene scion as yourself," the king expressed in astonishment. "Yes, I strongly oppose the misdeeds of our race. I have come here because, in the near future, Earth is set to be attacked by other scions," Raditz confessed. "Is that so?" The king pondered for a moment, gazing skyward, his antennae rising once more. "Indeed. Those 2 scions will likely arrive on Earth within about a year. One of them, you are currently no match for," the king noted, sensing the scion's location. "However, you need not worry. Training here, 1 year will yield the benefits of 10 years of your usual practice. Focus on mastering my techniques over the next few years. And with your strength combined with my special moves, defeating the scions will be a trivial matter," the king assured, thumping his chest with confidence. "Then I shall rely on you, Master King," Raditz said respectfully. "Very well, let us commence your training," the king nodded, ready to guide Raditz on his path to mastery. Chapter 9. The commencement of training. Sun Wukong falls into health. Firstly, we must begin by solidifying the foundation. The King of Worlds said to Raditz, at present, your foundation is insufficiently robust, rendering you incapable of harnessing the power within your perfect form. Only through strengthening your fundamentals can we discuss the refinement of techniques. Raditz nodded, albeit non-committally. The true extent of his strength was merely a few thousand. The remainder was derived from the system. His combat power had surged dramatically, yet even with his current experience in battle against Sun Wukong, he felt rather unsteady. It was indeed time for diligent training. After all, a fragile foundation cannot support a towering edifice. His journey was still long, and he must not be careless with the basics. Impatience would lead to folly. What should I do? Raditz humbly inquired. The best method to strengthen your foundation is to place your body under pressure, allowing you to gradually master it. The King of Worlds explained. You hail from planet Vegeta, where the gravity presents no challenge to you. Therefore, let us add some weight to your frame. The king, a true master of martial arts, astutely identified Raditz's dilemma and proposed a fitting solution. He then gestured for Raditz to stand before him. Now, I shall use my abilities to increase your weight. From this moment on, whether you are eating, training, or resting, you must not remove this burden. Do you understand? The king admonished gravely. I understand. Please proceed, my lord, Raditz replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. All right, huh? The king shouted, launching a pink orb of light towards Raditz. Bathed in its brilliance, Raditz felt an immediate and intense pressure, causing him to collapse to the ground. Struggling beneath the weight. Raditz gasped for breath. After a considerable effort, he managed to rise. So heavy. It feels arduous to walk, Raditz remarked, his countenance strained. Of course, the suit you wear has been modified. It now weighs a ton, the king chuckled. From now on, you shall wear this attire and strive to capture Babris. Only then may you progress to the next stage of training. Good luck. With that, the king hummed an unknown tune and drove off, assured that with Raditz's presence, the days ahead would not be dull. Thus, a month slipped by unnoticed. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was still racing along Snake Way. After traversing a considerable distance, exhausted and breathless, he could only continue running on foot. Ugh, when will I ever reach my destination? I'm so hungry, Sun Wukong lamented, clutching his stomach. He had been running on Snake Way for an entire month, and his hunger was becoming unbearable. He could scarcely muster the energy to continue. Suddenly, he spotted a water truck slowly making its way ahead. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong hurried towards it and called out to the little ghost inside. Hey, where are you headed? Do I need to explain? Can't you see I'm cleaning Snake Way? The little ghost replied, regarding Sun Wukong with a puzzled expression. And you? What brings you here? I'm on my way to see the King of Worlds. How much longer do I have to go? Sun Wukong answered. Ah, headed to the King of Worlds, are you? I've never seen anyone so reckless. I've never even been to the King of Worlds, the little ghost exclaimed, astonished. Is it still far from here? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. Of course. You've only covered about a quarter of the distance, the little ghost replied, stroking his chin. Well, there's still that far to go. Sun Wukong fell to the ground in despair. Hey, what's wrong with you? The little ghost asked, confused. I can't go on. I'm too hungry. I need to rest, Sun Wukong said, sitting on the ground, his voice weak. The little ghost glanced at Sun Wukong and then at the road ahead. Hey, you. Get on. I can take you part way. Really? That's fantastic. Thank you. Sun Wukong exclaimed, jumping to his feet and leaping onto the water truck. Not a problem. Just a simple gesture. Hold on tight. Don't fall off, the little ghost instructed as he resumed driving the truck, which rolled slowly along the path. Finally able to rest, Sun Wukong lay back on the truck and dozed off. Time passed unremarkably until, suddenly, the truck hit a stone and jolted violently. Sun Wukong, who had been napping, was thrown off and plummeted through the golden clouds. Unbeknownst to the little ghost, he continued on his journey. Whoosh thud, Sun Wukong fell freely from the clouds, landing heavily on the ground with a resounding crash. Ouch, that hurts, Sun Wukong exclaimed, jolted awake, clutching his head in agony. Where am I? Is this the King of Worlds planet? He looked around, but there was no sign of life. Gurgle, his stomach rumbled again. I'm so hungry, Sun Wukong lamented, his eyelids drooping. Suddenly, he noticed a tree laden with golden fruit nearby and felt invigorated. Wonderful! There is food over there, he exclaimed, dashing towards the tree. Just as he reached to pluck a fruit, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and he collapsed to the ground. Rubbing his head, He looked up to find a towering, green-skinned demon standing behind him. "Hey, you little rascal! Where do you come from, daring to pick the fruit of Yama?" The demon growled menacingly. "Ah, forgive me. I am son Wukong from Earth, on my way to see the King of Worlds. I was simply too hungry to resist picking this fruit," he explained. "You mean the King of Worlds? His planet is above. This is hell," the demon replied, staring at Sun Wukong in disbelief. "What? Oh no, have I fallen from Snake Way?" Sun Wukong clutched his head in dismay. Chapter 10. The completion of training time flies, and before one realizes it, half a year has slipped away. On King Kai's planet, Raditz is wholly immersed in his training. Driven by a singular ambition to grow stronger, he continually pushes his limits, striving daily to enhance his abilities. As time progresses, Raditz's body gradually adapts to the intense regimen, leading to significant improvements in both strength and speed. However, he remains unsatisfied, perpetually in search of new methods to transcend his current limitations. At this juncture, Raditz's battle attire bears a weight of 5 tons, while his combat power has soared to an impressive 120,000. Throughout this arduous journey, Raditz's inner self has also transformed, his demeanor now akin to a legendary sword, sharp and resplendent. With a fierce roar, Raditz swiftly unleashes a punch against a massive boulder, the overwhelming force causing the stone to emit a mournful cry before shattering into myriad fragments. The resultant shockwave collapses another boulder in its wake. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascade down his cheeks, yet he presses on, accelerating his pace. With a kick as swift as lightning, a tempest brews on King Kai's planet, the sheer wind pressure flattening the verdant grass before him. After obliterating all the boulders in front of him, Raditz exhales deeply, his gaze sharp as lightning. Fixed upon King Kai. "I am ready. Let us begin, my lord," he declares with conviction. King Kai conjures a radiant light, revealing a colossal iron block suspended in the air. "Raditz, be mindful of your ki. Do not injure yourself," he warns with a serious expression before hurling the iron block towards Raditz. The rapidly approaching mass produces a series of sonic booms. Facing the impending iron block, Raditz maintains a tranquil demeanor, his aura calm as still water, reminiscent of the serenity before a storm. King Kai fist. He bellows at a pivotal moment, the ki within him surging violently, akin to a flood. His muscles bulge, and the pale ki aura transforms into a vivid crimson. With legs slightly bent and weight shifted downward, he extends his arms behind him, concentrating immense energy in his hands, the power distorting the air around him. "Kai's wave," he shouts as he steps forward, thrusting the amassed energy ahead with great force. A massive purple-black energy wave is unleashed, colliding with the flying iron block. With a thunderous roar, the colossal energy obliterates the iron block, leaving behind a gaping pit as evidence of its former presence and the searing heat of the explosion. Observing the devastation he has wrought, Raditz's face breaks into a smile, satisfied with the fruits of his 6 months of diligent training. Over this half-year, Raditz has trained relentlessly, his extraordinary talent earning King Kai's admiration. A month prior, King Kai had imparted his treasured technique, the King Kai fist, to him. Initially, King Kai intended to teach Raditz the spirit bomb alongside the King Kai fist. However, he soon realized that Raditz's ki was not sufficiently pure to master the spirit bomb, leading him to focus solely on the King Kai fist instead. Fortunately, Raditz's aptitude allowed him to grasp the technique in just 2 weeks. Even after mastering the King Kai fist, Raditz did not remain idle. He sought to synthesize his skills. The Kai's wave is a product of his integration of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, the instant transmission, and the Scion explosive wave. The technique boasts concentrated power, high damage, instantaneous activation, and moderate energy consumption. With this skill, if his opponent does not exceed him in strength by a considerable margin, victory becomes a mere dream. "You have indeed mastered the King Kai fist," King Kai remarks, his face brimming with pride as he observes Raditz. This disciple has brought him immense joy, not only surpassing expectations, but also perfecting a technique he himself struggled to master. "Nevertheless, I must caution you. With your current strength, amplifying it tenfold will suffice. Beyond that, your body may suffer damage," King Kai warns solemnly. "I understand. I shall not jeopardize my life," Raditz replies, nodding in agreement. "Well then, your prowess has reached an extraordinary level, and there is little more I can teach you. You may depart," King Kai says, turning away and waving his hand dismissively. "Are you truly sending me away?" "I shall miss you, my lord," Raditz quips, half in jest. "Be off with you." You consumed a lifetime's worth of my food in just half a month and frequently turned my planet into a chaotic mess, King Kai shouts, his face flushed with indignation. Haha. Very well, my lord, I shall take my leave. Do keep an eye on my brother, Raditz replies, scratching his head in embarrassment. I know. After tending to you, I must attend to your brother as well. Do you consider this a Scion-exclusive restaurant? I am a deity more exalted than the Kaioshin. King Kai grumbles, his voice rising in complaint. Yes, my lord. Next time, I shall bring you a book of jokes. I assure you will enjoy it. Raditz responds eagerly. That sounds more like it. Now go. With that, King Kai turns and retreats into his dwelling. After bidding farewell to King Kai, Raditz swiftly takes to the skies. An hour later, he arrives at the entrance of King Enma's palace. Oh, it's you. Returning from your training with King Kai, I see? King Enma remarks upon seeing the diminutive figure of Raditz. Indeed. I would appreciate it if you could inform the Supreme Kai to summon my return, Raditz replies nonchalantly. Very well, I shall notify the Supreme Kai at once, King Enma replies with a nod. Moments later, the green-skinned Supreme Kai arrives at King Enma's palace. It seems your training has yielded considerable results, he observes, scrutinizing Raditz. Indeed, now please take me back, Raditz states, placing a hand on the Supreme Kai's shoulder. And in a flash of light, they return to the divine realm. Chapter 11. Return to Earth. As Gohan descended into madness, Raditz arrived at the temple, inhaling the fresh air of Earth with a sense of rejuvenation. Indeed, there is nothing quite like the comfort of home. At that moment, Kami regarded Raditz thoughtfully and inquired, Mr. Raditz, with your current strength, are you capable of dealing with those two Scions? Quite effortlessly, Raditz replied nonchalantly. However, I do not intend to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Your mere assurance is sufficient, Kami responded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Just as Kami was about to speak further, Raditz's brow furrowed, and his gaze darted to the horizon. The energy of a Scion, but it cannot be Vegeta and the others. Could it be Gohan? How intriguing. I shall investigate. With that thought, Raditz took flight toward the source of the energy. Meanwhile, in a desolate part of Earth, a colossal ape was wreaking havoc. This beast, cloaked in black fur and towering over 10 meters, possessed a long, thick tail and razor-sharp fangs, its eyes glowing a menacing red as it bellowed and pounded its chest. With each roar, it unleashed terrifying shockwaves, leveling nearby mountains. Below, Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, dumbfounded by the chaos unfolding before him, feeling increasingly frustrated. Piccolo had just finished delivering a well-deserved beating to Gohan earlier that day and was now engaged in his own training while Gohan recuperated at night. To his dismay, Gohan had inexplicably gone berserk and launched an attack on him. Initially, Piccolo assumed it was merely a vigorous training session, but as Gohan's strikes grew more forceful, he realized something was amiss. It then dawned on him that Gohan's tail, which he had previously severed, had inexplicably regrown, just as he attempted to subdue Gohan. The situation escalated, and Gohan transformed once more into the giant ape. Now in this monstrous form, Gohan's power surged, sending Piccolo flying with a single punch, and beginning to devastate the surroundings. If this continues, the Earth will be destroyed, Piccolo gritted his teeth, feeling utterly powerless. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful presence approaching. It was Raditz. How could that guy have come here? As Piccolo pondered, Raditz had already arrived. So this is the Scion transformation into a giant ape? Quite impressive. Raditz murmured to himself. With a roar, Gohan instinctively sensed the threat posed by Raditz and charged at him. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a wave of energy towards Raditz, who simply raised his hand and deflected the attack. Such impoliteness from my nephew. It's time you received a stern lesson, Raditz remarked calmly, vanishing from his spot and reappearing before Gohan, delivering a powerful blow that sent the massive ape crashing into several mountains, echoing with a mournful cry. Struggling to rise, Gohan searched for Raditz, but was met with the latter's voice from behind. No need to search, the game is over. As he spoke, Raditz conjured a blade of energy and aimed it at the base of Gohan's tail. With a sharp sound, Gohan's tail was severed cleanly. A loud crash echoed as the severed tail fell to the ground, writhing violently. Gohan, now reverting from his giant form, began to regain his human shape. Raditz, no longer focusing on Gohan, turned his attention to the still glowing moon in the sky, feeling a stir in his bloodline. He had acquired the ability to transform into a giant ape at will, with the moonlight merely quickening his heartbeat without any other effects. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Gohan. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, sect leader. You have obtained Nightmare Mirror. Nightmare Mirror, a one-time use item that allows the user to send one person into a nightmare realm for 5 minutes. Raditz raised an eyebrow, pleased with this unexpected boon. With this, transforming into a Super Saiyan should become significantly easier. In contrast to Raditz's delight, Piccolo appeared utterly despondent. Having witnessed Raditz's arrival and the swift defeat of Gohan, despair surged within him. Compared to 6 months ago, Raditz now seemed unfathomably powerful, a true monster. As he glared at Raditz, a mixture of anger and helplessness welled up in Piccolo. During the past 6 months of relentless training, he had hoped to narrow the gap between them, only to find it widening. Sensing Piccolo's intense gaze, Raditz turned to meet his eyes and smiled. Ah, Piccolo. It seems you have not been idle these past 6 months. Your strength has improved considerably, perhaps due to the influence of Goku and Raditz. Piccolo had indeed made significant strides, achieving a battle power of 2,000 in just half a year. Cut the sarcasm. What does it matter if I've trained hard? The gap between us only grows wider, Piccolo retorted coldly. Let us not be so hasty. You can't see me as your rival. I no longer consider those who have surpassed me as opponents, Raditz gently reassured him. How infuriating. Piccolo's anger flared as he clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to strike Raditz. He vowed that if not for the disparity in power, he would have unleashed his most powerful attack upon him. Nevertheless, I must thank you for guiding my nephew. His progress has been commendable, Raditz added, attempting to soothe Piccolo's rising temper. Humph. Piccolo scoffed, turning away. Calm down, Raditz thought to himself, amused by Piccolo's reaction. As he moved away, a voice echoed from the distance. Raditz shook his head, walking towards Gohan, who lay injured on the ground. In a moment of compassion, he retrieved a Senzu bean from his bag and gently placed it in Gohan's mouth. Instinctively, Gohan swallowed it, instantly revitalizing him and significantly amplifying his energy, though he remained unconscious. Finally, Raditz grasped one of Gohan's feet, preparing to bring him back to Piccolo. What are you doing? Piccolo asked, his expression wary. Just a little assistance. What? Transform into your battle attire, Raditz instructed. Piccolo stared in disbelief. Chapter 12. The development of the Yuanshin meditation technique. Upon hearing these words, Piccolo's eyes twitched, and he wore a look of utter disbelief. Nevertheless, he raised his hand and conjured a set of demon martial arts attire for Gohan. Weren't you training with the Kai? Why are you back? Piccolo inquired abruptly. Just taking a break. Came back to relax a bit and check on my dear nephew, Raditz replied, stretching his limbs with a contented expression. Are you here to take Gohan away? Piccolo feigned indifference, though his reluctant gaze betrayed him. What's the matter? Can't bear to part with him? Raditz chuckled. Humph. He's just a whiny little brat. If you want to take him, then go ahead, Piccolo retorted dryly. Over the next 6 months, Gohan will train with you in the mornings and with me in the afternoons. Sound good? Raditz said, stretching leisurely without directly answering the question. I have no objections. But if you're back, why not take him with you right away? Piccolo nodded and then probed further. The best students come from strict teachers, which is especially true for martial artists. Therefore, entrusting his physical training and resilience training to you is most appropriate. I have complete faith in you, Raditz remarked nonchalantly. As for me, I will refine his techniques. Of course, there was one crucial aspect that Raditz did not mention, the need to instill the right mindset in Gohan. He aimed to completely reshape Gohan's understanding of strength and combat. In the original narrative, Gohan was averse to fighting, preferring the pursuit of knowledge instead. While this inclination is not without merit, it is essential to recognize that a balance must be struck between training and learning. Failing to possess sufficient strength to protect those who matter when danger arises is indeed a lamentable situation. In the high-powered world of Dragon Ball, the disparity between having power and lacking it is stark. It wasn't until the Super Dragon Ball era that Gohan grasped this truth. Thus, Raditz's current mission was to establish a proper mindset within Gohan. Once he achieved clarity of thought, Gohan would naturally refrain from the folly of neglecting his training. The absurd incidents of Gohan's inaction would become a thing of the past. Moreover, as Gohan's uncle, it was his duty to guide him. After all, how could a member of the Sun family, who had fought against Frieza, remain ignorant of the Kamehameha? Having completed his thoughts, Raditz ventured to a nearby open area, crossed his legs, and began to meditate. He sought to develop something novel in this space. Gradually, Raditz closed his eyes, calmly adjusted his breathing, and allowed the energy within him to settle, akin to a tranquil lake. He then attempted to commune with the vital energies of Earth. Unsurprisingly, upon sensing the slight malevolence in Raditz's aura, nature itself rejected his request for power. The conventional approach was ineffective. What if he reversed his tactics? With this thought in mind, Raditz began to subtly emit his energy, attempting to merge it with the natural world. After several hours of exploration, he finally discovered the key to success. He entered a state of profound clarity. Now was the moment. With a mere thought, Raditz's aura began to draw in the surrounding vital energies, causing them to surge into his being. As the energy enveloped him, Raditz felt a rush of clarity, and his internal energy began to augment at a steady yet gradual pace. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct, Raditz rejoiced inwardly. Since receiving the secret of the vitality sphere from King Kai, he had sought to adapt it to his own needs with little success. Now, he finally glimpsed the possibilities ahead. If they refuse to share their energy with me, then I shall take it for myself. Such is the way of nature. Moreover, as the vital energies of the universe are self-generating, as long as one does not overexploit them, the integrity of the planet will remain intact. This technique not only cultivates energy but also enhances one's spirit. It is a remarkable discovery. Henceforth, I shall name it the Yuanshan meditation technique. Just as Raditz was immersed in developing his newly conceived technique, the sun quietly rose on the horizon. A ray of sunlight fell upon his eyelids, rousing him from his meditative state. Is it already dawn? Raditz mused. Oh well, there will be plenty of time later. I shall first indulge in some relaxation before checking on my nephew. With this thought, Raditz took flight towards his villa in West City. Upon arriving home, Raditz enjoyed a refreshing hot shower. Dressed in a bathrobe, he reclined on his genuine leather sofa, watching the television. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He reached into his system space and retrieved a small black cube. This was the gift that King Kai had instructed the Elder Kai to deliver to him. If I recall correctly, I just need to crush it, Raditz said to himself while gently rubbing the cube. With a swift motion, he crushed it, and in an instant, a box appeared in his hands. Upon opening it, he discovered several sets of martial arts attire within. That King Kai, Raditz chuckled in disbelief. He lifted the clothing, which consisted of a completely black martial arts uniform, featuring a vest and martial arts shirt on the upper half, and loose black trousers reminiscent of Majin Buu's attire. Additionally, there were black wrist guards adorned with red patterns. The front of the martial arts shirt bore the symbol of King Kai, while the back displayed a large character representing Sion. In summary, it was exceptionally stylish. Raditz found himself enamored with the outfit and felt a warmth in his heart. After shedding his bathrobe, Raditz donned the martial arts uniform and soon realized that it possessed the unique ability to adjust its weight. The maximum load was 400 tons, which would serve him well for some time. King Kai truly understands me. This will significantly facilitate my training. Satisfied with his new attire, Raditz decided to venture out for a hearty meal. It is worth noting that the previous buffet restaurant had placed Raditz on their blacklist, refusing to serve him again. This development left Raditz somewhat disappointed, as he had truly enjoyed the food there. After exerting some effort, Raditz located a restaurant that also offered delectable dishes. Upon entering, he called out loudly, "Boss, today's meal is on me." Chapter 13. Instructing Son Gohan. After a satisfying meal, Raditz returned to his quarters for a well-deserved nap. Despite feeling mentally invigorated after meditation, there was nothing quite as pleasant as a peaceful slumber. It is essential to indulge oneself in relaxation when time permits. By the time Raditz awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Oh dear, he was late. With no time for lunch, Raditz quickly tidied himself up and consumed a senzu bean before flying off to Son Gohan's location. Meanwhile, Son Gohan had just completed his morning training with Piccolo. After lunch, he sat patiently, reclining on a large rock, his hands cradling his head, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, staring vacantly at the vast sky. Uncle Piccolo mentioned that someone would come to teach me to fight this afternoon. Who could it be? Son Gohan murmured to himself. Today, Piccolo's demeanor was different. After their meal, he did not continue their training, but instead informed Son Gohan of another instructor who would be guiding him and left without a backward glance. It had been quite some time, yet no one had arrived. Son Gohan frowned in frustration. Just then, he sensed a powerful energy approaching at high speed. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing down before him, stirring up clouds of dust and sending shockwaves that nearly knocked Son Gohan off his feet. "Haha. Sorry for being late, my dear nephew," boomed Raditz's voice as his imposing figure emerged from the haze. "Uncle Raditz," Son Gohan called out timidly. Although Son Goku had once brought Raditz home as a guest, Son Gohan felt a twinge of fear. haunted by the memory of that slap to the back of his head. I shall forego introductions. Starting today, you will train under my guidance in the afternoons. If you have any questions regarding your morning training with Piccolo, feel free to ask me, Raditz stated, getting straight to the point. Why yes, thank you for your guidance, uncle. Son Gohan replied, bowing respectfully. Let us dispense with small talk and commence today's training. First, let me see your strength. Unleash all the energy within you, Raditz commanded. Waving his hand dismissively. Understood. Son Gohan tightened his fists and let out a resounding roar. A white aura enveloped him, crackling around as the air shimmered. The grains of sand beneath him began to levitate uncontrollably. Roar. Has your battle power already reached 800? It seems the Senzabine worked wonders, Raditz mused. Stroking his chin thoughtfully. That's enough. Now, I will suppress my battle power to match yours. If you can strike my face, you will have one, Raditz announced, diminishing his energy to approximately 800 before beckoning Son Gohan forward. Come at me. Hiya. Son Gohan yelled, launching himself into a kick aimed at Raditz. With calm composure, Raditz extended a hand, fingers curled into a claw, effortlessly intercepting Son Gohan's kick as if it were a deliberate act on Son Gohan's part. Then, using the momentum of Son Gohan's attack, Raditz swiftly kicked backwards, twisting his body to throw Son Gohan aside forcefully. Ugh! Son Gohan was sent flying, crashing into a large rock with a thunderous impact, causing it to shatter into a pile of rubble. Moments later, Son Gohan emerged from the debris, looking disheveled. How infuriating! The intent of your attack was too obvious. Only a fool would stand still to be struck. Moreover, remember to temper your strength. Reserve some energy for yourself while exerting force against your opponent. Only unleash your full power when your adversary presents a clear opening, Raditz chastised him, imparting valuable combat wisdom. Once more, Raditz commanded sternly. Yes. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan charged in again, only to be sent flying once more. Your attacks have improved, but your defense remains lacking. Focus on sensing your opponent's energy rather than relying solely on sight. Again, when unleashing a powerful energy wave, ensure it can reach your target. Otherwise, you will merely become a target yourself. Do not attack so straightforwardly. Learn to deceive your opponent. The lessons continued as Son Gohan was sent soaring again and again. Yet, through each defeat, he absorbed Raditz's teachings, adapting his attack strategies until he could land a few hits on Raditz. However, distracted by his own excitement, he was swiftly sent flying again, the training ground echoing with shouts and heavy breaths, persisting until the sun dipped below the horizon. As night fell, the two sat by a campfire. Son Gohan's face was bruised, his mouth bleeding, and his limbs bore various scrapes, while his chest was marked with dark bruises. At that moment, Raditz pulled a Senzabine from his pocket and tossed it to Son Gohan. Catching it, Son Gohan looked at Raditz with a puzzled expression. This is a Senzabine. Consume it, and your injuries will heal instantly, Raditz explained calmly. With a hint of skepticism, Son Gohan placed the bean in his mouth, chewing before swallowing it. Instantly, he felt revitalized as his injuries vanished. How miraculous! Thank you, Uncle, Son Gohan expressed, astonished by the bean's efficacy. What thanks are necessary? We are family, Raditz replied with a warm smile, ruffling Son Gohan's hair. Finally, they lay on the grass, gazing up at the starry sky. Uncle, what is planet Vegeta like? Son Gohan suddenly asked softly. It is a planet with a harsh climate. To survive, Scions conquer other worlds and trade them for their livelihood, Raditz replied quietly. Really? I had no idea, Son Gohan said, visibly shocked. Indeed, it is quite cruel, isn't it? Raditz chuckled lightly. Truly, I never expected such a planet could harbor someone as kind as you. Uncle, Son Gohan remarked earnestly. Me? Kind. Objectively speaking, I cannot be considered a good person. I merely possess a conscience, Raditz laughed softly. But uncle, you have shared information about the Scions with us and are willing to stay and protect Earth. To everyone here, you are a very kind person, Son Gohan replied, puzzled. Never mind, you wouldn't understand, Raditz shook his head. Gohan, what is your dream? He inquired. I aspire to become an outstanding scholar, Son Gohan said. His face illuminated with hope. A commendable dream, Raditz praised. Once again, silence enveloped the air, leaving only the vast expanse of stars and the infinite night. Gohan, Raditz called softly. Yes, uncle. Son Gohan turned to Raditz, his eyes bright and clear. Promise me, on your path to becoming a scholar, do not neglect your training. Is that understood? The world is vast, and Earth faces many dangers. Never forsake your strength. Your father may not need it, but your mother is an ordinary person, and she requires protection. Promise me you will safeguard those important to you. I understand, uncle. I will protect Mama without fail, son Gohan declared resolutely, his small face serious. It is understood. In the future, uncle will conduct periodic checks on you. Do not become complacent. As a scholar, both intellect and physical well-being are indispensable. Raditz laughed heartily, gently patting Gohan's head. All right, young one, I must take my leave, he said, clapping his hands together in preparation to depart. Uncle, Gohan suddenly called out to Raditz. What is it? Good night. Understood, you little rascal. Good night. Chapter 14, The Life and Death Battle, Gohan's potential unleashed for the sake of Earth's future. The Z warriors are tirelessly honing their abilities to confront the impending threat of the Psiots. In a desolate area of Earth, the air is filled with deafening explosions and a wild, turbulent atmosphere. Amidst the swirling dust, three figures are locked in fierce combat: Raditz, Gohan, and Piccolo. Piccolo, in conjunction with Gohan, launches a relentless assault on Raditz. Their coordination is impeccable, with a flurry of punches and kicks. Raditz, however, remains calm, effortlessly countering each strike. As the stalemate continues, Piccolo and Gohan exchange glances and, with a synchronized effort, deliver a powerful kick towards Raditz, using the recoil to propel themselves into the air. Once airborne, they stabilize and unleash their energy, causing a tempest to stir in the skies above. The atmosphere grows increasingly heated as they form a distinctive gesture, crossing their index fingers and placing their palms above their heads to concentrate their energy. Special beam cannon. The two energy waves, one large and one small, merge into a single, formidable beam directed at Raditz. Unfazed by the magnitude of the attack, Raditz gathers a luminescent purple energy sphere in his palm, compressing it to the size of an egg before gently tossing it forward. Upon contact with the special beam cannon, the sphere expands explosively, neutralizing the attack with a tremendous explosion. The shockwave sends Gohan and Piccolo flying several meters before they come to a halt. Raditz stands resolute, unyielding. Uncle is so strong. Gohan gazes at Raditz with admiration. Piccolo, silently observing, feels a tumult of emotions within. Raditz's strength is akin to an unfathomable black hole, each encounter instilling a sense of suffocating despair, growing more intense with each battle. What a terrifying creature, Piccolo muses. Indeed, during the afternoon training session, Raditz had insisted that Gohan bring Piccolo along. After some time of instruction, Gohan's combat skills had improved significantly, yet he still lacked one crucial element: determination in battle. Perhaps due to his hybrid Saiyan nature, Gohan's demeanor was excessively gentle, resulting in a lack of ferocity and resolve during combat. Today, Raditz intended to ignite that ferocity within him. With a warm-up complete, Raditz shifted to the crux of the training. After stretching his limbs, he scrutinized Gohan and stated, "Today's training is to confront an enemy you cannot defeat." His gaze sharpened. "This time, I will not hold back. You must fight with the resolve to die and unleash your full potential. Kill me." Raditz's voice was cold, his merciless words sending a chill down Gohan's spine. "Why, uncle?" Gohan's eyes reflected fear and confusion. "The Psiots arriving soon are far beyond your current strength. Thus, you must prepare for a fight to the death. Especially you, Gohan." Raditz's expression was grave. "But, uncle, you're here, right? You're so strong. The Psiots are no match for you," Gohan said weakly. "You rely too much on others, Gohan." Raditz's thunderous voice startled Gohan. "What if I cannot arrive in time? Will you simply wait for death?" Under Raditz's scrutinizing gaze, Gohan lowered his head in silence. Raditz was determined not to let him off easily. "The future belongs to you young ones. If you keep retreating, who will protect Earth? Will you watch helplessly as a powerful enemy harms your family? Answer me." Raditz's roar echoed like a lion's growl. "No, I won't." Gohan shouted defiantly, his gaze unwavering, tears glistening in his eyes. "Then stop delaying. Wipe your tears and come at me. Show me your resolve." Raditz replied indifferently. As he released his energy, a formidable pressure enveloped Piccolo and Gohan, leaving them gasping for breath. Under Raditz's oppressive aura, Piccolo was drenched in sweat, barely able to stand, while Gohan fared worse, kneeling with both hands on the ground, panting heavily. "Damn, I can't move." Both Piccolo and Gohan struggled to break free. Raditz, however, advanced towards Piccolo, each step imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. "If you won't come to me, I shall approach you," he declared, swiftly appearing before Piccolo and delivering a forceful kick to his chest. "Ah!" Piccolo cried out, spewing a torrent of purple blood, his body soaring through the air like a broken kite, crashing to the ground. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan shouted in despair as anger surged within him. Gohan! If you still cannot strike me, you will helplessly watch as I kill your Uncle Piccolo, Raditz said coldly, continuing his slow march towards Piccolo. Stop! Gohan yelled in fury, desperately trying to rise, but Raditz's pressure held him in place, rendering him immobile. All he could do was watch as Raditz approached Piccolo. With a swift motion, Raditz unleashed an energy blast towards Piccolo. Boom! Flames erupted into the sky, rocks shattered, and thick smoke billowed. Raditz remained unfazed, calmly observing the center of the smoke. As the haze dissipated, it revealed Piccolo, battered and bruised, arms crossed defensively over his chest, his flesh charred and bloodied, with broken bones exposed. His legs trembled from excruciating pain, on the verge of collapse. Stop this! Gohan roared in rage, breaking free from Raditz's pressure, charging at him in a frenzy, only to be struck down by Raditz without a second glance. Gohan lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his forehead slick with cold sweat, several bones likely broken. Yet, his gaze remained fiercely fixed on Raditz. After a moment, he shakily rose to his feet. I won't let you hurt Uncle Piccolo. Gohan gritted his teeth and declared, if your determination is merely empty words, then I can assure you. Raditz swiftly appeared before Piccolo, seizing his arm. With a sickening snap, Piccolo's arm was torn from his body. Ah, no. The agonizing scream echoed through the desolate wilderness, chilling to the bone. You cannot protect anything, Raditz said coldly, his eyes fixed on Gohan. Witnessing this horrific scene, Gohan felt a vital thread within him snap. Ah! He unleashed a primal roar, his energy surging violently. The earth beneath him trembled, and lightning crackled in the sky. Gohan's aura flared wildly, tears streaming from his eyes, propelled backward by the force of his energy. Unforgivable! Gohan seethed, forcing the words through clenched teeth. In an instant, Raditz vanished from his position, instinctively sidestepping just in time as Gohan's fist grazed his face, leaving a small cut on the elder disciple's cheek. Now this resembled a proper confrontation. Raditz, testing the waters, threw a punch towards Gohan. To his surprise, Gohan did not evade at all, taking Raditz's blows squarely and spitting blood in response. Undeterred, he retaliated with another strike. With a resounding impact, Raditz casually caught Gohan's punch with his palm, yet was unexpectedly forced to take a step back. Raditz momentarily stood still, stunned. Seizing this distraction, Gohan swiftly retreated several dozen meters, concentrating the energy within him, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained upon Raditz like bullets from a machine gun. The air was filled with the sound of Gohan's furious shouts, the frequency of his energy blasts escalating. Raditz remained motionless, enveloped by the relentless onslaught of energy blasts. The tremendous force created deep craters in the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. At that moment, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped Raditz's position. After several seconds of intense bombardment, Gohan ceased his assault, raising his hands in a sunflower shape at his waist, pouring forth his energy. A brilliant azure sphere rapidly formed between his palms. Kamehameha. As the familiar energy reached its zenith, Gohan propelled it forward. A colossal beam of blue light dimming everything in its path. Wherever it struck, a tremendous explosion of energy ensued, the blinding blue radiance inciting panic and attention worldwide. As the explosive energy dissipated, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the epicenter. Meanwhile, Gohan, panting heavily, fixated his gaze on the center of the explosion. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically. Emerging unscathed from the smoke, Raditz appeared, bearing only a minor abrasion. You have truly surprised me. You now possess the qualifications to challenge the strong, Raditz remarked with a smile. Then, before Gohan could react, he vanished from sight, stealthily appearing behind him. Sensing an overwhelming danger, Gohan instinctively attempted to turn his head. The training had concluded without granting Gohan any time to respond, and Raditz struck a precise blow to Gohan's neck. As Gohan's consciousness faded, a single phrase echoed in his ears: never forget the feeling of today. Chapter 14. Completion of Training and Reward Distribution. Observing the unconscious Gohan, Raditz felt a profound satisfaction. Thus, the most formidable individual in the universe had decisively emerged. Subsequently, Raditz turned to the side, addressing the prostrate Piccolo. Enough pretense. The mission is accomplished. You want to perish from such a level of assault. TCH, you certainly strike with a ruthless hand, Piccolo retorted, rising gingerly from the ground and limping towards Raditz. You truly spare no effort to instill resolve in that brat. Raditz rolled his eyes in jest while tossing two senzu beans toward Piccolo. Without hesitation, Piccolo accepted one of the beans, consuming it, and administered the other to the unconscious Gohan. Note: in the original narrative, Senzu beans possessed the ability to regenerate. This was noted by Trunks in the Dragon Ball TV Special 2, The Desperate Warrior. If my recollection is incorrect, please consider it my personal interpretation. Indeed, today's skirmish was a collaborative scheme between Piccolo and Raditz, aimed at galvanizing Gohan to shed his weakness and confront formidable adversaries. After days of training, both Raditz and Piccolo discerned Gohan's fundamental issue, his excessive fragility and reliance on others. Such a mindset is untenable for an aspiring warrior. The true battlefield is fraught with peril. In combat, adversaries do not extend leniency. If one succumbs to fear before engaging, the demise would be most ignoble. To rectify Gohan's shortcomings, the duo resolved to orchestrate this performance, igniting Gohan's fighting spirit. The results appeared remarkably beneficial. Who would have thought, Raditz mused, that you, Piccolo, would be willing to partake in such theatrics for that little brat? Humph, how self-important. My intent is to cultivate Gohan into an exceptional warrior of my demon kin, to serve my interests. All this is for my own benefit, Piccolo huffed, turning away without a glance back. I shall train, remain here on Earth in your laxity, and await my surpassing you. Grasping Gohan, Piccolo erupted in fury and soared into the distance. As his voice faded, Piccolo's figure vanished from sight. Such a stubborn pride. Raditz sighed, exasperated, before mentally summoning the system to commence the reckoning of his rewards. Ding! Host has defeated Gohan. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations. Host gains combat power 20,000, and 1 enhancement to mental dimension. Ding! Host has defeated Piccolo. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations. Host acquires special abilities, precognitive dream, and advanced self-healing. Precognitive dream. The host can perceive impending dangers through dreams. Advanced self-healing. The ability for self-repair is significantly enhanced. Broken bones and severed limbs can be restored. The rewards acquired today astonished Raditz. In addition to the augmented combat prowess, he unexpectedly obtained 2 special abilities. The prophetic capability to foresee crises greatly enhances the likelihood of averting peril in its infancy. The other ability, comparable to the regenerative prowess of a lower-tier Majin Buu, significantly elevates Raditz's sense of security. As for the enhancement of the mental dimension, it was a delightful surprise. Raditz had heard about the mental dimension during his training on King Kai's planet. All beings in existence possess a mental dimension, and its strength dictates an entity's innate capabilities and potential for growth. A higher mental dimension correlates with greater combat power and accelerated training speed. There are 2 influences on mental dimension, innate and acquired. Innate dimensions, such as those of deities, remain fixed, like that of a destroyer or a supreme Kai. Conversely, humans can enhance their mental dimensions through rigorous training, as exemplified by the Earthlings. Certain unique methods can also elevate one's dimensional state, such as comprehending divine energies, which can instantaneously elevate one to a divine realm, thus increasing training speed. Now, receiving an enhancement to his mental dimension from the system was a rare fortune for Raditz. Overwhelmed with joy, he promptly called upon the system to elevate his dimension. As the command was issued, Raditz found himself enveloped in a cocoon of silver-white light. Chapter 15. A Script of Deviation. A new crisis enveloped in a silvery glow. Raditz felt a wave of warmth surround him, offering unprecedented relaxation both mentally and physically. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Where am I? Raditz slowly opened his eyes, confronted by an unfamiliar environment that instilled a sense of unease within him. He found himself shrouded in darkness, with only a flicker of light beckoning him forward. Following the light, he emerged from the shadows, and before him stood a towering tree. Its roots intricately entwined in the earth, drawing nourishment from the soil. Suspended high above was a lustrous, orange-red fruit, enticing in its sheen. Is that the fruit of the spirit tree? But such a thing exists only in the theatrical version. How could it be here? Raditz's heart raced with tumultuous thoughts. Suddenly, the distant sound of footsteps broke the silence. Who's there? Raditz turned, his expression wary as he gazed toward the source of the sound. A shadowy figure became discernible. Realizing he had been noticed, the silhouette halted. As sunlight pierced through, it illuminated the figure, revealing a face identical to Sun Wukong's, yet exuding an entirely different aura. Without uttering a word, this Wukong-like figure launched an attack on Raditz. A malevolent expression plastered across his face. Instinctively, Raditz retaliated, but as he threw a punch, The surrounding space began to collapse. He soon felt the disorienting sensation of free fall, as if he were plummeting from a great height. In an instant, Raditz became fully alert. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, his gaze filled with complexity. It seems that possessing the script does not guarantee omnipotence. How dramatically ironic. With a hand pressed against his forehead, Raditz chuckled in resignation. With a darker complexion and a visage akin to Sun Wukong's, coupled with an insidious aura, he recalled the visage from his dream and quickly deduced the answer. Darius. That vile creature addicted to drugs. Yet, upon recognizing Darius, Raditz was left even more perplexed. Setting aside the question of whether Darius poses a threat to him with his current strength, the timeline simply does not align. According to the theatrical timeline, Darius should not arrive on Earth until after the Scion Saga. Why then is he receiving a signal of danger now? Raditz pondered this conundrum, yet he maintained a cautious mindset. Better safe than sorry. Yes, it is decided. Within the next 6 months, I must elevate my combat power to 200,000. With this small goal set in his mind, Raditz shifted his focus away from Darius and concentrated on reaping the rewards of this dimensional breakthrough. After experiencing this dimensional transformation, Raditz's mental prowess deepened, brushing against the precipice of divinity. With diligent cultivation, breakthroughs would come naturally, paving the way for a more prosperous future. After some contemplation, Raditz once again directed his attention to the system, pondering for a moment before accessing the reward he had yet to utilize. Ding. Would you like to use the hyperbolic time chamber? Confirming his choice, Raditz decisively responded. Please select duration of use. With a maximum equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. Setting the duration to half a day, Raditz contemplated briefly before providing his answer. Ding. Initiating the hyperbolic time chamber. Please prepare within 3 minutes. Teleportation commencing. Suddenly, the space behind Raditz shattered violently, and a gust of wind swept him into the rift. He felt a weight in his chest, as though someone had yanked him backward. When he regained his senses, he found himself inside a completely white room. Equipped with a bathroom, a bedroom, and an empty space housing a large vat. Peering into the vat, he could only see an abyss of darkness, as if it were a bottomless chasm. Outside, an expanse of blinding white stretched infinitely, enveloping everything in profound silence. Leaping from the room, Raditz experienced the overwhelming gravity of this white space, which intensified the deeper he ventured. Simultaneously, he felt a searing heat, as if his skin were being scorched, evidently. The harsh conditions of the hyperbolic time chamber were at work. The more Raditz observed this space, the more satisfied he became. Only under such harsh conditions could the latent potential of the Scion warrior be continuously drawn forth, transforming into formidable combat strength. With a glint of ambition in his eyes, Raditz clenched his fists. Only by relentlessly surpassing my limits can I become a true powerhouse in the universe. Since arriving in this space, Raditz embarked on his grueling training regimen, challenging his limits day and night amidst the harsh conditions. Thankfully, the senza beans kept him alive through it all. Thus, after 6 months of relentless training, time had flown by. Now, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Raditz engaged in a fierce battle, but his opponent was none other than himself. This was made possible by a technique he developed while practicing the primordial meditation method in the chamber, known as chi duplication. This technique allowed him to split his own energy into two, temporarily manifesting 2 bodies to engage in combat, thereby inheriting their combat insights upon their dissolution. As the battle concluded and he merged back into one, Raditz emerged, transformed. After 6 months of training, his combat power had skyrocketed to an impressive 300,000. In the unfolding Dragon Ball narrative, where the Scion Saga had yet to commence, this was undeniably a dimensional strike. Half a year had passed, and the time had come to depart. With that, Raditz opened the door, feeling a powerful pull, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back on Earth. Now, my strength is sufficient. It is time to explore transformations. As for the unfolding narrative, I merely need to await its commencement, Raditz mused. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Raditz's relaxation, Sun Wukong was under immense pressure on King Kai's planet. Ever since arriving there, he had dedicated himself to the trials of King Kai, training day and night. Finally, after 2 months on King Kai's planet, he completed his task and began his formal training. At this moment, less than 4 months remained until the Scions would arrive on Earth. Chapter 16. The arrival of the Scions. The days of peace are always so fleeting. And in the blink of an eye, time has passed. At this moment, Yamchu, Tian, and Krillin have completed their training. Considering the circumstances, the Scions should be arriving on Earth soon, Krillin remarked, a frown creasing his forehead. What are you afraid of? Our strength has improved tremendously compared to a year ago, Yamcha said with a confident smile. We cannot afford to be careless. Our opponents are no ordinary foes, Tien replied calmly. Should we not meet up with Piccolo and Gohan? After a year, their strength should have increased significantly as well. It would be wise to stick together, Krillin suddenly suggested. That's a good idea. Caution is always prudent when facing the Scions, Yamcha agreed. After reaching a consensus, the three sensed Piccolo's energy and flew towards him with all their might. Dent, worried for Tien, followed closely behind. At that moment, Piccolo was engaged in a fierce battle with Gohan. After a year of training, both master and disciple had experienced considerable growth. Piccolo's combat power had reached 6,000, a significant increase from the original story, ensuring he would not be easily defeated by Nappa. In contrast, Gohan's improvement was even more remarkable. He had overcome his fear of formidable enemies and transformed from a boy unable to control his power into an exceptional warrior with a combat power of 2,800. As they battled fiercely on the sandy terrain, both warriors suddenly paused, their gazes fixed on the sky. Several energies are approaching. Who could it be? Gohan asked, his expression filled with curiosity. I don't know, but they should not be Scions, Piccolo replied with a composed demeanor. They're here, Gohan thought to himself. A few figures slowly descended from the heavens, revealing Krillin and the others. Upon spotting them, Gohan's face lit up with joy as he waved and called out, Uncle Krillin. Uncle Tien. Uncle Yamcha. Is that you, Gohan? You've grown quite a bit, Krillin remarked, astonished at Gohan's transformation. The mere presence of Gohan exuded a powerful aura, leaving Krillin in awe. Hee, it's all thanks to my training with Uncle Piccolo, Gohan said with a bashful smile, demonstrating humility. Poor Gohan. Living in the wilderness with Piccolo must have been tough, Krillin said sympathetically. Not at all. Uncle Piccolo has treated me well, Gohan replied with a smile. Really? It's hard to imagine the Demon King Piccolo being so nurturing, Krillin remarked, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Hey, bald brat, are you here to seek death? Piccolo shot back, seemingly unnerved by Krillin's gaze. How dare you underestimate us? We've trained hard for a year to prepare for the Scions. Before Krillin could respond, Yamcha, filled with anger, began to retaliate against Piccolo. However, Piccolo merely crossed his arms, unfazed by Yamcha's fury. With your level of strength, what good is your training? You are insignificant. Even if you did not come, I would defeat the Scions and then conquer Goku, becoming the ruler of this world. What did you say? Hearing this, Yamcha was enraged and was about to strike when Tien firmly held him back. Calm down. Remember why we are here. Yamcha, Tien said, his gaze steady. Humph. Just wait until you face Raditz, Yamcha muttered under his breath. Are you looking for trouble? Piccolo's face turned green with anger, ready to teach this insolent earthling a lesson. Enough. We must focus on the Scions and avoid infighting, Gohan interjected, acting as a mediator and successfully bringing an end to the quarrel. The group gathered together, awaiting the arrival of the Scions. Meanwhile, what was Goku doing as the decisive battle approached? Goku was still on his way back, having been delayed due to King Kai's miscalculation of the time required for his return. Now, he was exerting every effort to reach Earth and silently praying that his friends could hold on until he arrived. It is worth mentioning that due to Raditz's interference, Goku's battle power was significantly higher than in the original story, currently standing at 16,000. Though King Kai said my strength is sufficient to handle the Scions. Why is my heart racing so? Goku felt uneasy, sensing that something dreadful was about to unfold. With my brother on Earth, nothing should go wrong. I hope it's just my imagination. With a silent prayer, Goku accelerated to his maximum speed, striving to reach the battlefield as swiftly as possible. At that moment, Earth was engulfed in midday heat, and its inhabitants enjoyed their leisurely post-meal respite, unaware that disaster was imminent. Two fiery streaks streaked across the sky, crashing into the city. With two resounding booms, massive clouds of dust were kicked up. Once the dust settled, two enormous craters appeared, housing two colossal, round spacecraft silently resting within. The impact of the massive vessels sent the citizens of the city into a panic, fleeing in terror. The police were alerted and rushed to the scene to investigate. Within 3 minutes, officers surrounded the two spacecraft, their eyes fixed on them, expressions tense. Suddenly, the doors of the spacecraft creaked open, as if pushed by an unseen hand. Though the sound was subtle, it resonated clearly in the stillness. Two figures emerged from the ship. The crowd held its breath as a tall, menacing man stepped forward. His bald head gleaming, muscles bulging like volcanic rock, exuding an aura of intimidation. A sinister smile played on his lips, and a long, brown tail wrapped around his waist. Following closely was a shorter man, dressed similarly in a blue battle suit. His M-shaped black hair was styled back, radiating arrogance. He possessed a gaunt face, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surroundings. These two were none other than Vegeta and Nappa. Upon witnessing the scene, some timid officers collapsed in fear, while others retreated slowly, their expressions filled with terror. So this is Earth? Quite unimpressive, Vegeta sneered. Shall we greet these frightened people? Nappa grinned wickedly. Don't be too rough. This planet is meant to be sold, Vegeta warned, crossing his arms. Understood, Nappa replied, gathering energy in his hands before extending his fingers upward. A powerful surge of energy erupted, obliterating the city in an instant. Before the stunned onlookers could comprehend what was happening, the city was reduced to ashes. Boom. The lingering energy continued to hammer the ground, producing a deafening explosion. The shockwaves swept across every corner of the earth, leaving the Z fighters reeling, except for Piccolo, who stood calmly in place. These heartless fiends. Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, horrified by the Scion's brutal methods. Simultaneously, he was astonished by the terrifying prowess of the Scions. Chapter 17. A fractured battlefield. The explosions raged for several seconds before gradually subsiding, and as the smoke dissipated, it seemed as though everything in the city had evaporated into thin air. Only a vast, desolate crater remained as evidence of its past existence. Perhaps I exerted a bit too much force, chuckled Nappa, scratching his bald head. Enough of the antics, Nappa. If the destruction is too severe, this planet won't sell. Vegeta remarked, a frown creasing his forehead, his expression tinged with displeasure. My apologies. Let us commence at once. Sensing the impatience of the figure before him, Nappa quickly stowed away his playful demeanor. With a flick of his fingers, he activated the power level detector affixed to his left eye. As he gazed at the numbers flickering on the lens, a look of surprise crossed his face. Most of the inhabitants on this planet had power levels in the single digits. Yet he was astonished to discover that there were individuals with power levels exceeding 1,000. Oh, how intriguing, Vegeta mused, a smirk forming as he activated his own device. Once he confirmed the readings, his smile widened, a glimmer of predatory intent flashing in his eyes. Let us proceed, Nappa, he commanded, and the two of them soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards the source of the power readings. After traversing through layers of clouds, they soon arrived at a desolate expanse of rocky terrain. Suspended in the air, they scrutinized the figures of Piccolo and the others below. They then descended. The Z fighters stood on high alert, muscles tensed, ready for battle at a moment's notice. The atmosphere around them instantly turned charged and hostile. 6 individuals, 5 of whom possess power levels above 1,000. It's no wonder that the incompetent Raditz fell to your hands, Vegeta said coolly, his gaze shifting to Piccolo for a thorough examination. You must be a Namekian. I've heard that your kind possesses a wish-granting Dragon Ball. I presume that's what you and Raditz spoke of? Ah, so they are aware of the Dragon Balls, Piccolo replied. Naturally. Over a year ago, we received this information through the communication feature of our power level detectors. That's why we came to Earth even after Raditz's demise. In other words, we came for the Dragon Balls, Nappa explained. What? Raditz isn't? Krillin began, confusion evident on his face until Piccolo interrupted him. Understanding Nappa's words and comprehending Raditz's intentions, which brought a new realization about his own origins. Calming his complex emotions, Piccolo responded, if you desire the Dragon Balls. Have you consulted me, the great Demon King Piccolo? Oh so, I must eliminate you to obtain the Dragon Balls. Then, Vegeta sneered. Forget that notion. Goku will be back any moment now, and until then, we shall not allow you to wreak havoc on Earth, Krillin declared firmly. Interesting. So you believe you can prevail once Kakarot arrives? Vegeta mused, stroking his chin with a bemused expression. Very well, I shall entertain you until Kakarot arrives, after all. We have all the time in the world, Vegeta replied, turning to Nappa. Nappa, how many cultivator seeds do we have left? Let me check. 6, Nappa said, rummaging through his belongings to reveal 6 green seeds. Let us use them and test their strength. You certainly know how to play, Vegeta. I hope the power of these cultivators will change your mind. Nappa grinned wickedly as he buried the seeds into the ground. He then retrieved a vial filled with green liquid and dripped it onto the planted seeds. The liquid was instantaneously absorbed, and soon, green. Cabbage-like entities burst forth from the soil, evolving into humanoid monsters. Their heads resembled exposed brains, their bodies glistening green, with gnarled limbs and three-fingered claws. In an instant, the 6 goblin-like creatures sprang into action, surrounding Piccolo and the other 5. Eliminate them, Vegeta commanded, and the cultivators lunged at the 5 fighters. Scatter, Piccolo shouted. And the group split apart, each engaging with one of the cultivators. The battle erupted in full force. Meanwhile, Raditz did not partake in the fray. He wandered through a forest, murmuring to himself, "This should be the place, according to my dream." Indeed, the day before the Scion's arrival, Raditz had another prophetic dream. Clearer than ever, confirming that the new threat was the Drellis Legion, along with its location and the timing, today. Damn, why must everything collide like this? Raditz cursed inwardly, vexed as he searched for traces of Drellis. Where the hell could that trash be hiding? Raditz felt a surge of frustration. Just then, he heard a faint rustling from the ground below. His gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a ki blast towards the sound. Boom! The explosion rang out, piercing the ground and revealing a discarded spider-like robot. This is a reconnaissance robot? It seems that scoundrel is still within Earth's atmosphere. Connecting the dots, Raditz replayed the events of the movie in his mind, deducing that Drellis was likely positioned beyond Earth. Gradually, Raditz closed his eyes, relaxing his body and expanding his senses. 2 minutes later, he detected an overwhelming energy near Earth's atmosphere and grinned, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. Having locked onto the source of the energy, Raditz spread his arms wide, drawing his hands behind him as an ominous power began to coalesce. His palms crackled with purple lightning. "If you prefer to scurry about like a rat, then I shall force you out into the open." Raditz laughed wickedly as he unleashed a powerful energy wave, sending it soaring into the sky, darkening the clouds to a deep purple hue. At that moment, a dome-shaped spaceship hovered within Earth's atmosphere, unaware of the impending attack. Drellis sat inside, listening to reports from his subordinates. "Lord Drellis, the reconnaissance robot we dispatched to Earth has been destroyed. Have we determined who is responsible?" Drellis inquired, leaning on his armrest, his fingers rhythmically tapping it, his expression darkening. "We're not sure, but judging by the attire, it appears to be a Scion," a subordinate replied. "A Scion? Kakarot? No, such a low-class warrior shouldn't possess such keen detection skills. Could it be Vegeta?" Drellis pondered, perplexed. "Forget it, it's of no consequence. With my power, even Vegeta would be forced to cower at my feet." Drellis' eyes gleamed with fervent ambition as he envisioned his future reign. Yet, just as Drellis reveled in his aspirations, an ugly alien burst into the room in a state of panic. "Lord Drellis, we have a grave situation. A powerful energy is approaching the ship." "What did you say?" Drellis was taken aback, quickly leaping from his seat to gaze out the viewport. He saw a bright purple energy ball enveloped in distorted energy rapidly enlarging before him. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a tremendous explosion that obliterated the ship into countless fragments, leaving Drellis as the sole survivor of his legion, while the others were reduced to cosmic dust. Though Darius activated his energy shield in a flash to shield himself, he was still propelled several meters away, the tremendous force causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it! Which reckless fool dares to attack my ship?" Enraged, Darius searched with fiery eyes for the culprit who had destroyed his vessel. "No need to look further, for I am right here." Upon hearing these words, Darius turned to find Raditz floating behind him, arms crossed. "It's you. How could a coward like you still be alive?" Darius exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of Raditz. "Let's skip the pleasantries. I have come to end your life," Raditz replied coldly, his icy gaze fixed on Darius as though he were merely a defenseless prey. "What gives you the right? You are nothing but a squanderer of your own potential." Before Darius could finish his retort, Raditz swiftly appeared before him. Suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag loomed larger in Darius's view. Bang! A resounding punch landed squarely on Darius's face, sending him flying several meters and causing him to cough up a copious amount of saliva. "I am pressed for time and cannot afford to waste words with you. Just know that today, you must die here." With that, Raditz clenched his fist, a murderous intent radiating as he charged once more towards Darius. Chapter 18. The narrative deteriorates. 500,000 battle power. Bang. 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 Seizing the moment of Darius' momentary paralysis, Raditz rushed forward to deliver a series of finishing blows. 3 powerful punches that struck with the swiftness of lightning, landing squarely on Darius' nose. Crack! Under the force of Raditz's might, Darius' nasal bridge shattered, and a torrent of blood gushed forth from his nostrils, rendering him a pitiful sight. "How dare you be so arrogant?" Darius, his anger flaring as blood streamed from his wounds. In a sudden surge of fury, an immense wave of energy erupted from him, forcing Raditz, who sought to continue his assault, to retreat. Once he regained his footing, Raditz's gaze towards Darius grew solemn. "The plot is increasingly askew," he muttered to himself. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Darius, Raditz concluded that his opponent's battle power must now hover around 500,000, a stark deviation from the original narrative. In the source material, Darius would have needed to consume the fruit of the spirit tree to attain such strength. Yet, at this moment, Darius had neither consumed any fruit nor had the opportunity to cultivate the tree. How had he acquired such power? Raditz's mind raced with frustration, exclaiming internally, "What is happening today?" Little did he realize that all of this was a consequence of his own actions. It turned out that prior to invading Earth, Darius had been diligently surveying the planet's information. If confirmed, he would soon decide to launch an invasion. However, during one reconnaissance mission, a robot inadvertently detected Raditz's explosive energy. Aware of such a formidable adversary on Earth, Darius altered his course for a more secure approach, heading to another planet. After conquering that world and planting the spirit tree to siphon its vitality, Darius consumed the resulting fruit, significantly boosting his strength, which prompted him to reconsider his attack on Earth. Yet, before he could act, Raditz had already intercepted him. "You've pushed me to this point. You are quite the arrogant one," Darius declared, his eyes aflame with rage. "You shall feel honored, for I will personally slay you with this invincible power." His voice roared like a frenzied beast as he lunged forward. At that moment, alarm bells rang in Raditz's mind. Trusting his combat instincts, he swiftly crossed his arms before him. Moments later, Darius appeared before him, launching a devastating punch. Crack! The tremendous force coursed through Raditz's arms, shattering them. He was sent flying, akin to being struck by a speeding train, hurtling backward for dozens of meters. Seizing the opportunity after landing a successful blow, Darius pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that erupted like bullets from a machine gun, striking Raditz and causing violent explosions. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped Raditz almost instantaneously. "Ha ha! You are truly a pitiful coward," Darius mocked, his anger subsiding as he beheld Raditz shrouded in smoke. "Did you think that a mere cloud of smoke would secure your victory?" Yet, as Darius reveled in his triumph, a chilling voice emerged from the haze. As the smoke dissipated, Raditz emerged unscathed. Even the arms that had been shattered by Darius' earlier blow had miraculously restored. The only remnant of the battle was the torn outer layer of his training uniform, revealing a black tank top beneath. "Impossible! You're still alive," Darius gasped, his sanity slipping as he beheld Raditz unblemished. "I merely wished to test my newfound abilities," Raditz replied, his gaze cold and indifferent. "Surely, you did not believe yourself to be invincible." Indeed, Raditz had intentionally withstood Darius' attack to evaluate his advanced regenerative capabilities. "Quite impressive," he mused. "My future battles are assured." With a glance at Darius, his expression hardened, akin to viewing a lifeless corpse. "Enough. You have outlived your usefulness. Prepare to meet your demise." Raditz crossed his arms above his head, his muscles bulging as his energy surged. "Kaioken, double!" he bellowed, fists clenched at his waist, a crimson aura erupting from him like a force of nature. Feeling the threat to his very existence, Darius panicked. "No, you cannot kill me. I'm a scion too. Our race is on the brink of extinction. We must unite. As your fellow scion, you will surely need my strength." Raditz remained unmoved, his voice icy. "Your methods are despicable. Your entire power relies on drugs. You are a disgrace to the scion race. I have no need to ally with a rat like you. No, no, please, spare me. If you let me live, I can offer you all my treasures and resources, including the seeds of the spirit tree." Darius pleaded desperately. Raditz, however, stared at Darius in silence, his eyes reflecting disdain. "You seem rather dim-witted. Even if I needed such things, killing you would still grant me possession of them." Darius was struck dumb by Raditz's words, standing frozen in shock. Chapter 20. The demise of Darius. With no room for negotiation, Darius's gaze became increasingly frenzied, resembling a cornered beast ensnared in desperation. "Did you truly believe victory was assured?" he raged. "I had no intention of reaching this point. You have forced my hand." At that moment, Darius's demeanor was deranged, his hands clenched tightly as he drew in a reckless breath. A radiant white light emanated from his palms, forming a luminous halo around him. "Reflect this," Darius's face contorted as he hurled the glowing orb into the sky. With a swift motion, he grasped the air, and the orb erupted, transforming into a brilliant halo suspended above. Raditz, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, remained unfazed. Is that all? A mere transformation? Who doesn't possess such abilities? I can easily dispatch you even with a Kaioken stacked on top. Raditz chose to allow Darius to transform because the quality of the rewards from the system was proportional to the strength of the defeated opponent. By prolonging the battle, he aimed to maximize his potential gains. As the artificial moon rose, Darius's eyes widened, fixated upon it. In an instant, his expression dulled, his pupils contracted, and his irises turned a vivid pink. He breathed rapidly, his heart racing, each beat resonating like a drum. His body began to swell, brown fur sprouting all over him. His once handsome visage twisted grotesquely, morphing towards that of a primate, sharp fangs emerging, and his eyes turning blood red. Within minutes, Darius transformed into a colossal ape, towering over 10 meters. As a lower-class warrior, he lost all semblance of rationality upon becoming the giant ape. Roaring to the heavens with a singular thought, to rend Raditz into pieces. Opening his cavernous mouth, a terrifying energy coalesced within. Moments later, he unleashed a crimson beam, hurtling towards Raditz. In a burst of speed, Raditz dodged, the searing beam passing perilously close, the intense heat flushing his face. Frustrated by the miss, the giant ape roared again, lunging at Raditz with wild abandon. In response to Darius's savage charge, Raditz collected his energy, formulating a plan. As Darius drew nearer, he swiftly unleashed a blinding yellow aura that struck the giant ape's face, causing it to recoil in agony, its eyes watering uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz leapt onto the ape's arm, ascending above its massive form. Ah! Clenching his fists, Raditz bellowed, his energy erupting like a fountain. The aura around him fluctuated between milky white and golden hues, tufts of hair standing on end as his pupils shifted from black to a brilliant gold. The sky roiled with the immense energy, the earth trembling beneath its weight. Ha! With a thunderous cry, Raditz reached his zenith, his aura fully transforming into a dazzling gold. Simultaneously, his muscles bulged like volcanic rock, his height soaring from 185 meters to over 2 meters, his physique resembling a small mountain. Behold the humanoid giant ape, Raditz. Feeling the surge of power within, Raditz was not yet satisfied. He drew his hands to his waist, his golden aura gradually interwoven with crimson flames. Kaioken double. As his voice echoed, the golden energy was enveloped by a magnificent red blaze, radiating brilliance. With his energy at its pinnacle, Raditz unleashed his ultimate technique. A devastating Kaioken wave aimed at Darius. The immense force penetrated Darius's chest, vaporizing his blood and leaving behind a gaping void. The giant ape's body froze, its pupils dilating. And gradually, it regressed back into the form of Darius, plummeting from the sky, lifeless eyes devoid of existence. Adhering to his principle of not littering, Raditz kindly discharged a ki blast, obliterating Darius's remains into nothingness, purifying the air for nature. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Darius. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a combat power of 50,000. One mental enhancement granted. Feeling a newfound lightness in his body, Raditz experienced a refreshing clarity, his senses heightened. After reveling in his rewards, he turned his gaze towards the horizon, sensing two unfamiliar scion presences nearby. It seems things are unfolding as expected. I wonder if Kakarot has arrived, Raditz murmured. I shall investigate, minimizing losses. Since I have the opportunity to intervene in the narrative, I cannot allow events to unfold as they did in the original story. For one, Piccolo must not perish. I can propose our journey to Namek, sparing Piccolo from being a mere pawn in the triggering of events. This could complicate future developments and cost us a chance to wish upon Porunga. Hoping Piccolo could endure a little longer, Raditz assessed his strength, confident that he would not be easily dispatched. After formulating his strategy, Raditz leaped into the air, accelerating towards Piccolo and the others. However, unbeknownst to him, the commotion from his battle had inadvertently influenced the conflict on the wasteland. As the Z fighters were engrossed in their struggle against the cultivators, the residual energy from Raditz's clash startled them. It's Uncle's energy. Someone is fighting with him. Gohan furrowed his brow, concern etched across his face as he gazed towards the source of the disturbance. Damn it! How could this happen? Is there another formidable foe besides the Scions, one whose power is so terrifying? As he sensed the energy from the battle, Krillin's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his legs trembling as he struggled to maintain his footing. Piccolo remained silent, but the tension in his arms betrayed his inner turmoil. A battle is occurring over there, Nappa mused, stroking his bearded chin. Indeed, the intensity suggests formidable opponents, Vegeta replied, his demeanor calm. Allow me to assess. Their power must be significant. Nappa activated his scouter, only to be met with unexpected chaos as the readings spiked wildly, causing the device to malfunction within mere moments. Boom. Overwhelmed, the scouter exploded, spewing forth thick black smoke. Nanny? The power level is undetectable. This shocking scene left Nappa speechless. What a pathetic fool. All he did was overload some outdated scouters. I could achieve the same in my giant ape form, Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Nappa's astonishment. After all, strength dictates perspective. As Prince of the Science, revered as the greatest prodigy. With a power level of 18,000, Vegeta could not fathom that there existed scions who far exceeded him. Nor could he conceive that one such individual possessed a horrifying power level of 300,000. Moreover, at that moment, Vegeta was unable to sense energy, rendering him incapable of accurately gauging the threat posed by the enemy. Indeed, you are right. After all, as the prince, you are the unrivaled genius among the scions. Such lowly beings from this inferior planet cannot possibly compare to you. Nappa, momentarily taken aback, quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, ingratiatingly flattering Vegeta. Spare me your meaningless chatter. Let the cultivators employ every means necessary to eliminate these earthlings. Only blood can render this tedious farce somewhat entertaining. With that, Vegeta licked his lips with a sickly expression, eager for the continuation of the battle. Chapter 21. The Death of Yamcha. Understanding the urgency. Vegeta demanded swift action to eliminate these earthlings, prompting Nappa to issue immediate orders. The demeanor of the scions grew increasingly ferocious as they exchanged glances and recalibrated their combat strategy, setting their sights on the weakest among them, Yamcha. Surrounded by the scions, Yamcha nimbly evaded their attacks while retaliating with his psychic abilities. However, outnumbered, he was soon caught off guard when one of the scions seized his legs, leaving him in a state of shock. Just as the scion was poised to deliver a fatal blow, a robust arm clasped tightly around its claw, lifting it off Yamcha. The scion, sensing its prey's legs leave the ground, turned to find Tien Shinhan, whose eyes blazed with fury. Die, monster! He roared, flinging the scion skyward before leaping after it, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Ultimately, he brought both hands down upon the creature, smashing it into a stone 20 meters away, rendering it motionless. That's the spirit, Tien. Yamcha cheered, exhilarated. Are you unscathed, Yamcha? Tien inquired with concern after dispatching the scion. Just then, the fallen scion stirred slightly, causing the surrounding rocks to emit faint sounds. Don't let your guard down, Tien. That fiend is not finished yet, Krillin alerted, his keen eyes detecting the impending danger. Tien hesitated, then turned to face the scion, which abruptly sprang to life, its head splitting open like a walnut, spewing forth a white liquid that corroded the ground beneath it. Frustrated by its failed ambush, the scion attempted to retreat. Suddenly, a blue bolt of lightning struck, incinerating the retreating creature into char. This is the fate of those who dare to flee. I instructed you to fight with all your might, Nappa's chilling voice echoed, sending shivers through the remaining scions, who now regarded the Z-fighters with renewed ferocity. Realizing there was no escape, the scions charged forth, their eyes glinting with malice. It seems this battle will be arduous, Krillin remarked, a sense of foreboding in his tone. Fear not. After a year of rigorous training, we are no longer the same. Yamcha replied confidently. Allow me to initiate our first victory. With a hearty laugh, Yamcha engaged a scion. Yeah, the scions screeched as they clashed, with a thunderous sound. Their fists and claws collided like meteors, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. Their movements were as swift as lightning, dazzling to behold. Each encounter resonated with the force of a comet striking the earth, unleashing tremendous energy. In the air, waves of sound surged violently, as if ready to tear the very fabric of space apart. This overwhelming power stirred the atmosphere into a tempest, with gusts swirling around them, embodying boundless might. As their battle intensified, the scion's assaults grew frantic, its claws lunging mercilessly toward Yamcha's neck, intent on annihilation. Yet, amid the tempest of blows, Yamcha remained composed, meticulously seeking an opening. At last, the scion charged him. Yamcha deftly sidestepped and positioned himself behind it, exploiting the creature's vulnerability. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, striking the scion's back. It howled in anguish, propelled into the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Splendid! Yamcha has triumphed. Whether through the crystal ball of fortune-teller Baba or among those present, everyone, including Bulma and Krillin, erupted in cheers for Yamcha's victory. Gradually descending from the sky, Yamcha hovered near the defeated Scion. Hey, Scion, is this the terrifying monster you speak of? Its power is rather unimpressive, he mocked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he gazed down at the fallen green creature. What did you say? Nappa, enraged by Yamcha's derision, sought to teach him a lesson, only to be halted by Vegeta's hand. Hold on, Nappa, Vegeta scoffed, his gaze fixed on the Scion in the pit, which had begun to stir. Allow me to handle the next 4 monsters. With a confident gesture, Yamcha indicated himself. In that moment, the Scion, feigning death, suddenly sprang up, latching onto Yamcha with an unyielding grip. Yamcha felt a surge of dread as he struggled to break free, but the Scion's grasp was as unyielding as iron. Regardless of his efforts, the creature raised its head, a sinister grin spreading across its face as it reveled in Yamcha's panic. With a surge of energy, the Scion glowed fiercely with a menacing green light. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, enveloping the area in thick smoke. As the haze dissipated, Yamcha lay motionless on the ground. His clothing torn, arms outstretched, curled into a fetal position, breathless. Haha, this is how it should be. Vegeta laughed heartily, relishing Yamcha's fate. Yamcha! Echoed the anguished cries of the Z fighters, their hearts shattered by the loss. Chapter 22. The annihilation of the cultivators. The demise of Yamcha cast a shadow over the hearts of the Z warriors, an icy dread enveloping them. It was unfathomable that he had chosen to self-destruct. Piccolo, astonished, regarded the enemy with heightened vigilance. Yamcha, he is truly gone. Clinging to disbelief, Krillin rushed to Yamcha's side, and as he grasped his hand, he felt as if he had turned to stone. His legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, seemingly bereft of his spirit. Cursed be this fate. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, his heart heavy with despair and sorrow. Meanwhile, far away at Kame House, Bulma watched the heartbreaking scene unfold through a live stream, her hand clasped over her mouth, tears cascading down her face. Yamcha! She murmured his name, her heart wrenched in agony. At that moment, Master Roshi approached her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Do not weep any longer, Bulma. Once Goku returns and defeats the enemy, we can use the Dragon Balls to bring Yamcha back, he sighed, softly patting her back in a gesture of comfort. Nodding, Bulma lifted her head from the elder's shoulder, resolutely drying her tears as she turned her focus back to the battle, silently praying for Goku's return. Shifting her gaze to the battlefield, Krillin suppressed his grief. Rest assured, Yamcha, I will avenge you. He cast a determined glance at Yamcha's lifeless form before striding towards the fray. Hey, this is quite unsanitary. We should first dispose of the corpses, Vegeta scoffed. His disdainful gaze fixed on Krillin. Enraged, Krillin clenched his fists, his eyes aflame with fury as he glared at Vegeta. Everyone, stand back, he shouted, raising his hands above his head. An electric energy crackled between his palms as a brilliant orb of light began to form, golden energy swirling around it. With a mighty shout, Krillin hurled the luminous sphere forward, but its speed was unexpectedly sluggish. Both Nappa and Vegeta effortlessly evaded the attack. What is this bald fool doing? Nappa scratched his head in confusion. This is bad. The speed is too slow, Piccolo thought, sensing the impending doom. While all seemed lost to the others, Krillin remained unperturbed, a calm smile gracing his lips. He abruptly lifted both hands, causing the sluggish orb to ascend at an unusual angle, soaring into the sky. Now's the time, perish, he bellowed, and as the moment was ripe, he forcefully pressed down, causing the massive orb to fragment into dozens of radiant projectiles, resembling a torrential downpour of light that rained down upon the remaining cultivators. The cultivators, struck with terror, scattered in all directions. A few unfortunate souls, unable to dodge in time, were instantly pierced, meeting their demise amidst a shower of debris. Yet, the bombardment continued, filling the battlefield with smoke and chaos. Incredible! He wiped them all out in one go, Tien exclaimed in awe. No, one still lives, Gohan observed, his brow furrowed and his gaze sharp. Suddenly, a nearby cave erupted with a thunderous blast, and a green figure darted out, charging straight for Gohan. This cultivator had cleverly evaded Krillin's onslaught by hiding in the cave during the explosion, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. After careful consideration, the cultivator had chosen Gohan as its target, reasoning that the small boy, whose stature was similar to its own, would lack significant combat prowess. Determined, the cultivator lay in wait for the opportune moment. At last, as the smoke began to clear, it seized the chance to launch a surprise attack on Gohan. Brimming with confidence, envisioning itself seizing the boy's head in triumph. Suddenly, it felt an immense force gripping its wrist. Looking down, it saw Gohan's icy gaze. One hand clenched like a vice around its claw. Panic surged through the cultivator as it attempted to withdraw its hand, but the overwhelming strength rendered it immobile. Huh! With a fierce shout, Gohan lifted the cultivator and flung it into the air, disappearing in an instant. Reappearing before it, he brought down his fists with tremendous force upon the cultivator's head, then propelled himself forward, delivering a swift kick to its midsection before it could hit the ground. With a resounding crack, the cultivator was cleaved in two, exploding into fragments mid-air. Impressive, Gohan, Krillin praised, marveling at the boy's swift resolution of the battle. Gohan, blushing from the compliment, cast furtive glances at Piccolo. Well done, Piccolo remarked, seemingly aware of Gohan's gaze. But do not grow complacent, a fierce battle lies ahead. Upon hearing this, Gohan's face lit up with enthusiasm. Do not look at me with such eyes. I expect no missteps in the upcoming fight, Piccolo stated coolly, turning away as if overwhelmed by Gohan's fervent gaze. Yes, Gohan replied, brimming with excitement. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Vegeta emerged from the distant smoke, applauding. Quite an entertaining display, he remarked with a sly smile. Yet, the next instant, his eyes revealed a deep disdain for the others, as he declared, I believe this tiresome farce should come to an end. Nonchalantly, he glanced back at Nappa. Eliminate them. Understood, Nappa replied, leaping into action. His massive form landing before the group with a force that nearly knocked Krillin and Tien off their feet. Now, let the fun begin, Nappa grinned wickedly, exuding an aura of brutality. Chapter 23, A Fierce Battle. Piccolo versus Nappa. This fellow exudes a terrifying aura. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Nappa, Krillin's muscles tensed, instantly entering a state of combat readiness. Gohan, meanwhile, leaped to Piccolo's side, adopting a defensive stance. The atmosphere around them crackled with tension. Suddenly, in an instant, Nappa vanished from his position, and a profound sense of danger surged behind Tien. Before he could react, a sharp pain struck at the back of his head, causing him to topple forward. Tien gritted his teeth, managing to brace himself with one hand just before falling, using the momentum to awkwardly rise to his feet. However, his vision was already blurred, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Die! Nappa lunged forward, intending to deliver a lethal blow to Tien. Tien, Krillin's voice was filled with anxiety and concern. At that moment, a Kamehameha wave surged toward Nappa, successfully forcing him back. Turning to look, Gohan was seen maintaining the Kamehameha stance, panting heavily as he regarded the retreating Nappa, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Not too shabby, kid. Come play with the great Nappa. With a hearty laugh, Nappa vanished once more, swiftly appearing before Gohan, extending a hand to seize his head. Smack! A robust, green arm grasped Nappa's wrist, and though Nappa struggled to break free, the immense strength held him firmly in place. Bullying a child is no feat at all. Allow me to spar with you, Piccolo declared, his gaze sharp as a hawk, a hint of confident smile gracing his lips. Oh, it seems you possess some skill, Namekian. With that, Nappa began to unleash his energy, the force in his hand escalating. Piccolo, undeterred, matched his intensity, and the two immense auras entwined in the air, creating a fierce spiral of energy that ravaged the surroundings, sending dust and debris swirling. The two towering figures, each nearly 3 meters tall, engaged in a contest of strength, causing the ground beneath them to sink under their immense power. Before long, their auras peaked. At last, at a pivotal moment, both combatants released their grips and simultaneously launched a rapid-fire punch toward one another. Boom! The sound echoed like the breaking of the heavens, compelling all to cover their ears. This was the thunderous collision of two colossal forces, a deafening roar that sent shivers down spines. In the wake of this sound, a powerful shockwave radiated outward at astonishing speed, tearing the earth apart in deep fissures as if the ground were groaning in agony. These cracks intersected and extended into the distance, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. The ground trembled violently under the impact, emitting a low, mournful wail, as if the earth itself lamented this fierce clash. Simultaneously, the surrounding air became chaotic, forming powerful gusts that stung the eyes of onlookers. In the face of this overwhelming shockwave, everything appeared diminutive and fragile. Trees were uprooted, and even sturdy rocks shattered under the force. The entire world seemed to descend into chaos, with only the echoes of the two colossal impacts lingering, reminding all of the battle that had just transpired. Crash, crash, crash. The battle continued, each punch and kick generating shockwaves that shook the very ground. They moved rapidly through the sky, too swift for Krillin and others below to track, their ears assaulted by the thunderous sounds of battle. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sounds of collision reverberated, each strike as deafening as thunder. The two figures intertwined in midair, their speed dazzling as they exchanged blows. With each encounter, their energies became increasingly chaotic, yet neither exhibited the slightest hint of retreat. Finally, after a series of fierce exchanges, their forms reappeared before the onlookers, standing opposite each other in the air, their gazes filled with frenzied, killing intent. They gasped for breath, as if striving to inhale the entirety of the world. Despite their various injuries, they remained steadfast. You're quite capable, but this ends here. You've pushed me to this point, and that is enough to warrant your pride, Nappa growled, his right fist clenched tightly, ivory energy swirling around him, crackling with white lightning. Piccolo responded immediately, his expression grave as he brought his hands together before him, his muscular form bulging like iron. A formidable aura emanated from him, instilling awe in those who beheld it. Simultaneously, a brilliant golden light flickered in his hands, radiating with the intensity of the sun. This luminescence intensified, illuminating the entire space as if it were day. As the brilliance surged, a terrifying energy coalesced into a colossal energy sphere, brimming with insatiable destructive power. The emergence of this energy sphere distorted the surrounding air, as though pressed by an invisible force. The atmosphere became oppressively heavy, rendering breath a challenge. The ground trembled slightly, unable to bear the weight of such immense pressure. One white, one yellow, two radiant flashes hung in the sky like morning stars, instantly casting their colors across the entire realm, akin to two pearls in the cosmos, emitting dazzling light that rendered everything else dim. Die, electric wave, demon flash. In unison, they roared, as if to unleash all their power. Instantly, the energy surged forth like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the two formidable energies collided with cataclysmic force. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the entire space trembled under the weight of their might. They intertwined, releasing boundless light and heat, warping the air around them. Boom! With a violent explosion, both combatants were enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. On the ground, Gohan anxiously gazed at the silhouette of Piccolo, now engulfed in the haze. The aftermath of the explosion lingered for an extended period, leaving devastation in its wake. The two culprits behind this chaos floated motionless in the sky, clearly locked in a stalemate. I initially believed this battle could be resolved swiftly, Piccolo remarked casually, lifting his hand to remove his cap. But it seems I must add a bit more fire to extinguish you, he declared, removing his cloak and wrapping it with his cap before casting it aside. Crash! The heavy garment struck the ground with a resounding thud, causing the earth to crack. Hiya! With a roar that seemed to pierce the heavens, Piccolo unleashed his pent-up power. His restraints removed, his strength surged forth, shaking the very ground beneath him. Distant mountains trembled, stones cascading down their slopes in a cloud of dust. An intense aura emanated from Piccolo as his muscles tensed and his eyes blazed with determination. Such formidable power. Tien Shinhan murmured, awestruck by Piccolo's escalating energy. Truly befitting the name of Demon King. Come, Scion, Piccolo challenged, poised for battle. Humph, mere bravado, Nappa scoffed. As a scion of the Scion elite, you stand no chance against me. He lunged at Piccolo, fist aimed at his face. But with a whoosh, Piccolo vanished, leaving Nappa grasping at thin air. A sudden chill ran down Nappa's spine as he sensed a presence behind him. Before he could react, a searing pain shot through his waist, and a mighty force sent him hurtling through the air. He crashed to the ground, groaning, unable to regain control of his body. Piccolo's swift and powerful kick had caught him completely off guard. Seizing the advantage, Piccolo's left arm extended like a serpent, ensnaring Nappa's body and hoisting him into the sky. With a thunderous stomp that shattered the ground, Piccolo brought his captive crashing down. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, raising a cloud of dust. Nappa slammed into the earth like a meteor, his head reeling from the devastating blow. Piccolo retracted his arm, a smirk playing on his lips. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each carrying immense destructive force. Explosions rocked the area, filling the air with smoke. Is this the extent of Scion power? Piccolo taunted. Arg, you fiend. Nappa roared from within the smoke. As the haze dissipated, he emerged, battered and bruised. His battle suit was gone, leaving only a pair of black shorts. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Muscle fibers bulged as a white aura enveloped him, bloodshot eyes glaring. So, he's finally unleashing his full power, Piccolo observed. His eyes narrowing with caution. You're no match for my full strength, Nappa snarled. I'll torture you to death. He launched a furious assault. His blows a blur of speed and power. Piccolo could only parry, forced into a desperate retreat. What's wrong? Not so cocky now? Nappa taunted, relishing Piccolo's retreat. Is that all the power you've got? His power has increased dramatically. Piccolo thought, desperately searching for an opening. Goku mentioned the Scion weakness, their tail. I need to find a way to grab it. Sensing Piccolo's hesitation, Nappa pressed his attack. Now, as Nappa pressed his attack, Piccolo saw his chance and seized Nappa's tail. Before he could act, Nappa delivered a crushing elbow strike to Piccolo's head. The world spun as Piccolo collapsed to the ground. Fool, did you think we wouldn't train our weakness? Nappa sneered, lifting Piccolo from the ground. He seized Piccolo's arm. This is the arm you used to throw me around. Isn't it? With a savage grin, Nappa tore Piccolo's arm from its socket. It'll work. Piccolo's agonizing scream echoed through the air as blood sprayed from the wound. Piccolo. Gohan cried out in anguish. Heh. I promised you wouldn't die so easily, Nappa sneered, raining blows upon Piccolo's wounded body. Piccolo, already weakened, could only endure the relentless assault. Stop. Gohan roared, his eyes blazing with rage. What do you want, brat? Nappa sneered. Let Piccolo go. Gohan demanded. Don't worry, kid. After him, you're next, Nappa chuckled. Hey, don't you need the Dragon Balls? Krillin interjected. If you kill Piccolo, they'll disappear. Kill him, Nappa, Vegeta said dismissively. There are similar wish orbs on Namek. Alright, haha. With Vegeta's approval, Nappa hurled Piccolo into the air, gathering energy in his mouth. A crimson beam erupted, hurtling towards Piccolo. Boom. A cloud of smoke filled the sky. Piccolo. The voice of Sun Wufan was filled with profound sorrow, tears cascading down his cheeks. Yet, as the smoke began to dissipate, the anticipated scene of Piccolo being torn asunder did not materialize. Those present were momentarily stunned, their gazes directed skyward. Suspended in midair was a tall man, his countenance both menacing and majestic, with wild, long hair cascading to his waist, clad in a black martial arts uniform. His imposing figure held the injured Piccolo aloft. Uncle, Sun Wufan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Chapter 25, Gohan's battle upon witnessing Raditz. The crowd erupted with joy. As if the ominous cloud brought by the Scions had been dispelled, Raditz descended slowly from the sky, placing Piccolo, who he held in his hands, gently onto the ground. He retrieved a Senza bean from his pocket and offered it to Piccolo, who was instantly revitalized. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, swiftly flying to Piccolo's side and enveloping him in a tight embrace. Wonderful. Uncle Piccolo is still alive. Gohan's voice resonated with elation and relief. He buried his face in Piccolo's chest, tears streaming down his cheeks, not tears of sorrow, but rather an emotional release from the fear and anxiety of losing Piccolo. All right. Stop crying and wipe those tears away. The battle is not over yet, Piccolo said with a reassuring pat on Gohan's back, smiling gently. Okay, Gohan responded, his voice brightening as he dried his tears. He then resolutely declared, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle, you mustn't intervene. Leave this to me. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was about to protest. But Raditz intervened, placing a hand on him. Raditz shook his head and then smiled softly at Gohan. Go ahead. With the permission granted. Gohan turned and strode purposefully toward Nappa, his eyes betraying a cold, lethal intent. Raditz, why did you stop me? The Scions are formidable. How can we allow Gohan to? Piccolo's anxious expression reflected his concern. Trust him and let him go, Raditz interrupted, a slight smile on his face. With his current combat power, I can only say that the bald-headed one over there is in for a rough time. Raditz had sensed Gohan's impressive strength. Defeating Nappa would be a walk in the park for him. He marveled at Gohan's extraordinary potential, thinking, is he truly destined to be the strongest in the future? Goodness. His combat power reads 2,800, but is written as 12,000. Is it? At this point, the outcome of the battle seemed all but assured. Meanwhile, upon seeing Raditz, Nappa and Vegeta were equally astonished. Is that Raditz? I thought that fool was dead? Nappa's face contorted with confusion. Do we even need to ask? Vegeta sneered. His eyes filled with malice. That traitor must have betrayed us. Fury coursed through Vegeta. He could not abide betrayal. Should I bring him to you for questioning? Nappa inquired respectfully. Humph, a traitor and a fool. He should be killed on the spot. What use is he? Vegeta's murderous intent was palpable. Understood. With Vegeta's command, Nappa re-entered the fray. Upon spotting the diminutive Gohan, he couldn't help but laugh derisively. You send a little brat like this? Raditz, you are truly pathetic. Unfazed by Nappa's mockery, Raditz sat calmly, tapping his fingers, and replied leisurely, You should first defeat my nephew before speaking. He's coming for your life. Nanny. Nappa felt humiliated, his face reddening with rage. How dare you underestimate me? What can this little brat possibly do? He snarled. I'll kill you, Gohan declared coldly. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Nappa felt a sudden weight on his head, and when he regained his senses, Gohan was already standing atop him. You little brat! Nappa roared in fury, reaching up to grasp Gohan's feet, but grasping only air. In the next moment, Nappa was struck in the abdomen by Gohan's powerful punch, the force of which sent his arm deep into Nappa's body. Overwhelmed by pain, Nappa struggled to speak, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Damn it! Clutching his belly, Nappa stumbled back, his mouth agape, eyes bloodshot. Before he could react, Gohan vanished once more, only to reappear with a side kick that connected with Nappa's face. The tremendous force propelled Nappa backward, his head crashing into a rock. Impressive! Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment at Gohan's formidable strength. Gohan gave Nappa no respite, closing the distance and delivering another punch into Nappa, sending him crashing dozens of meters away, breaking several trees before coming to a halt. Nappa staggered to his feet, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. His eyes bore into Gohan with a mix of shock and fury. You little punk, you've truly angered me. Nappa bellowed, his muscles taut and his aura raging violently. Gohan regarded Nappa with an expression devoid of emotion, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. Bring it on. If you can. The arrogant taunt sent Nappa into a frenzy, charging forward in a wild rage. I will never forgive you. Nappa roared, yet Gohan stood resolutely, unyielding. His gaze steely with murderous intent. An uncontrollable aura erupted from him, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Chapter 26. The Defeat of Nappa, Confrontation with Vegeta. Beep. 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 Vegeta's power level detector emitted a warning signal. Following the direction indicated by the signal, Vegeta glanced at Gohan. The numbers on the device fluctuated wildly. What? A power level of 12,000. This little brat. Vegeta's gaze towards Gohan shifted, revealing a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Die. Nappa roared in fury, launching a powerful punch that struck Gohan squarely in the face. Clang. The force of the blow resonated as if it had struck steel, causing Nappa's hand to tingle from the impact. His expression morphed into one of disbelief, quickly followed by a ferocious desire to attack again. At that moment, Gohan moved, swiftly lifting his left foot to deliver a kick to Nappa's abdomen. Thud. The immense force of the strike pierced through Nappa's body, sending ripples through the air behind him. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as Nappa's spine shattered under Gohan's assault. His face contorted in agony, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Before he could make another move, Gohan extended a hand, placing it slowly against Nappa's chest. Then, drawing in a deep breath, he activated his internal energy. The muscles in his forearm contracted, and he clenched his fist with fierce determination. Boom. A powerful, precise punch erupted, causing Nappa's bones to protrude grotesquely. As he spewed forth a torrent of blood, his body sliding uncontrollably backward for several meters. He fell to the ground in a distorted position, resembling a lifeless dog. Wonderful. Gohan has emerged victorious. Krillin cheered exuberantly upon witnessing Nappa sprawled on the ground. Gohan, you did well, the weakened Tien Shinhan remarked with a faint smile. See? I told you not to worry, Raditz said nonchalantly, producing a bag of sunflower seeds and munching away. Piccolo remained silent, his gaze betraying a sense of admiration. Nappa. Save me. Nappa turned his head toward Vegeta, his eyes filled with desperation. Save you? Don't be ridiculous. I have no use for a worthless fighter, Vegeta retorted, not even sparing Nappa a glance as he unleashed an energy blast towards him. Boom. In a moment of despair, Nappa perished, reduced to mere ashes. What a cruel individual. To eliminate a comrade so mercilessly, Krillin and the others trembled at Vegeta's brutality. Hey, kid, Vegeta turned to Gohan, his eyes reflecting a hint of appreciation. How about you join me? With your strength, you would not be mistreated. Witnessing Gohan's formidable talent, Vegeta felt a surge of admiration for gifted individuals. I will not accompany you in your malevolence, Gohan resolutely declined, his expression brimming with righteousness. Vegeta smirked slightly, as if anticipating Gohan's response. Humph, what a dull fellow. You don't think you've won, do you? Since you refuse to join me, I shall have to kill you myself. His eyes turned icy, radiating a palpable sense of menace. Gohan, recognizing the imminent threat, promptly prepared for battle. The clash was about to commence as Vegeta's energy surged explosively, propelling him toward Gohan like a cannonball. Gohan summoned every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught, yet he was still forced back several steps by Vegeta's overwhelming power. Damn it! Gohan gritted his teeth and charged forward once more. The two exchanged blows fiercely, neither yielding an inch, enveloping the battlefield in their fierce aura. However, as time passed, Vegeta's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, and Gohan found himself struggling to defend against the relentless onslaught, his stamina rapidly depleting. Just then, Vegeta hurled an energy ball. Gohan had no choice but to endure the impact. The force was too great. He finally succumbed, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. How does it feel to sense the gap between us? Vegeta sneered, slowly approaching Gohan. Though his body had reached its limit, Gohan's indomitable will kept him fighting. He braced himself against the ground, struggling to rise. Each attempt was accompanied by pain and exhaustion, yet he refused to surrender. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his clothes, but he paid it no mind. His heart held only one thought: to rise, to continue fighting. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to push himself up and finally succeeded in standing tall. What can you do by standing up? Vegeta mocked, observing the trembling Gohan. I will not allow you to destroy the earth. Gohan shouted defiantly, lifting his hand with great effort to gather his remaining energy and unleash the Kamehameha wave. A powerful energy wave surged towards Vegeta. Caught off guard, he was struck directly, stumbling back in surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure, a sneer curling his lips. Is that all you've got? You think you can stop me? Vegeta roared, his body radiating an even more blinding light as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. In an instant, a searing, violet energy surged toward Gohan, threatening to engulf him. Gohan! From afar, Piccolo's heart raced with fury as he shouted in desperation. At that moment, Raditz suddenly appeared before Gohan, effortlessly intercepting Vegeta's attack with a single hand. What? Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Uncle! Gohan managed to lift his heavy eyelids, forcing a faint smile. You've done well. Now you may rest. Raditz's calm voice resonated, causing Gohan's tense nerves to finally relax, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Collapsing into Raditz's arms, Piccolo swiftly flew over, and Raditz turned to hand Gohan to him. Once Piccolo carefully cradled Gohan, Raditz retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket, urging him to feed it to Gohan. As Piccolo took the Senzu bean, a strange expression crossed his face, internally questioning where Raditz had acquired so many Senzu beans. Raditz was well aware of Piccolo's suspicions but chose to ignore them entirely. Piccolo furrowed his brow, puzzled by Raditz's behavior, filled with questions. However, facing this mysterious and powerful individual who could potentially be an adversary, he hesitated to pry further. The atmosphere between them grew tense and awkward, as Piccolo silently tucked the Senzu bean into his pocket before hastily departing with Gohan. After addressing all matters, Raditz finally turned his gaze toward Vegeta. I didn't expect you to absorb my attack so easily. It appears your strength has increased significantly. Vegeta's eyes darkened menacingly as he scoffed. So, is this your source of confidence in betraying me? Perhaps, but a year has passed, and you remain unchanged, your power still so feeble. Raditz casually retorted, shaking his head in response to Vegeta's derision. It seems that your feeble growth has instilled in you a sense of confidence. Do not worry. I shall remind you of my terror in due time. I despise traitors. Vegeta's expression twisted into a fierce snarl, his power surging like a tidal wave. Your feelings are inconsequential, Raditz replied nonchalantly. Heh, I hope your bones are as tough as your tongue, Vegeta laughed bitterly, preparing to strike. Stop. I know you're eager. But hold your horses for now. Raditz yawned lazily, standing his ground. Humph, are you begging for mercy now? Vegeta sneered, his tone laced with scorn. Your opponent is not me. Kakarot will be here shortly. In the face of Vegeta's mockery, Raditz remained indifferent, absent-mindedly picking at his nails with an air of nonchalance. What could it be? Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others were momentarily taken aback. But soon enlightenment dawned upon them as they began to sense the energy around them. Moments later, their eyes widened in astonishment, revealing expressions of sheer joy. Goku has finally returned, Krillin exclaimed, his face aglow with elation and excitement. He gazed into the distance, his heart surging with an uncontrollable thrill. With Goku's return, Krillin's flickering hope was reignited. He believed that Goku would bring forth new strength and wisdom, aiding them in overcoming all adversities. Goku had always been Krillin's role model and pillar of support, his presence instilling boundless courage and motivation within him. At this moment, Krillin's emotions surged like a vast, tumultuous sea, brimming with fervor. The Z warriors were equally exhilarated, their spirits soaring high. In stark contrast to the Z warriors' jubilation, Vegeta's fury erupted upon hearing Raditz's words. "Hey, Raditz, are you implying that I cannot defeat that low-class warrior?" Vegeta bellowed, his eyes wide and bloodshot with rage. He felt his dignity had suffered the utmost humiliation. "You'll find out once I engage you." "Look, he's coming," Raditz said, nonchalantly digging into his ear as he gestured towards the sky. A brilliant beam of light streaked across, and from the Nimbus cloud descended Son Goku, landing firmly on the ground. His gaze was resolute, radiating immense confidence. "Goku, Goku." His comrades rushed forward to greet him. "I apologize for my tardiness, everyone." Son Goku smiled as he greeted them, promptly making his way to Raditz's side. "Brother, thank you," he said earnestly. "No need for thanks. We are family." Raditz waved his hand dismissively. "Go and fight. Call me only if it becomes absolutely necessary." Son Goku fell silent. His eyes fixated on Raditz as he attuned himself to Raditz's energy. Suddenly, he felt as though he were submerged in an unfathomable ocean, depths unseen and inscrutable. "I understand." Son Goku nodded slightly, then earnestly implored, "Unless it is absolutely unavoidable, brother, do not intervene." "Go now, let me witness your limits," Raditz encouraged. Patting Son Goku on the back, Goku turned to face Vegeta. "So, you're the Scion?" he said calmly. "Humph, Kakarot, you've finally arrived. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Vegeta declared, adopting a combative stance, exuding an aura of lethal intent. "Only through battle will we know who prevails," Goku replied, lowering his center of gravity as he assumed the stance of the Turtle School martial arts. A chilling wind swept through the air as the two stood poised for combat. Tension palpable, the clash imminent. Chapter 27, The Fateful Duel, Son Wukong vs. Vegeta. Allow me to illuminate the chasm that separates a prodigious warrior from an innate fool. With this proclamation, Vegeta propelled himself vigorously, his entire form launching forward, causing the stones that once stood firm to shatter under the immense force. In the face of Vegeta's ferocious advance, Son Wukong leaped into the fray, pursuing him with fervor. A resounding clash echoed, akin to thunder reverberating through the air, leaving the audience's ears ringing. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to suspend itself, and the very atmosphere quivered under the impact of their elbows colliding with a sharp, resonant sound. A tremendous shockwave erupted between the two, fracturing cliffs and sending stones flying in all directions. Their energies surged as they engaged in a fierce aerial contest, altering the very essence of the heavens and earth. After a brief stalemate, both warriors unleashed a flurry of punches, their fists colliding with such force that they were propelled backward. Regaining their footing, they charged at each other once more, the cacophony of their strikes reverberating through the battlefield. The red and blue figures danced through the air, a whirlwind of intense combat, each collision producing earth-shattering explosions. The once rugged terrain was rapidly transformed into a desolate plain. With a final, thunderous impact, Son Wukong was sent sprawling by Vegeta's blow, skidding across the ground for dozens of meters, carving a deep trench in his wake. Vegeta, seizing the advantage, accelerated towards Son Wukong, grasping his left hand while delivering a devastating knee strike to his abdomen. Ugh! The impact left Son Wukong gasping, a spurt of saliva escaping his lips. Gritting his teeth through the excruciating pain, he lifted his head and charged at Vegeta. Their heads collided with a resounding thud, causing Vegeta to see stars as he relinquished his grip on Son Wukong. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong swiftly ensnared Vegeta's ankle with his right foot. Off balance, Vegeta leaned forward, and Son Wukong, using his strength, propelled him into a shoulder throw. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's back met the ground, sending shock waves through the earth that splintered the ground into a web of cracks. The very ground trembled beneath the force of their encounter. Having successfully executed his maneuver, Son Wukong swiftly moved aside, extending his hands to gather his energy. In mere moments, he conjured a massive energy sphere nearly a meter in diameter. Faced with this overwhelming force, Vegeta lifted his hands, hurling it skyward. The sphere arced sharply upward, exploding in a thunderous eruption reminiscent of a breathtaking firework display. Subsequently, Vegeta launched himself at Sun Wukong once more, his hands firing energy blasts like a relentless machine gun. With nimble footwork, Sun Wukong deftly evaded the onslaught. His gaze locked onto Vegeta's every movement, determined to uncover a flaw. As Sun Wukong drew nearer, Vegeta propelled himself skyward again. Sun Wukong pursued fiercely, launching a rapid barrage of strikes, each punch a blur of speed. Vegeta barely evaded the onslaught, retreating before delivering a powerful blow to Sun Wukong's chest. Though staggered, Sun Wukong quickly regained his stance. They exchanged another punch, the force of their actions creating distance between them. How can a mere lower-class warrior compare to me? A genius fighter? Vegeta seethed with fury as he struggled to subdue Sun Wukong. His attacks grew increasingly frantic. Observing this, Sun Wukong maintained his composure, adopting a defensive stance, waiting patiently for Vegeta to reveal a weakness. Now, at last, in a moment of reckoning, Vegeta leapt high, his right leg descending like an axe. Sun Wukong wore a peculiar smile, remaining steadfast in his position. Boom! That kick passed through Sun Wukong's form, leaving a gaping crater in the ground. A mere illusion? Panic seized Vegeta, sensing a chilling presence behind him. Sun Wukong pivoted, delivering a powerful kick to Vegeta's side, launching him through the air. Vegeta traced a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Wukong is about to claim victory, Krillin exclaimed, his arms raised in exhilaration. Not so fast, Raditz replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his calm demeanor unsettling. Huh? Krillin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment and confusion. Yet, Raditz paid no heed to Krillin's reaction, continuing with a cryptic tone, now, the real battle begins. A faint smile graced his lips, imbued with an air of mystery and intrigue. His gaze turned toward the distant battlefield, eyes shimmering with anticipation, as if awaiting a critical event that promised to be the highlight of this unfolding saga. Indeed, the rock pile pressing down on Vegeta trembled violently. Hiya! With a surge of power, Vegeta emerged unscathed, radiating intense energy like an enraged beast. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, glared ahead. Unforgivable! How could I, Prince Vegeta, be inferior to a low-class warrior like you? Vegeta's chest heaved like bellows, his black hair swaying with each rapid breath. His eyes turned crimson, blazing with a wild light that threatened to consume everything before him. But as he inhaled deeply, the violent aura seemed to be grasped by an unseen hand, swiftly receding. Vegeta's eyes cleared, though the coldness and madness remained, making him resemble a calm yet ferocious predator, inspiring dread. Now, I no longer need to conceal my power. I will use all my strength to kill you, Vegeta stated coldly. He inhaled deeply, as if drawing all the surrounding energy into himself. Closing his eyes, he focused, adjusting his state. As his breathing steadied, his aura began to rise. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes snapped open, gleaming intensely. He roared, a sound that echoed through the space, shaking everyone. His aura ignited like a flame, rapidly reaching an astonishing level. At that moment, Vegeta seemed immense, his powerful presence inspiring awe. His eyes burned with brutality and killing intent. Die Kakarot. His muscles tensed, strength surging through him. He darted toward his foe like lightning, fueled by boundless rage and malice. In this fierce battle, Vegeta displayed unparalleled strength. His attacks were a relentless storm, leaving Goku no respite. Each punch and kick carried devastating power, inspiring awe. Goku, unwilling to yield, met Vegeta's onslaught head-on. They engaged in a thrilling duel, filling the battlefield with tension. Vegeta's fist rained down on Goku, who, unable to evade, could only brace himself with his arms, enduring the brutal assault. Finally, a sweeping kick sent him crashing to the ground, raising dust and cracking the earth. As the dust settled, Goku's battered figure emerged. His once vibrant orange martial arts uniform was now tattered, a testament to the fierce battle. Shredded pieces lay scattered like fallen petals, and his blue undershirt was torn, barely covering him. See? This is the difference between us, Vegeta sneered. A low-class warrior like you can never surpass a genius like me. No. I'm fortunate to be a low-class warrior, Goku replied softly, shaking his head. If I hadn't come to Earth, I wouldn't have met so many companions or received guidance from so many strong fighters. Recalling his past, Goku smiled tenderly. Perhaps you're right. I was once extremely untalented. His gaze hardened. But with effort, I believe even a fool can surpass a genius. Talking big when you're about to die, Vegeta scoffed. I was going to kill you directly, but I've changed my mind. Vegeta's eyes gleamed dangerously as he licked his dry lips and grinned maniacally. I'll break every bone in your body, letting you die slowly in pain and despair. You're really strong, Vegeta, Goku said, a smile of excitement on his face. You're worth using the Kaioken. Goku inhaled deeply, controlling his aura to break his body's limits. Red energy burst forth like blazing flames. Wow, what? Vegeta stared in disbelief. An overwhelming pressure bore down on him, and the sheer force of the aura nearly knocked him off his feet. With a powerful thrust, Goku shot into the sky, leaving a fan-shaped crater in the ground. So fast, Goku's figure flashed like lightning, appearing before Vegeta in an instant. Time seemed to stand still. Vegeta's eyes widened, sensing imminent danger. He felt death approaching, his heart racing and sweat beading on his forehead. It was as if an invisible hand gripped his throat, making it hard to breathe. A punch landed on Vegeta's face, sending blood spraying. His right cheek went numb, his face nearly deformed, and his mind clouded. The force sent Vegeta plummeting to the ground, creating a deep crater. His head swam, his ears rang, and his body screamed in pain. Struggling to his feet, Vegeta felt warm liquid on his lips. He wiped it away, revealing a stark red stain on his white glove. Blood? I was bleeding by a low-class warrior. Vegeta paused, then descended into madness. Damn you, Kakarot. I'll destroy you and this planet. Vegeta roared, his body enveloped in purple light, launching him into the air. He formed a claw shape with his hands, gathering energy in a bizarre pose. Immense power surged, crackling with electricity. Try to withstand this if you dare. If you dodge, Earth will turn to dust. Vegeta snarled. This heartless bastard. Goku cursed, activating the Kaioken and cupping his hands at his waist, gathering energy. The immense energies darkened the sky, leaving only blue and purple lights, causing the surrounding sand and rocks to float. It was a scene of apocalypse. Me. Goku chanted, the blue sphere in his hands growing brighter. With a final shout, Goku thrust his hands forward, unleashing a thick beam of blue energy. Receive my galactic cannon. With that, Vegeta unleashed a terrifying surge of purple energy. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided, unleashing chaotic energy that ravaged the air, plunging the entire world into darkness. Chapter 29, The Transformation into a Great Ape. Such a thing is inconceivable. In utter disbelief, I witnessed my full-powered Gallic gun being effortlessly blocked. Fear mingled with a surge of anger as I gritted my teeth, a torrent of energy surging within me, desperately attempting to push past the obstacle. Yet, no matter how hard I exerted myself, it was all in vain. This is it, roared Son Goku, amplifying the energy of his Kamehameha wave, which promptly forced Vegeta's energy back. As Goku exerted his strength, Vegeta felt as though his body was being crushed into a mere pancake. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. I am the prince of all Saiyans. Yet, reality was harsh, and his resistance grew increasingly futile. Ultimately, Vegeta could no longer withstand the immense pressure and was propelled away like a cannonball, soaring into the sky. Son Goku gradually retracted his Kamehameha, silently gazing in the direction where Vegeta had flown. This guy possesses an indomitable vitality. He hasn't perished, Goku murmured. Could it be? Are you suggesting that he is still alive? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, he is still alive, Goku replied nonchalantly. What manner of creature is he? Krillin thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Do not worry too much. This foe is no longer my equal, Goku reassured, patting Krillin's bald head with a light chuckle. As long as you are here, Goku, we can overcome any difficulty, Krillin said, his face alight with excitement. Goku turned to the others behind him, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes, assuring them, fear not, I shall protect you all. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Vegeta plummeted like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from his lips, his gaze ablaze with fury and defiance. Stand down, Vegeta. You are no match for me. Goku's eyes glinted sharply as he regarded Vegeta. Curse you. I am the prince of the warrior race, the Saiyans. How could I be bested by you, a mere low-class warrior? Vegeta seethed, his fists clenched as if ready to erupt like a volcano. He bellowed hysterically at the sky, embodying a futile rage. After venting his wrath, he slowly lowered his head, his expression dark and silent. Moments later, he lifted his gaze again, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. To think I could be pushed to this brink. The exterior matters not. I shall transform into a great ape and crush you. What is that guy babbling about? Goku wondered, perplexed by Vegeta's words. Kakarot, you will regret not having a tail, Vegeta sneered. When the full moon reflects sunlight, it emits over 17 million units of Blutz waves, which triggers our Scion tails to react and transform into great apes. As he spoke, Vegeta covertly infused energy into his palm, creating a... Raditz observed this without interference, thinking, well, if he cannot defeat me, I might as well take advantage of the situation. Damn it, Kakarot is right in front of me, and I have no means to locate the moon on Earth. Though it will diminish my combat prowess, I must resort to that technique. While contemplating, Vegeta bided his time, gathering energy to fabricate an artificial full moon. Finally, at a pivotal moment, Vegeta suddenly lunged, hurling a white energy sphere toward Goku, who instinctively dodged in surprise. However, the sphere did not head toward him but twisted at an odd angle, soaring skyward. Arise! Vegeta shouted, his hand clenched tightly. The orb in the sky detonated, emitting blinding white light, and soon, a small round moon hung overhead. What on earth is that? Goku gasped, astonished by the sight of the artificial full moon. Now you have no chance, Kakarot. No matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat me in my great ape form. Vegeta's face twisted into a savage, frenzied grin as he threw his head back, laughing maniacally. With each laugh, his chest heaved, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. In that instant, Vegeta's body underwent a remarkable transformation. He rapidly expanded, muscles inflating as if inflated, bones cracking ominously. Hair erupted from his skin, enveloping him entirely. His features warped, mouth protruding, teeth elongating, eyes turning blood red, glowing with a beastly light. In mere breaths, he had fully transformed into a colossal ape, towering over 10 meters. His form as immense as a mountain. This great ape emanated a formidable aura, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The great ape roared thunderously, and transformed Vegeta's power surged, releasing a massive aura that sent the Z fighters reeling. How do you like that, Kakarot? You are now doomed, Vegeta declared, brimming with confidence as he resumed his arrogant demeanor. He advanced toward Goku, each step causing the ground to tremble violently. Goku sensed an unprecedented pressure, yet he remained composed. Taking a deep breath, he formed hand seals rapidly and shouted, Kamehameha. A powerful energy wave surged from his hands, hurtling straight toward Vegeta. However, the great ape's skin was as hard as iron, effortlessly withstanding the attack. Seeing this, Vegeta's arrogance soared, and he swung his massive arms like hammers toward Goku. Goku was taken aback, activating his Kaioken technique to narrowly evade the colossal fist. Boom! The immense iron fist struck the ground, causing the earth to collapse and split in two, forming a chasm nearly 100 meters deep. How could this happen? Goku thought, watching the terrifying destructive power of the great ape, a single bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Chapter 30. A desperate struggle, sixfold Kaioken you cannot escape, Kakarot. With a thunderous roar, the transformed ape-like Vegeta brandished his fists, relying on his agility and formidable combat experience. Goku narrowly evaded attack after attack. Yet the vast disparity in their power left him perilously exposed. As his stamina waned, a momentary lapse caused him to be struck by Vegeta's tail, the immense force embedding him into the stone wall. After considerable effort, Goku extricated himself, gasping for breath, his gaze somber as he faced the colossal figure before him. I'll share a revelation with you, Vegeta, in his giant ape form, grinned wickedly, raising his massive fist. Once we Scions transform, our power multiplies tenfold. The winds of his punches howled, and the earth shattered into fragments. Vegeta's eyes glinted with ferocity, his monstrous form intimidating. Goku, momentarily stunned, was flooded with childhood memories. Goku, stay indoors on the full moon night. There will be terrifying ape monsters outside. His grandfather's warning echoed in his mind. Suddenly, clarity washed over him. So that's it. I finally understand, he murmured. The giant ape that crushed my grandfather, the one that ruined the martial arts tournament, was me. I did all of that. Gritting his teeth, Goku's expression transformed, revealing a newfound resolve, his eyes ablaze with the fires of battle. Forgive me, Grandpa. If I have the chance to return to the afterlife, I will apologize. Kakarot, are you sure you don't want my assistance? You cannot defeat this creature alone. Raditz crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. I know, brother. But facing such a formidable opponent is an opportunity one cannot waste. As he spoke, the white aura around him gradually receded, replaced by a crimson energy that blazed like fire. He had entered the Kaioken state. The ferocious pressure of his energy battered Goku's body, and the shackles within him shattered as his power surged, soaring skyward. Goku's countenance twisted in rage, his muscles bulging grotesquely, arms larger than his thighs. Sweat, born of intense agony, evaporated into steam amidst his fiery aura, yet he pressed on, embodying a fiend risen from the depths of hell. Kaioken sixfold. Goku's voice boomed, madness dancing in his eyes. The overwhelming force shattered the stone pillar beneath him into countless fragments, leaving Goku suspended in midair, reveling in his unleashed energy. Goku, you must not elevate the Kaioken beyond fourfold. The Kai on King Kai's planet was drenched in sweat, alarmed. Yet, Goku was oblivious to the warnings, relentlessly amplifying. The sheer force of his energy sent tremors through the earth. Raditz, observing from a distance, shook his head silently. He cannot win. Although Vegeta was battered and drained most of his energy to create an artificial moon, he still possesses a power level of 10,000. Goku, pushing his body to the limit with the sixfold Kaioken, barely reaches 96,000, and his deteriorating condition prevents him from exerting his full strength. This duel is a foregone conclusion. It seems I must intervene after all. Raditz remained poised, ready to assist his brother at a moment's notice. Oh, he still has a trick up his sleeve? This should be entertaining. Vegeta's interest piqued. His eyes gleamed like a predator sizing up its prey. With a sudden burst, Goku lunged at Vegeta, his fists clenched in a fierce strike. The stark contrast in their sizes rendered Goku akin to an ant before a giant. The absurdity of the scene was palpable, yet reality defied expectations. With a thunderous crash, Goku's fist collided with Vegeta's colossal frame, akin to a comet striking the earth. Vegeta was sent hurtling backward, demolishing a small mountain, his massive feet carving a deep trench in the ground before finally halting. But the formidable defenses of the giant ape proved insurmountable. Vegeta emerged unscathed. In contrast, Goku panted heavily, his breath labored. What's wrong? That attack was hardly a scratch. Where did all that bravado go? With a mocking tone, Vegeta swung another punch at Goku. In the brief moment of distraction, Goku was sent flying, spitting blood as his energy plummeted. Before he could recover from the pain, Vegeta's tail swept towards him, sending Goku crashing to the ground as if swatting a fly. Damn it! Goku struggled to rise, his body feeling like a shattered puzzle, his face ablaze with pain, his vision blurring. Run, Kakarot. If you can't escape, I'll crush you underfoot. Vegeta cackled, preparing to stomp on Goku. With a desperate leap, Goku narrowly evaded the blow, creating a massive crater in the earth below. I have no choice but to risk it all. Glancing at his trembling biceps, Goku gritted his teeth and shakily placed his hands at the sides of his head. Solar flare! Goku shouted, radiating blinding white light. Vegeta shrieked, momentarily blinded, tears streaming from his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Goku retreated to a stone platform 100 meters away, raising his hands as he began to draw on the energy of nature around him. In an instant, the life force of the world coalesced into shimmering starlight, merging into Goku's being. Moments later, a pure white aura enveloped him. However, Vegeta, as if sensing impending danger, closed his eyes and launched a crimson energy blast toward Goku. Struck by the energy, Goku plummeted from the stone platform, his gathered energy dissipating significantly. The plot thickens. Vegeta, it seems you've discovered the secret to sensing energy, Raditz mused. A hint of surprise in his gaze. Damn it, so close. As Goku's energy scattered, he cursed inwardly, his body reaching its limits. Chapter 31, Son Goku's Defeat. Raditz's intervention. Vegeta's vision had gradually returned, his crimson eyes searching for Goku with fierce anger. He swiftly pinpointed his quarry and charged. As Vegeta closed in, Goku acted quickly, hurling the remnants of his spirit bomb towards Vegeta's face. A deafening roar erupted as the spirit bomb detonated against Vegeta's face, instantly obliterating his left eye in a spray of blood. Yeah, my eye, you damned Kakarot! Vegeta shrieked, clutching his ruined eye. Seizing the opportunity, Goku placed his hands at his waist, channeling his energy into a Kamehameha wave. Moments later, a colossal azure beam slammed into Vegeta's chest, accompanied by Goku's furious roar and a desperate outpouring of his life force. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, birthing a towering mushroom cloud. Goku collapsed, utterly drained by the Kamehameha. He couldn't even twitch a finger. So, it's still not enough? A bitter smile etched itself upon Goku's face. He could sense that Vegeta's power hadn't diminished significantly. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta emerged, his combat armor in tatters, his chest hair singed, and blood trickling from a ghastly, yet superficial, wound. His left eye remained shut, oozing blood, rendering his visage even more menacing. Resorting to cheap tricks, leaving me in such a state. I'll crush you, Vegeta snarled, seizing Goku and squeezing him with all his might. Ayowa. The immense pressure caused Goku's bones to shatter, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Krillin, unable to bear the sight, lunged forward, only to be restrained by Piccolo. Don't be reckless. With your current power, you'll only find death. Piccolo calmly stated, holding Krillin firmly. Are we just going to watch? Krillin gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. We're powerless to help. Piccolo averted his gaze, adding, trust Raditz. He'll save Goku. Krillin took a deep breath and steadied himself, though his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Hurts, doesn't it? Don't worry, I'll end your suffering soon. I'm going to twist your head off. Vegeta sneered, placing his hand on Goku's head, his eyes gleaming with malice. Goku, unconscious from the excruciating pain, trembled. Vegeta tightened his grip, preparing to wrench Goku's head from his shoulders. Suddenly, a ki blast hurtled towards Vegeta's hand, disrupting his action. Stung by the impact, Vegeta instinctively released Goku. A figure swiftly appeared, catching the falling Saiyan. It was Raditz. After rescuing Goku, Raditz quickly fed him a Senzu bean and whisked him away. Goku's body rapidly healed, his broken bones mending. Thank you, brother, Goku said gratefully. Save the thanks, Raditz replied. I'm sorry, I couldn't defeat Vegeta, Goku lamented. No matter. You've had your fun, now leave it to me. Raditz waved his hand dismissively and strode forward, leaving Goku with a reassuring view of his back. Oh, have you come to die in Kakarot's place, Raditz? Vegeta sneered, casting a disdainful look at Raditz. I hope you'll still be laughing soon, Raditz retorted calmly. Just a talentless waste, spouting nonsense. Vegeta clearly disregarded Raditz's words. Without further ado, Raditz vanished and reappeared before Vegeta, startling him. When did you? Before Vegeta could finish, Raditz struck him in his injured left eye. The renewed assault caused the wound to bleed profusely once more. Ayya, you despicable cur, Vegeta roared, showering Raditz with insults. Before the pain in his eye could subside, Vegeta was struck by an unbearable blow to his abdomen. A searing ki blast exploded within Vegeta's stomach, inflicting agonizing pain. He clutched his abdomen, but the pain intensified, threatening to tear him apart. Sweat poured down his face, and his complexion paled. He gritted his teeth, struggling to stand, but the pain was too great. Raditz descended to the ground, his gaze fixed on Vegeta's tail. He seized the appendage and, with a mighty heave, lifted the Saiyan Prince high into the air. Then, with a grin, Raditz slammed Vegeta into the ground, creating a tremor that shook the earth. His face contorted with fury as he repeatedly lifted and slammed Vegeta. Vegeta was tossed about like a rag doll, his vision blurring, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. His armor in ruins. Vegeta finally roared, his eyes blazing with rage and humiliation. He had been confident in his strength, yet he was powerless against Raditz. Damn it. Vegeta cursed inwardly, unable to believe his predicament. Ha 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 ha. Raditz laughed uproariously, taunting, Vegeta, aren't you supposed to be strong? You bastard. How could I, Prince Vegeta, lose to a weakling like you? Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze filled with rage. But Raditz paid him no mind, continuing to slam him into the ground. After a time, seemingly bored, Raditz hurled Vegeta away. The massive body crashed into a mountainside, causing it to crumble. If you're weak, train more. If you can't handle losing, don't bother showing up. The past is the past, the present is the present. Raditz dusted off his hands and spoke dismissively. Chapter 32, Defeating Vegeta and Revealing the Truth. A gust of cold wind swept through the area, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. Such immense power, unable to suppress a gulp, Piccolo felt as though his very worldview was about to shatter. Just moments ago, the formidable Vegeta had effortlessly defeated Son Goku. Yet here he was, reduced to this state by Raditz. Was this man even human? Tien Shinhan found himself questioning his existence, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Fantastic! Krillin exclaimed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with hope. The Earth is saved. He danced about in joy, contrasting sharply with the others who contemplated the situation more deeply. For Krillin, resolving the immediate crisis was paramount. Truly the elder brother. Observing Raditz's invincible figure, Son Goku clenched his fists, his gaze ablaze like a roaring flame. Feeling a surge of passion coursing through him, He was filled with admiration and longing for Raditz's overwhelming strength, sparking an intense fighting spirit within him. Goku's body trembled slightly, as if every cell was awakened, resolving that once the turmoil passed, he would challenge Raditz again. His eyes radiated unwavering determination and courage. In that moment, Goku's deep-seated desire for battle ignited completely, yearning to become a warrior as powerful as Raditz through relentless effort and training. It seemed he would need to train even harder. Goku silently vowed. In stark contrast to the soaring morale among the Z fighters, Vegeta's heart was engulfed in humiliation and rage. Why? Why is this happening? Vegeta roared defiantly, his face contorted with disbelief. Why is it that these lowly warriors surpass me one after another? I am the Prince of the Saiyans, possessing the noblest blood and the greatest strength. How can these inferior warriors be stronger than me? I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse. His agitation intensified, and his aura surged with each word. I am the greatest warrior among the Saiyans. I am meant to stand at the pinnacle. Anger flickered in Vegeta's eyes, as if he could ignite the world around him. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, blood trickling down his fingers. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. I will not lose. I will never concede. Vegeta growled under his breath, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. Drawing a deep breath, he pushed his aura to its limits and charged at Raditz, fists swinging wildly. Raditz gazed at Vegeta with sympathy, effortlessly extending a hand to catch Vegeta's furious punch, rendering it utterly ineffective. How infuriating. This cannot be happening. A mindless Vegeta raised his fist once more to attack. At that moment, Raditz swiftly revealed a sword formed of condensed energy, slicing through the air with a fierce swipe. Before Vegeta could react, he felt a powerful force sever his tail. The excruciating pain elicited a pained scream, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. As Vegeta's tail was severed, his aura rapidly diminished, and his once mighty form shrank back to its original size. Clutching his wound, his face turned ashen, eyes filled with disbelief and fury. Vegeta, you have lost, Raditz stated coldly, regarding him with an unyielding gaze. Grinding his teeth, Vegeta struggled against the pain, glaring fiercely at Raditz, filled with resentment and humiliation. Yet deep down, he understood that he could no longer fight. Finally, after a moment, Vegeta exhaled, his turbulent aura calming as if his soul had been drained. Kill me, Vegeta rasped, a sense of defeat enveloping him. I will not kill you, Raditz replied, shaking his head as he walked past Vegeta. Why? Is it to humiliate me? Vegeta's teeth clenched, his eyes brimming with indignation. Are you not curious about the truth behind the extermination of the Saiyans? Without answering Vegeta's question, Raditz posed another. This is old news. Everyone knows the Saiyans perished due to a meteor strike. What do you mean? Vegeta bellowed. I mean that the extermination of the Saiyans was orchestrated by Frieza. Raditz turned to face Vegeta, his gaze piercing. Vegeta stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, suddenly grasping the gravity of the revelation. Do you understand now? Noticing Vegeta's change in expression, Raditz inquired, observing the silent contemplation that enveloped him. Is this the reason for your betrayal? Then why? Not enough. What? Far from sufficient. Vegeta fell silent. After stating this, Raditz turned to leave. Wait. Vegeta called out suddenly. Raditz turned back, wordlessly waiting for Vegeta's response. Soon, the Frieza force will head to Namek, Vegeta stated coldly. Thank you. A hint of a smile graced Raditz's lips as he tossed a Senzu bean to Vegeta. Catching it, Vegeta gazed at the bean with confusion. When you feel you are near death, consume it, Raditz instructed, flying back toward the Z fighters without looking back. After receiving the Senzu bean, Vegeta silently turned away, his steps unsteady, each one a struggle, yet he pressed on without faltering. Thus, he limped back to his spacecraft. Once inside, Vegeta promptly sealed the hatch and activated the ship's engines. With a roar, the vessel ascended, soaring into the depths of space. As he watched the Earth recede through the window, Vegeta's gaze grew increasingly cold and resolute. Are we just going to let him go? Krillin lamented, having witnessed Vegeta's departure. Let him be. We will meet again, Raditz replied calmly. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Krillin fell silent, recognizing that, after all, Raditz was the one who had defeated Vegeta. Leaving the matter in his hands, Raditz, what you mentioned about Namek and Frieza. Piccolo suddenly interjected, breaking the surrounding tension. Allow me to explain the events that are about to unfold, Raditz began, as the truth gradually emerged, and the faces of those present turned increasingly grim. Chapter 33, preparing for the battle on Namek. Little did they expect that the truth behind the extermination of the Scions would unfold in such a manner. Upon hearing Raditz's account, Krillin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Was there truly another formidable enemy lurking? Tien sighed deeply. Namek, my homeland? Piccolo's gaze was complex. This world is indeed fascinating, teeming with such powerful beings. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of Goku's enthusiasm, the news brought by Raditz cast a shadow over the hearts of the Z warriors. Enough lamenting, rather than wallowing in despair. We should devise a strategy to confront the impending threats, Raditz interjected with a calm demeanor. He then turned to Goku and said, Kakarot. I overheard the Elder Kai mention a room of spirit and time in the temple. For the time being, I need you to accompany me there for a day. I want to go too. Piccolo quickly chimed in. After pondering for a moment, Raditz replied, That's acceptable, but first, I wish for you to train in a certain location. You will gain significant strength there. Once you finish your training, you may join me in the room of spirit and time. What location? Seek out the Elder Kai. He will guide you. At this moment, Krillin hesitated, wanting to voice something. Just say it, Raditz said indifferently. I was wondering if Tien and I could join as well. Krillin scratched his bald head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You can, but you must return before we set off. You need to accompany us, Raditz instructed while stroking his smooth chin. Why? Krillin exclaimed, startled. Don't ask so many questions, just be ready when the time comes. All right, he conceded, though his reluctance was evident from the furrow in his brow. How frustrating. I never imagined there would be an even stronger foe. I can't perish on Namek. I haven't even married yet, Krillin lamented inwardly. Very well, this is the plan. For the next month, everyone should take the time to adjust, Raditz concluded, leading Goku away. The others, including Piccolo, promptly sought out the Elder Kai as instructed. The ravaged Earth, having endured fierce battles, finally found a moment of respite. Meanwhile, Goku and Raditz soared through the skies, with the sleeping Gohan cradled in Raditz's arms. Brother, why are you bringing me back to Capsule Corp? Goku asked, puzzled. Naturally, to persuade Chi-Chi. Without her consent, how could you venture out? Raditz replied with irritation. Goku paused, taken aback by Raditz's words, before scratching his head and offering an awkward smile. Notably, Raditz's support had improved Goku's household circumstances, and Chi-Chi had not yet insisted that Goku find a job. Moreover, due to Gohan's evolving mindset, she had become more lenient regarding Gohan's martial training, as long as he kept up with his studies. Raditz's intention to accompany them stemmed from his desire to bring Gohan along. Having resolved Goku's domestic challenges, Raditz emerged as a commendable elder brother in Chi-Chi's eyes, more persuasive than Goku himself. After an engaging morning of negotiation, Chi-Chi transitioned from staunch opposition to tearful consent, aided by Gohan's gentle encouragement. Ultimately, they agreed that Chi-Chi would allow the brothers to take Gohan for training into Namek, under the condition that they would ensure Gohan's safety. With family matters settled, Goku promptly flew to Bulma's home to borrow the Dragon Radar, preparing to resurrect those who had perished in battle. Shortly thereafter, Goku gathered the Dragon Balls and prepared to make his wish. Come forth, Shenron, Goku exclaimed, extending his arms and calling for the Eternal Dragon. As he did, the 7 Dragon Balls were arranged neatly on the ground. In an instant, the sky darkened, and the Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light that soared into the heavens. Within this luminous glow, a massive dragon gradually emerged. Its serpentine body spanned hundreds of meters, with shimmering scales that emanated a mysterious glow. Its eyes were like 2 colossal pearls, exuding an aura of authority. The dragon lowered its head, gazing at Goku and the others, and spoke in a deep voice. State your wishes, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Kakarot, make sure to phrase it like this. Raditz leaned in, whispering something into Goku's ear. Goku nodded and turned to Shenron. O dragon, please revive those who have perished on Earth. Shenron nodded, its crimson eyes gleaming. A radiant light enveloped the entire Earth, instantly reviving all those who had died, including Yamcha, who had been killed by the Cybermen. At that moment, a bewildered Yamcha appeared at the Kame house. Upon seeing him, Bulma rushed over, embracing him and bursting into tears. Yamcha, scratching his head, gently patted Bulma's back to comfort her. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, Shenron intoned, transforming into a beam of light that ascended into the sky. As the light scattered into 7 Dragon Balls soaring into the firmament, Shenron's figure gradually faded from view. The skies began to clear. With matters settled, a fatigued Raditz returned to the villa. After a refreshing shower, He sat down to eat while calling upon the system to review his gains. Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating Vegeta. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a power level of 50,000. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill, Super Instant Transmission. Super Instant Transmission, an enhanced version of the instant transmission technique from Yardrat, allowing the user to teleport by sensing energy, enabling immediate travel to lifeless planets upon acquiring their coordinates. Not too shabby, but somewhat disappointing, Raditz remarked as he bit into a piece of roasted beef. After quickly finishing his meal, he let out a satisfied burp and began preparing for bed. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if all his energy had been sapped, leaving his body heavy and weak. Slowly, he approached the bed and collapsed onto the soft mattress with a soft thud. His eyelids gradually closed, his gaze losing focus, and his thoughts began to blur. As time passed, his breathing deepened and steadied, his body fully relaxing. In this tranquil environment, he drifted into slumber. When he opened his eyes again, Raditz found himself enveloped in darkness. Not again, he groaned, the familiarity of the sensation prompting a sigh of exasperation. Chapter 34, Deadly Danger. This ability truly torments one. I can hardly sleep well whenever something goes awry. Complaining aside, Raditz strides forward with determination. He meanders through the endless expanse of the universe, his steps light yet resolute. As time unfolds, he gradually realizes he is immersed in a vast celestial realm. The brilliant stars twinkle with a faint luminescence, resembling jewels embedded in a black tapestry of night. Their sheer multitude is astonishing, as if they constitute an infinite treasury. Raditz is overwhelmed by the magnificence of this scene, a surge of reverence swelling within him. In the distance, a shimmering river of stars meanders gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc. This galactic river comprises countless stars that illuminate one another, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Gazing upon this Milky Way, Raditz feels the vastness of the cosmos envelop him. Before he can ponder his whereabouts, the scene shifts once more. Suddenly, Raditz finds himself standing upon a lush expanse of land, surrounded by flourishing trees. His gaze extends ahead, where a figure clad in armor stands tall, its skin a deep purple, a long tail trailing behind, and its towering height of 2 meters and 4 centimeters exuding a formidable presence. Above its head, 2 horns, reminiscent of a demoness, reach towards the heavens, while its blood-red eyes brim with murderous intent. Just a single glance into Raditz's eyes sends a chill down his spine, rendering him motionless. In an instant, the sensation of helplessness brought on by the fall from above overwhelms him, and the dream shatters, Raditz slowly opening his eyes, a grave expression etched upon his face. Indeed, upon seeing that figure, he instantly recognizes its identity. Clad in armor, with purple skin and an N95 mask, who else could it be but Gula? Rubbing his forehead, Raditz feels as though 1,000 horses are galloping through his mind. With his current strength, encountering Gula would be akin to courting death. Sighing heavily, Raditz resolves to expedite his training regimen. It appears he must first elevate his baseline combat power. It is time to utilize the item bestowed upon him by the system. This foreboding dream diverges from the past, offering only vague insights. Aside from knowing who the enemy is, where he is, and when they will meet, Raditz is entirely in the dark. It looms over him like a sword suspended above his head, threatening to plunge down at any moment, leaving him restless. After all, when one's life is in peril, unease is only natural. Currently, the only course of action available to him is to continually enhance his strength to confront the impending crisis. Resolute in his decision, Raditz promptly makes his way to Son Goku's residence. At this moment, Son Goku is already prepared. Kakarot. Raditz calls out from afar, waving at him. Son Goku, cradling Son Gohan, flies over and says, "Brother, let us go." With that, the 3 of them soar towards the sacred world of the Kais. Upon arriving, Raditz informs the Supreme Kai of Frisia's impending threat. The Supreme Kai's brow furrows upon hearing this, stating, "I did not foresee such a formidable adversary in the future. With your current strength, you would certainly not stand a chance against him. However, there is no need for excessive concern. As long as you train within the room of spirit and time, it may aid in enhancing your abilities." Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Son Goku and Raditz exchange knowing glances and nod in agreement. Subsequently, they follow Mr. Popo's guidance into the room of spirit and time. The passage of time within this chamber differs from the outside world. 1 year here equates to merely 1 day outside. Son Goku and Raditz resolve to seize this opportunity to fully bolster their strength. Son Gohan quietly observes from the side. Though still young, he comprehends the significance of the moment. He silently vows to train diligently, aspiring to become a warrior as powerful as his father and uncle. In the days that follow, Son Goku and Raditz engage in rigorous training, steadily augmenting their strength. Son Gohan, too, diligently studies alongside them, occasionally offering insights that astonish both Son Goku and Raditz. Days pass in this manner. On one particular day, Raditz deviates from his usual routine, entrusting Son Gohan to Son Goku's guidance while he focuses on his own training. The reason is simple. Raditz has encountered a bottleneck in his training. It has been 2 months since he arrived in the Room of Spirit and Time. And despite his combat power reaching 2 million, it has stagnated for a week now. Therefore, Raditz seeks to break through this barrier using external pressure. Entering the white gravity chamber, Raditz concentrates and maximizes the weight of his training attire. Boom! A tremendous pressure envelopes him, and in an instant, Raditz is pinned to the ground, immobile. The sound of cracking bones echoes, and blood begins to seep from his pores. His complexion pales to a ghostly white, and breathing becomes increasingly labored. It feels as though his body is on the verge of shattering, each bone emitting a cry of anguish. Sweat mixed with blood trickles down his forehead, his vision blurring, and consciousness fading. Yet, he grits his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of strength to struggle upright. However, the gravity presses down upon him like an insurmountable mountain, mercilessly crushing him. In this moment, Raditz distinctly feels the flow of blood within him slowing, akin to a river nearing desiccation. He can even hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heart. Stand up, stand up. I cannot fall here. On the precipice of death, Raditz harbors but one conviction: break through the bottleneck. His hands, now pressed against the ground, grip tightly, veins bulging as he defiantly expels energy. Resisting the surrounding pressure, Raditz struggles to rise from the floor. His entire being is drenched in sweat and blood, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet, his already formidable physique, now further enhanced by the effort to resist the pressure, seems to swell, muscles bulging as if ready to burst through his skin. Each muscle radiates an unparalleled power, exuding an aura of authority. Despite this, his gaze remains steadfast, revealing an indomitable spirit. As his energy continues to swell, Raditz senses a powerful force converging from all directions. Yet he does not waver. Instead, he grits his teeth, straightening his spine against the pressure. His eyes are resolute and sharp, as if piercing through every obstacle before him. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrates all his strength, preparing for an explosive release. With a mighty roar, his momentum reaches a new zenith, shattering the shackles of his limits. Raditz's power surges to 3 million. The fabric of his training attire tears apart under the intensity of his energy. Finally, he succeeds. A faint yet fatigued smile graces Raditz's lips. However, a wave of dizziness washes over him, and his body involuntarily sways, eventually bringing him to one knee. Yet, driven by his tenacious will and desire to survive, Raditz swiftly steadies himself, refusing to succumb. He knows he must remain alert, so without hesitation, he reaches into his robe, retrieving a senzu bean and placing it in his mouth. Instantly, it feels as though a new vitality courses through him, rejuvenating his spirit. Upon reflection, this marks the first time since my arrival here that I have activated a Scion's passive ability. It is truly formidable. Recalling the earlier scene, Raditz shudders violently, his eyes reflecting a lingering fear. Yet, despite the terror, the rewards are significant. He has broken through to 3 million in combat power. And after consuming a senzu bean to restore himself, Raditz now boasts a combat power of 4 million. His baseline combat capabilities have seen a substantial enhancement. The next step is to solidify this foundation before embarking on the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Contemplating his upcoming plans, Raditz returns to the resting area. Today has yielded considerable gains. Rest well to achieve even greater progress tomorrow. Chapter 35. Super Saiyan Raditz slumbered deeply, only to be roused by the sounds of Son Goku and Son Gohan's combat. He awoke feeling refreshed and, after a thorough ablution, commencing his daily regimen. Thump. Raditz amplified his personal burden to 100 tons. His physique felt as though it were being crushed by a small mountain. Yet he persevered with unwavering resolve. Perspiration cascaded from his brow, forming a puddle on the ground. Nonetheless, Raditz pressed onward, never faltering. Each stride felt arduous, akin to treading through mire, but his pace remained unyielding. He relentlessly repeated the fundamentals, perpetually challenging his limitations. Every punch and kick he delivered resonated with immense power, as if rending the very air. As time eroded his stamina, Raditz continued to endure. He understood that only through relentless dedication could he augment his strength and evolve into a more formidable warrior. While some abhor the monotony of repetition, others find solace in it, dedicating their lives to a single pursuit. To practice a punch tens of thousands of times, never relenting, solely to shave off a mere 0.01 seconds from its execution. This is the essence of a scion. Through unwavering refinement, Raditz's strength became exceptionally solidified. After 3 days, he had mastered his newfound power. Subsequently, Raditz prepared to embark on a pivotal step, the transformation into a super scion. The super scion transformation is a unique trait of the scion race, a legendary state said to manifest only once every millennium. Attaining this form necessitates a high combat power, nurturing pure, tranquil emotions to augment the S cells within, and then inducing a surge of intense rage to trigger an explosive proliferation of these S cells, culminating in a successful transformation. Raditz's combat power had evidently met the criteria. All that remained was a catalyst of fury to stimulate the growth of his S cells and achieve the transformation. The time has come, Raditz mused, resolving to interface with the system. System, initiate nightmare mirror. Ding. This function may severely impact the host's emotions and may affect the surrounding reality. Please confirm whether to proceed. Confirm activation. Dreamscape initializing. Shortly thereafter, Raditz sensed his consciousness detach from his corporeal form, plunging into an abyss of darkness. He experienced an extensive, protracted dream. Within the dreamscape, the transmigrations were illusory, devoid of verity. In this fabricated world, the 3 brutes who had once inflicted such cruelty upon him thrived without retribution. He could only bear witness in his dream, consumed by indignation and resentment. Simultaneously, in another scene, he beheld his parents, their hair turned white overnight, their faces gaunt, their eyes reflecting profound sorrow. They stood vigil before a fresh grave, his own. They remained there in solemn silence, their gazes vacant, as though life had... This dreamscape filled him with anguish and despair. He yearned to escape the nightmare, but was powerless. His soul was enveloped in boundless grief, unable to find solace. The scenery shifted like slides, ultimately settling upon a land both alien and familiar. To his astonishment, he had reverted to Raditz, back in the Dragon Ball universe. Here, he had a beloved nephew, son Gohan, whom he mentored, sharing starlit nights, cherishing the warmth of familial affection. Yet, as he reveled in the warmth of kinship, the scene abruptly changed. Cooler appeared before him, mercilessly slaying son Gohan. This sudden calamity widened his eyes, filling him with rage and sorrow. Raditz furiously lunged at Cooler, but the vast disparity in power reduced him to a mere plaything. After enduring a single blow from Cooler, he collapsed, his gaze fixated on Cooler, his eyes bloodshot. Cooler, observing the lifeless body of son Gohan, smirked malevolently. He unhesitatingly raised an energy sphere and hurled it at son Gohan's corpse. With a thunderous explosion, son Gohan's body was obliterated, scattering into countless fragments. Cooler sneered, taunting, "You can't protect anything." These words pierced Raditz's heart like a blade. His eyes widened, brimming with fury and hatred. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, drawing blood. Abruptly, Raditz emanated a potent aura, his hair rising and turning golden, his eyes becoming piercingly sharp. He roared, successfully transforming into a super scion. His body was enveloped in a golden aura, as fervent and formidable as a blazing inferno. With a thunderous roar, a golden aura streaked through the smoke, striking Cooler's face as he watched in terror. But just as it was about to make contact, the scene before Raditz reverted to its original state. On Earth, a figure with a golden aura, golden hair, and azure eyes stood tall, tears streaming from his eyes. Trailing behind him in the wake of the aura, Super Saiyan Raditz had arrived. Chapter 36. Son Goku's Challenge. Curse it, Gula, just you wait, Raditz exclaimed, brimming with indignation. With that, he wiped away his tears and reverted from his Super Saiyan form. The transformation he had only just grasped was unstable. It seemed wiser to withdraw sooner rather than later. Although acquiring a new transformation should have been a cause for celebration, Raditz's emotions were anything but straightforward at that moment. As Raditz grappled with his tumultuous feelings, he sensed Son Goku rapidly approaching. Indeed, it wasn't long before Raditz caught sight of Goku, who was joyfully running towards him, holding onto Gohan. "Is there something you need, Kakarot?" Raditz inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. He was still irked from the recent encounter with that troublesome device. "Well, I just wanted to see why your power has surged so dramatically," Goku replied. "There's nothing to it. I merely comprehended a new transformation," Raditz stated nonchalantly. Your power is truly impressive, brother, Goku exclaimed, his gaze on Raditz growing increasingly fervent. As the saying goes, not all who share blood share the same door. Without Goku needing to voice it, Raditz understood his intentions. Care to test it? Raditz's lips curled into a subtle, provocative smile as he raised an eyebrow, folding his arms confidently. Absolutely. Goku responded without hesitation, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. He clenched his fists tightly, leaning slightly forward, as if poised to strike at any moment. Raditz's smile broadened. Having just vented his frustrations, an opponent had conveniently presented himself. Gohan, sensing his father's intensity, felt a chill run down his spine and swallowed hard, silently urging his father to reconsider. Yet, the fiery scion would heed no counsel. Gohan could only pray for his father's safety. Come on. Raditz beckoned casually, standing firm. In an instant, Goku vanished, and a sonic boom reverberated through the air. His right fist, like a tempest, hurtled towards Raditz's face, the force of his punch slicing through the air. Just as that iron-hard fist was about to collide with his visage, Raditz swiftly extended two fingers, which caught Goku's punch as if they were two imposing mountains, halting it from advancing another inch. Those fingers seemed to embody boundless strength and resilience, rendering Goku's attack utterly impotent. Realizing the precariousness of his position, Goku attempted to retaliate, but was met with an overwhelming force at his wrist. With a flick of his wrist, Raditz sent Goku hurtling backward, who only regained control after flying several dozen meters. Instinctively glancing back, Goku saw a massive arm approaching at breakneck speed, striking like a scythe towards his neck, driving him into the earth, which cracked like spiderwebs beneath the impact, producing a thunderous roar. Ugh! Goku was momentarily dazed from the collision with the ground. But the ordeal was far from over. Raditz bent low, his arms retracting before suddenly extending outward, firmly pressing down on Goku's forehead. He then began to run, dragging Goku across the ground. Lead the charge. In no time, a deep trench was carved into the earth beneath them. The brutal scene caused Gohan to gasp in horror, goosebumps rising on his skin as he looked at Goku with increased pity. The punishment continued. After leading the charge, Raditz held Goku by the head, lifting him to eye level. With a mere thought, he concentrated energy into the orange glow forming in his grasp. Boom! The energy within his palm erupted, sending a column of yellow light soaring into the sky. Goku, caught at the center of the explosion, was launched dozens of meters high, crashing back to the ground under the force of gravity. As he lay in a massive crater, Goku's pupils widened in disbelief, caught in an existential crisis. Next time you want to spar, don't test the waters, or I'll break your legs, Raditz remarked coldly, ignoring Goku's bewildered expression as he dusted off his hands. Chapter 37. The Tenfold Kaioken. Gasping in pain, Goku clutched his head with both hands as he shakily emerged from the pit. My apologies, brother. Please grant me another chance. Sensing Raditz's displeasure, Goku immediately pressed his palms together in a gesture of contrition, his face flushed with embarrassment. Raditz was indeed correct. His previous attacks had merely been probing strikes, a grave oversight given his brother's formidable strength. One last opportunity. Unleash your full power, Raditz declared with a grave expression, slowly raising his hand. A tremendous aura erupted from him, a force akin to a tempest, enveloping Goku in an unprecedented pressure that made his blood feel as though it had momentarily ceased to flow. Yes, Hala. With a thunderous roar, Goku began to concentrate his energy. His fists clenched tightly, muscles bulging with intensity, his aura transitioning from a brilliant white to a deep crimson, escalating uncontrollably. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times. Tenfold Kaioken. With a mighty shout, Goku completed his transformation. At this moment, his aura blazed like an inferno. After 2 months of rigorous training, Goku's base combat power had reached 500,000, and with the augmentation of the Tenfold Kaioken, he now exuded an overwhelming presence, akin to a demon god descending upon the earth, striking awe into Gohan, who watched in astonishment. With a resounding boom, Goku vanished from his position in an instant, his figure streaking across the sky like a bolt of lightning, evading all attempts to track his movement. Where he once stood, a massive crater remained, a testament to the sheer force of his departure. Simultaneously, his fist shot toward Raditz like a meteor, radiating an aura powerful enough to rend the very fabric of reality. In this tense moment, time seemed to stand still, with Gohan's gaze riveted on the impending clash between Goku and Raditz, eagerly anticipating the fierce. Now this feels like a contest. Raditz laughed heartily as he met Goku's punch with one of his own. Boom. A heavy thud resonated as the shockwave from their collision rippled outward, and Raditz was sent hurtling backward. After gliding through the air for several meters, he regained his composure. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with exhilaration. The battle between Raditz and Goku was intensely fierce, with both warriors exerting their utmost capabilities. Goku, relying on his raw power, initially gained the upper hand, yet Raditz, undeterred, relentlessly sought out Goku's vulnerabilities, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. During one fierce exchange, Raditz's hand was struck forcefully by Goku, shattering the bones instantly. Gritting his teeth in agony, Raditz gasped, but thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities, his hand swiftly returned to its original state. Undaunted by his injury, Raditz escalated his onslaught against Goku. His attacks grew fiercer, and the combined strain of their combat and the Kaioken's side effects began to take their toll on Goku. Just as Goku found himself in a precarious situation, he suddenly unleashed the afterimage technique as a feint. Seizing a momentary opening, he channeled all his energy into a powerful Kamehameha wave, striking Raditz squarely in the chest. Raditz staggered backward, propelled by the tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. Slowly rising from the earth, he appeared unscathed within mere breaths. The ghastly wound on his chest healing as if it had never existed. Witnessing this, Goku felt a surge of foreboding and hastened to increase the frequency of his attacks, striving to conclude the battle swiftly. Raditz, however, was not so easily thwarted, employing his superior technique to wear down Goku's stamina through a relentless barrage of strikes. Crack! Goku's muscles began to spasm, signaling that his body was approaching its limits. I can't delay any longer. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and sent Raditz flying, placing his hands on his hips to gather energy for the Kamehameha. Are you unable to hold on any longer? Let this one strike determine the victor. Raditz's aura surged ominously as he extended his arms behind him, his upper body leaning backward. Terrifying energy coalesced behind him, the scorching heat warping the air around them. Poised for release. Kamehameha wave. Kaioken. In an instant, two beams of blue and purple light intertwined, their energies exploding forth. The released aura wreaked havoc in the air, and gusts of wind surged around them. The recoil from their energy clash caused both fighters to slide back several meters, pinned momentarily in place. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain of his flesh being torn, Goku channeled even more energy into the Kamehameha, expanding the blue beam severfold. Yet the progress of their energies remained at a standstill. Suddenly, a crackling sound pierced the air from behind Goku, followed by a yellow energy blast striking him squarely in the back, enveloping him in a cloud of black smoke. Turning in confusion, Goku beheld Raditz hovering nonchalantly in midair, his left hand poised in the act of launching energy blasts. It was Raditz's ultimate technique, Spirit Split. At that moment, the unexpected attack disrupted Goku's concentration, causing the Kamehameha in his hands to shrink in size. Now, a sly smile crept across Raditz's face as he unleashed a torrent of energy toward Goku, unstoppable in its advance. Boom! The unsuspecting Goku was sent sprawling, caught off guard by the explosive force. Ah, brother, you are truly cunning. Please, this is called strategy. Take notes. My foolish brother. Chapter 38. Developing the full power of Super Saiyan after launching Son Goku into the air. A melodious electronic synth sound suddenly resonated in Raditz's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Son Goku. Rewards are being issued. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the singular skill, Dragon Fist. What the? Raditz exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the reward. He had not anticipated such fortune, obtaining the Dragon Fist. The Dragon Fist, a technique known solely to Goku, involves summoning a golden dragon that penetrates the enemy's body, ensnaring them before detonating. Unlike the Spirit Bomb, which demands excessive stamina, this skill allows one to maintain Super Saiyan 3 afterward. This technique is undeniably one of the most formidable singular techniques in Dragon Ball. Each strike either results in death or severe injury. What a substantial gain! As he marveled at his fortune, Raditz instructed Gohan to assist Goku into a room for rest while he began to ponder the intricacies of this newfound skill. System. Initiate skill acquisition. Ding. Acquisition successful. A sharp pain surged through Raditz's head as a wealth of knowledge regarding the usage techniques and experiences of the Dragon Fist flooded his mind. At this moment, Raditz felt an overwhelming urge to throw a punch to test its might. Regrettably, there was no one available to serve as his test subject. Shaking his head vigorously, Raditz gathered his thoughts and began to outline his training regimen. According to the original narrative, he was meant to progress through the second phase of Super Saiyan 1. However, Raditz had no intention of following that path. Being aware of the script, he understood the drawbacks of this form. While both strength and speed would see improvement, the stamina consumption was considerable. The third phase was even more troublesome, as it offered great power but left one unable to land a hit, all while exhausting their energy at an alarming rate. In contrast, the full power of Super Saiyan 1 was the optimal route. Thus, Raditz resolved to bypass these two phases and directly conquer the full power of Super Saiyan. With his decision made, Raditz promptly commenced the next stage of his training. As the saying goes, every beginning is difficult. Merely mastering the seamless transition between Super Saiyan forms took Raditz an entire month. Subsequently, maintaining the Super Saiyan form during daily life proved to be even more challenging. A single lapse in control could lead to utter chaos in his surroundings. It took 3 months of relentless effort before he could refrain from recklessly destroying things. However, there were still occasional mishaps. Through their daily diligence, the strength of the three Scions surged tremendously. Meanwhile, far from Earth, Vegeta was soaring through the vastness of space, his ship tracing a predetermined course toward the Frisia Force. Slumped in his seat, blood stained the upholstery. His remaining eye, devoid of light, gazed out at the breathtaking expanse of the starry sky, its depths profound. "Is this not enough?" he murmured, reflecting on Raditz's words as he stared at his palm. The Dragon Balls of Namek. Perhaps this is an opportunity. A glimmer of madness sparkled in Vegeta's eyes. "Wait for it, Frisia. Once I make my wish, I shall surpass you. The vendetta of planet Vegeta shall be avenged by my hand." Suddenly, Vegeta clutched his wound tightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His eyes brimmed with agony and fury, the intensity of his emotions exacerbating his pain. "Damn it," he gritted through clenched teeth. "My injuries are too severe. I should rest. A short slumber should suffice." Gradually, Vegeta closed his eyes, his breathing evening out. Time passed, stretching on endlessly like an eternity, until Vegeta finally sensed a glimmer of light before him. His eyelids fluttered, as if struggling to break free from the shackles of darkness. At last, he slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. With a faint sound, the hatch creaked open, revealing a group of grotesque and bizarre aliens. The medical team of the Frisia Force, reeking of a nauseating odor. Disgust and helplessness filled Vegeta's heart as he beheld them. Yet, he found himself devoid of the strength to resist, his body too weak even to raise a hand. Relinquishing his clenched fists, he surrendered to their grip. The medical personnel unceremoniously hoisted him up, treating him like mere cargo, transporting him from the ship and into the emergency chamber. Splash! Vegeta found himself submerged in a container filled with green liquid, an oxygen mask affixed to his face, bubbles rising to the surface intermittently. "Kakarot. Raditz," he murmured softly. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, nearly a year had passed since Goku and his companions entered. The three Scions were engaged in a breathtaking battle. Every clash of fists and legs was accompanied by thunderous impact sounds, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. Fiery energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, scorching the surrounding air and rendering it suffocatingly hot. Gohan leaped into the air, unleashing a magical flash directed at Raditz. Smack! Raditz, with his golden hair billowing, stepped back slightly and retaliated with a swift slap, transforming the massive energy into a projectile that soared into the horizon, vanishing from sight. Before Gohan could react, Raditz teleported directly in front of him, raising his hand to deliver a swift blow to Gohan's head. Ugh! Gohan yelped in pain, covering his reddening forehead with his hands as his body uncontrollably flew backward, tracing an arc through the air before finally stabilizing himself after traveling several dozen meters. Gohan's head throbbed, his vision filled with golden stars, momentarily disorienting him. He swayed unsteadily, striving to regain his clarity. Meanwhile, Raditz regarded Gohan with a teasing expression, seemingly pleased with his own strike. "Come on now, nephew, you can do better than this. Show me what you've got," Raditz jested, gesturing playfully with his fingers and flashing an arrogant grin. Boom! At that moment, a figure shot forth like a cannonball, racing towards Raditz with blinding speed. Raditz's gaze sharpened as he sensed a formidable energy approaching. Reacting swiftly, he raised his arm to block. Almost simultaneously, Goku's sidekick struck fiercely against his arm. To everyone's astonishment, Raditz managed to withstand Goku's assault effortlessly, his body remaining steadfast, akin to an immovable mountain. Goku's kick was easily neutralized, leaving no impact on Raditz whatsoever. "Not bad, kid. You almost succeeded," Raditz teased with a chuckle. Then with a powerful twist of his wrist, he sent Goku flying. After a year of rigorous training, the trio had significantly enhanced their powers. Raditz's base strength had reached an impressive 20 million, and with mastery of full-power Super Saiyan, his battle power soared to a staggering 1 billion. Goku had also made remarkable progress, achieving a battle power of 4 million, and with his current physical prowess, the 20 times Kaioken was well within reach. Gohan's advancement was even more astonishing, his battle power now standing at 3 million. A 6-year-old child with a battle power of 3 million. One could not help but marvel at the extraordinary offspring Goku had produced. In summary, the current strength of the Goku family was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 39, The End of Training, Vegeta in Action. The battle was far from over. After a failed strike, Goku swiftly retreated, positioning his hands in front of him as he began to gather his energy, his power escalating with the rising winds surrounding him. 20 times Kaioken, he exclaimed, launching himself like a crimson meteor. With fingers spread wide like 5 resolute dragons, he aimed a fierce grasp at Raditz. The sound of the wind trailing in his wake, an unstoppable force. With a deft sidestep, Raditz evaded the attack and seized Goku's wrist with a vice-like grip, drawing him closer. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a punch akin to thunder, targeting Goku's abdomen. Anticipating Raditz's move, Goku braced himself with his left hand, absorbing the blow. The sheer force reverberated through him, creating a tense standoff as if time itself had frozen. Their bodies pressed tightly together, muscles taut. Power exchanged in a fierce contest. Sweat dripped from Goku's brow, soaking his attire, while Raditz maintained a seemingly effortless demeanor. Goku showed no signs of easing. Each breath felt laborious, each exertion a monumental effort, yet neither was willing to concede. The intensity of their struggle left one breathless. Suddenly, Raditz moved. His forearm surged with power, muscles coiling. He broke free from Goku's hold with lightning speed, catching him off guard. Raditz swiftly turned the tables, capturing Goku's left wrist once more. His grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering Goku unable to escape. Lowering his center of gravity, Raditz rooted himself firmly to the ground, utilizing his formidable leg strength and balance to lift Goku effortlessly, as though intending to hurl him away. In midair, Goku struggled, but Raditz's might was overwhelming. A glimmer of triumph and cruelty flickered in Raditz's eyes as he slammed Goku into the ground, eliciting a mournful cry from the earth. At that moment, Raditz sensed a lethal intent approaching from above. He quickly knelt to intercept. With a thunderous clash, his right leg collided with Goten's sneak attack. "Nephew, your attack is a bit underhanded," Raditz teased, and with a mighty thrust of his right leg, he sent Goten flying, demonstrating impressive combat awareness. Goten managed to brace himself upon landing, rolling onto Raditz's right side. Seizing the opportunity created by Goten, Goku sprang to his feet, leaping to Raditz's right. "Goten." The father and son exchanged a knowing glance, immediately understanding each other's intent, and began to gather energy for the Kamehameha wave. The combined might of their attacks surged towards Raditz, who remained unfazed and crossed his arms over his chest, gathering energy. Just as their energy waves were about to connect, Raditz unleashed 2 brilliant purple energy blasts from his palms. The speed was astonishing, and in an instant, they struck the Kamehameha waves, dispersing them with explosive force while the blast surged towards Goku and Goten. Realizing the imminent danger, both braced themselves, raising their arms in defense. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, sending father and son hurtling backward, with Goku momentarily withdrawing from the Kaioken. "Truly impressive, Uncle," Goten managed to smile from the ground, though the pain from his injuries made him wince. "You two are remarkable as well. Goten, your progress is quite rapid." He mused on how the future might diverge with their current strength. If he were absent, they would at least possess the means to protect themselves. "Well then, our training concludes here. It's time to head out." With that, Raditz tossed 2 sins of beans to them, turning toward the exit without a backward glance. "Wow, fantastic. We can finally leave. The food in here was dreadful. I must indulge in a feast once we step outside," Goku exclaimed, leaping with joy as he followed Raditz out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Descending from the temple, Raditz quickly sought a restaurant, where the 3 savored a hearty meal, leaving the local residents in awe of the Saiyan might. After a brief farewell, they parted ways, with Goten asking Raditz for a copy of a study guide. "Indeed. You heard correctly. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Goten not only trained and rested but also found time to study. This guide, a gift from Raditz, was a remarkable tool for his academic pursuits." The tale unfolded thus. Goten worried that relentless training would hinder his studies, prompting Raditz, in an act of benevolence, to procure a highly regarded examination guide from his past life. The results were remarkable. Goten became enamored with the book, mastering mathematics single-handedly in just 1 year. Shaking off peculiar thoughts, Raditz soared towards his villa, reflecting on the spoils of his journey. Congratulations, host, for defeating Goku and Goten. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host, for one-time enhancement of spiritual dimension. As the rewards were granted, Raditz felt an overwhelming relaxation wash over him, a long-standing restriction within him shattering. At long last, he whispered, a smile gracing his face as he sensed the proximity of the KO realm. During the year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had consistently engaged in spiritual meditation, rapidly advancing his dimensional prowess. Emerging from the chamber, he found himself on the brink of a breakthrough, and this enhancement had come at an opportune moment, promising significant progress in his future mastery of divine energy. Filled with rejuvenated spirit, Raditz brimmed with joy and confidence. Aware that this breakthrough held profound significance for him, and that the path ahead would be more expansive. Moreover, he sensed an increase in his lifespan, akin to the elixir of eternal youth. With matters progressing smoothly, it was time to commence the modifications on his spaceship. After setting his course, Raditz took a moment to rest. Meanwhile, on Earth, preparations were underway for the impending clash with Frieza. But what was Vegeta, far away with Frieza's forces, up to? Just emerging from the medical pod, Vegeta had fully recovered from his injuries after a thorough soaking in a healing solution. However, in contrast to the original story, his battle power now stood at a formidable 30,000. This was hardly surprising, given that his experience on Earth had been significantly more taxing than in the original narrative, a testament to Raditz's influence. Dressed in his battle attire, Vegeta contemplated his next moves. Regarding the news of Dragon Ball, Frieza must have eavesdropped through his detector. Perhaps at this very moment, he is on Namek, and I must expedite my plans. Contemplating this, Vegeta turned to signal the medical officer to approach. What is it, Lord Vegeta? The medical officer, resembling a lizard, inquired with a hint of confusion. Is the king, Frieza, here? Vegeta paused momentarily before asking. No, the king has gone to Namek. Just as I suspected. Realizing the urgency, Vegeta spun around, intending to dash towards the spaceship's cockpit. Hey, Vegeta, where do you think you're going? A mocking voice interrupted him. Get out of my way, Chui, Vegeta coldly retorted, refusing to glance back as he continued forward. Are you still daydreaming about immortality? With King Frieza around, it's not your turn, Chui brazenly approached, dismissively patting Vegeta on the shoulder. In an instant, Vegeta unleashed an attack, delivering a forceful elbow strike to Chui's abdomen. The armor covering Chui's midsection shattered, creating a significant dent and enveloping Vegeta's elbow. Gah! The immense force compelled Chui to retch violently, expelling a torrent of filth from his mouth as he collapsed heavily to the ground, clutching his stomach and trembling. Speak when spoken to, and do not lay your filthy hands on me. With that, Vegeta bolted towards the cockpit. Faster, faster. The one destined for immortality shall undoubtedly be me, Prince Vegeta. He swiftly leaped into the cockpit, and, with a flurry of operations on the controls, the spaceship immediately lifted off. Shortly thereafter, the hatch opened, and it sped towards Namek. Damn it! Chui rose from the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He was determined to report Vegeta's betrayal to King Frieza. Only then could he justify eliminating Vegeta. Vegeta, you are doomed, Chui hissed through clenched teeth. Chapter 40. The Pursuit of Vegeta, the Death of Xiao Roar. It appears that Vegeta remains undeterred. As the commentary on the message from Xiao unfolds, Frieza, with a bemused smile, gently strokes his chin, leaving his emotions inscrutable. Behind him lies a number of Namekian corpses, and to his right stands a tall, rotund figure of rosy hue, cradling a colossal Dragon Ball, evidently seized from the Namekians. Yes, Lord Frieza, we have detected that Vegeta has arrived on this planet, replied Sabo, his delicate features adorned with respect. Mr. Dodoria, please ensure the Dragon Balls are well guarded, for. At this juncture, Frieza's gaze turned frigid. Exuding a palpable aura of menace, Mr. Vegeta harbors nefarious intentions towards my Dragon Balls. I shall keep a vigilant watch, rest assured, Dodoria responded with utmost reverence. Satisfied, Frieza reverted to his cheerful demeanor. Tell me, how shall I thwart the defiance of Vegeta? He inquired with a smile. Fear not. I have dispatched Xiao to hunt down Vegeta. Their powers are evenly matched. It is a most fitting arrangement, Sabo interjected. Indeed, let us proceed to our next destination. We must hasten to gather the Dragon Balls. I can hardly await the gift of eternal life. As he spoke, a vision of immortality danced in his mind, causing Frieza to narrow his eyes in delight. Meanwhile, having received Frieza's permission, Xiao frantically sought Vegeta's whereabouts. That wretched Vegeta, I shall rend him to pieces. Xiao Yi's eyes glinted with malice, clearly harboring a grudge against Vegeta for a prior blow. He had better hide for eternity, otherwise, should I catch him? What will you do? Vegeta's voice suddenly cut through the air, startling Xiao Yi. Upon turning to behold Vegeta's figure, Xiao Yi's spirits soared. At last, I have found you. Vegeta, prepare to meet your demise. I believe you have lost your wits, Vegeta scoffed, coldly deriding him. Arrogant fool, King Frieza has commanded me to end your life. You are doomed. Xiao Yi shouted, his eyes bloodshot, clearly unhinged. With your pathetic skills? I stand here. If you possess the courage, come forth. Otherwise, cease your barking like a mad dog. Each word from Vegeta was laden with scorn, causing Xiao Yi to lose his composure. Die. With that, Xiao Yi unleashed a wave of energy. Boom. The energy struck Vegeta, producing a thunderous sound. Instantly, dark smoke enveloped him, obscuring his form. How does it feel? Still defiant? Xiao Yi laughed triumphantly, reveling in his apparent victory. He believed he had finally found an opportunity to assert himself against the Scion Prince, whom he had long despised. Yet, as he basked in his triumph, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Vegeta, utterly unscathed. Not too impressive, though the dust you raised is rather irritating, Vegeta remarked. Casually brushing off the remnants of ash from his chest and shoulders, a confident smile gracing his face. His eyes radiated pride and contempt, as if dismissing Xiao Yi's attack entirely. This display of calm and confidence astonished Xiao Yi, instilling a flicker of unease within him. Impossible. In a panic, Xiao Yi let out a roar and charged forward once more. Swish. Just as his fist was about to make contact with Vegeta, the latter vanished without a trace. Alarmed, Xiao Yi frantically searched for Vegeta's presence. At that moment, he felt a tremendous force surging from behind. Turning, he was met Chapter 41, soaring into the cosmos. I never anticipated that my strength would increase so significantly after this recovery. After vanquishing Xiao Yi, Vegeta, emulating the Z fighters, suppressed his energy. The techniques of these Earthlings indeed proved useful. It is best to proceed with caution before acquiring the Dragon Balls. Vegeta pondered, stroking his chin. With his current prowess, he could scarcely defeat even the Ginyu Force, let alone the formidable Frieza. That scoundrel Raditz cannot even contend with Frieza. I must devise a strategy to engage in more battles and enhance my combat abilities. With that, Vegeta activated his flight technique and swiftly departed the scene. Meanwhile, Dodoria, upon detecting the absence of Xiao Yi's power, was taken aback. What? How could this be? Xiao Yi is dead. Did Vegeta do this? It must be so. At the moment Xiao Yi was slain, an energy reading exceeding 22,000 was registered nearby, remarked Zarbin coolly. Exceeding 22,000. That is impossible. Vegeta's maximum combat power is only 18,000. Upon hearing this, Dodoria was drenched in cold sweat, his face a mask of disbelief. There is nothing strange about it. Frieza's sharp voice interjected. Compared to you, Mr. Vegeta has been active on the front lines for quite some time. An increase in his battle strength is entirely normal. As he spoke, Frieza's gaze took on a dangerous intensity. So, what shall we do next? He cast a sidelong glance at the two beside him, his smile laden with meaning. Lord Frieza, allow me to go capture Vegeta. Zarbin stepped forward, kneeling respectfully. Frieza nodded in satisfaction, signaling Zarbin to proceed. Forgive me for the interruption earlier. Now, Frieza turned his expressionless gaze toward the remaining Namekians, their eyes filled with wariness. Could you kindly inform me of the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls? A faint, inscrutable smile graced Frieza's lips, but his eyes betrayed a chilling intent. At this moment on Earth, Piccolo, Krillin, Goku, Gohan, and Raditz gathered before Bulma's home, preparing to head to Namek. Piccolo, upon hearing they were to visit his homeland, exhibited a glimmer of yearning in his eyes, while Raditz wore a reluctant expression, clearly displeased. Notably, after training on King Kai's planet, both of their combat powers had significantly increased. Piccolo's strength had reached 1 million, aided by his subsequent entry into the hyperbolic time chamber, while Krillin managed to just surpass 20,000. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Raditz nodded and approached Bulma. Bulma, what did you mean when you said the modifications were nearly complete during our phone call? Raditz inquired, a peculiar expression on his face. Before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Raditz had entrusted his spaceship to Bulma, hoping she would help modify it for multiple users. Sigh. It's hard to explain just by talking. You'll see when you come with me, Bulma sighed, leading Raditz to her backyard. Ah, Raditz. Upon seeing him, Dr. Brief, who was engrossed in the schematics, looked up and greeted him. "Good morning, Dr. Brief. I heard from Miss Bulma that my spaceship's modifications are complete. Is that correct?" Raditz straightforwardly stated his purpose after a brief greeting. "The power system and expansion of the ship are completed, but this music system... Dad, I told you not to add those unnecessary features anymore." Bulma's abrupt, forceful shout interrupted Dr. Brief before he could finish, her face evidently exasperated. "Eh? Is it really not needed?" Dr. Brief attempted to contest. "Not at all." Firmly rejecting Dr. Brief's suggestion, Bulma handed the spaceship's remote control to Raditz. "The flight method remains the same. According to your coordinates, we should arrive in 6 days," Bulma instructed. "Thank you." After receiving the remote, Raditz expressed his gratitude to Bulma and then turned to leave. He found a relatively open area outside the house and began operating the controls according to his memory. With practiced ease, he pressed several buttons and pointed the remote toward the ship, gently pressing a button. With a soft rumble, the spaceship slowly ascended from the backyard, gliding toward Raditz's position. After precise maneuvering, the ship finally settled steadily before the group. "Is this the spaceship? It's truly incredible!" Krillin marveled at the massive sphere before him, his heart brimming with curiosity and excitement. He could hardly fathom that such a grand and mysterious vessel could traverse the vastness of cosmic space. "Stop dawdling. Get on board quickly. We must prepare for departure," Raditz urged impatiently, boarding the cabin first. Krillin and the others hurriedly followed suit, climbing aboard. Once everyone was on the ship, the hatch slowly closed with a deep sound. They each found a seat, buckled their safety belts, and readied themselves for the journey ahead. "We're off. Everyone, hold on tight." Raditz skillfully operated the control panel, setting the coordinates for landing. The ship then entered autopilot mode, its engines roaring to life, the powerful thrust propelling the vessel away from Earth's surface. The spaceship sped away like a shooting star, hurtling into the depths of the cosmos, its velocity increasing. Through the porthole, Krillin observed as the Earth gradually shrank, eventually vanishing from sight. They had departed from their familiar home, embarking on an adventure into the unknown universe. Chapter 42. The sudden mutation of Raditz falling into a black hole. A colossal spaceship floated silently in the boundless expanse of the universe, resembling a solitary fortress. Its exterior shimmered with a faint glow, standing in stark contrast to the resplendent stars surrounding it. Inside the vessel, an array of high-tech devices and instruments emitted a deep, resonant hum, signifying that its powerful propulsion system was operating at full capacity. Crew members busily traversed between various compartments, executing their tasks with a blend of urgency and order. Through the transparent portholes, the vastness of the cosmic void unfolded. Countless bright stars adorned the endless darkness, varying in distance and size, creating distant galaxies appeared as vibrant clouds, housing billions of stars and planets, radiating enchanting brilliance that captivated the gaze of onlookers. As the ship continued its journey, it navigated through clusters of nebulae and bands of cosmic dust. These nebulae displayed a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to flowers blooming in the universe, while the dust bands acted as a mysterious veil, concealing even more secrets beyond. In this expansive cosmos, time seemed inconsequential. Although the ship traveled at an extraordinary speed, it remained insignificant compared to the enormity of the universe. Every voyage was laden with uncertainty and challenges, and the crew persistently sought to unearth new wonders. As the vessel advanced, the surrounding stellar scenery shifted continuously, evoking a profound appreciation for the infinite allure of the cosmos. Here, there were no limits, only boundless possibilities awaiting exploration. In stark contrast to the external tranquility and solitude, the interior of the ship thrived with a palpable energy, bustling with life. During this period, each individual maximized the utilization of the gravity chamber aboard, relentlessly honing their combat skills. The gravity chamber, a unique venue, transformed into a stage for them to challenge their limits. Within its confines, they experienced gravitational forces far exceeding those of Earth, subjecting their bodies to immense strain. Yet it was precisely this challenge that spurred them to transcend their own barriers. Each day, they immersed themselves in rigorous training, their garments soaked with sweat. Yet not a single hint of retreat crossed their minds. Each individual exerted themselves, whether wielding blades or executing martial arts, every motion imbued with determination and resolve. They understood that only through relentless practice could they better confront the potential dangers that lay ahead. Every sacrifice they made was for the sake of protecting themselves and their comrades, ensuring survival amidst the unknown cosmos. As their combat prowess escalated with each training session, Son Goku's power level surged to 4.5 million, while Gohan, though slightly behind, reached 3.2 million. Piccolo increased from 1 million to 1 million. Among them, only Krillin saw the least enhancement, with a power level of 25,000. Perhaps due to innate talent, Earthlings appeared rather mediocre compared to Scionts and Namekians. Just as everyone was wholeheartedly engrossed in their vigorous training, the ship suddenly began to tremble violently, without warning. This abrupt shock caught everyone off guard, prompting them to halt their activities. Expressions of shock and confusion etched on their faces. Some even lost their footing and fell to the ground, resulting in a scene of utter chaos. What on earth is happening? Krillin asked in terror. I'm not sure. We need to check. Raditz exclaimed as he rushed to the control panel, swiftly manipulating the screen in a desperate attempt to identify the source of the malfunction and implement emergency measures. However, the alarms blared increasingly urgently, and the system indicated that the ship was facing a severe crisis. It's a meteor impact. Raditz's expression darkened. We've deviated from our course and will collide with the sun in 2 minutes. As the news sunk in, panic ensued. Time was of the essence. They had to act immediately, or the consequences would be dire. Everyone, remain calm. Son Goku shouted. What do we do now, brother? Kakarot. Put on your protective suit and follow me. Everyone else, stay put. With those words, Raditz dashed toward the rear of the ship, flinging open the hatch and launching himself into the void. Clad in his protective suit, Son Goku swiftly followed suit. The spaceship inched closer to the sun, the intense heat and formidable gravity of its surface causing the temperature within the vessel to rise steadily, and Raditz felt a surge of warmth. This is bad. We're going to be pulled into the sun. Son Goku gazed at the increasingly imminent sun, dread filling his heart. Don't panic. I will find a way. Raditz calmly reassured Son Goku, though he too felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, they were in a perilous situation, and without prompt action, they risked being consumed by the sun. Brother, do you have a plan? With the sun drawing nearer, Son Goku asked urgently. After a moment of contemplation, Raditz replied, use a Kamehameha to push the ship back. This may halt its advance toward the sun. With that, he spread his arms wide, gathering energy in his palms, preparing to unleash a formidable Kamehameha wave. Seeing this, Son Goku immediately focused his energy, readying to fire his own Kamehameha to aid the ship's escape from the sun. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! With a united shout, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from their palms, forming a radiant beam of light. Harnessing this immense recoil, the ship successfully veered away from the sun, returning to its normal trajectory. Phew, that was close. Son Goku sighed in relief, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Indeed. We almost faced disaster, Raditz replied, still shaken. Just when they thought the ordeal had ended, an enormous black hole materialized before them. This black hole gaped like a menacing maw, exuding an insatiable pull and darkness. Raditz's eyes widened, a wave of intense fear washing over him. He understood that if no action was taken, the entire ship would be engulfed by the black hole, plunging everyone into catastrophe. Without hesitation, he summoned his energy, channeling all his strength into his hands. With a fierce cry, Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan, a powerful aura emanating from him, forming a sturdy shield that enveloped the entire ship. This shield radiated brilliant light, resembling an indomitable barrier that resisted the allure of the black hole. Quick! Continue firing the Kamehameha, Raditz shouted to Son Goku. Understanding his intent, Son Goku unleashed another Kamehameha. A potent wave of energy shot from his hands, propelling the ship forward. Despite the overwhelming pull of the black hole, the vessel persisted in its struggle to advance, thanks to the combined efforts of Son Goku and Raditz. However, the black hole's gravitational force intensified, and Raditz felt his strength waning. Gritting his teeth, he fought to maintain the shield with the last remnants of his energy. Ultimately, however, he could not withstand the black hole's formidable pull, and his body was involuntarily drawn into its depths. Brother, Son Goku cried out in terror. But it was too late to intervene. Raditz vanished into the black hole, leaving behind a stunned Son Goku and the others. They gazed at the receding black hole, hearts heavy with sorrow and despair. Once engulfed by the black hole, an irresistible force ensnared him tightly. The tremendous gravitational pull tore at Raditz's body, as if it sought to rend him into countless fragments. Pain and fear flooded his consciousness, yet he was powerless to resist. In that eternal darkness, Raditz felt his awareness fading, his vision consumed by obscurity. He struggled against the overwhelming force, but the might of the pull rendered him immobile. Ultimately, his thoughts began to dissipate, and he slipped into a profound unconsciousness. Time slipped away quietly in the realm of unconsciousness, rendering everything indistinct. When Raditz finally reopened his eyes, he found himself in an utterly unfamiliar environment. He blinked, attempting to acclimate to this new reality. The first thing that caught his gaze was a strange ceiling, its white walls emanating a gentle glow. The room was enveloped in a tranquil yet mysterious ambience. Ah! The sensation of being tugged by the gravitational pull of a black hole is indeed painful. Had it not been for my advanced recovery abilities, I might have perished. Raditz propped himself up, acutely aware of his frailty and weakness. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he noticed they were trembling slightly. What did that black hole do to me? Is this still the Northern Galaxy? He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside the room. That fellow's awake. Quick, inform the village chief. Upon hearing the commotion, a flicker of wariness surged within Raditz. He swiftly leapt from the bed and approached the door, ready to push it open. However, the door swung open automatically, revealing an elderly figure before him, resembling a smurf. Who are you? Where am I? Raditz demanded, glaring at the figure and adopting a defensive stance. Do not be alarmed. I am the chief of this village. The figure replied in a gentle tone. You collapsed near our village, and we brought you here to safety. Raditz exhaled in relief, though he remained vigilant. Where is this? Who are you people? The chief smiled and explained, We are the Corel people, and this is White Star. Thank you for saving my life, Raditz said, slightly lowering his guard. I am Raditz, a scion. If there is anything I can assist you with, I will do my utmost. Scion? You mean the scions of the Northern Galaxy? The chief's expression morphed into one of astonishment, as if he had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. What's wrong? Is there an issue, chief? Raditz inquired, puzzled by the chief's incredulity. Oh, this is quite serious. My child, you are in the Southern Galaxy, the chief exclaimed loudly, his voice so booming that it startled Raditz. At this revelation, Raditz was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 43, The Sovereign of the Southern Galaxy. Gula. Upon hearing the old village chief's words, Raditz felt as though a multitude of bees were buzzing in his head, creating a cacophony of confusion. His eyes widened, and his mouth slightly agape. He seemed poised to articulate a response, yet found himself at a loss for words. The abrupt revelation was overwhelmingly shocking, rendering him momentarily incapable of acceptance or comprehension. Drawing a deep breath, Raditz exhaled slowly, striving to calm the tumultuous thoughts that had arisen from his astonishment. He shook his head vigorously, as if attempting to dispel the chaotic ideas swirling within. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, his expression reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and incomprehension as he regarded the venerable village. Could you enlighten me about the circumstances in the Southern Galaxy? Raditz inquired, his voice low yet tinged with urgency. He understood that acquiring further knowledge about the Southern Galaxy was crucial to effectively confronting the impending challenges. He fixed his gaze intently upon the village chief, hoping to glean useful insights and guidance. The village chief, displaying a commendable honesty, recounted all he knew without reservation. He informed Raditz that this galaxy was under the dominion of Gula, the brother of the tyrant Frisia. Gula possessed formidable strength, surpassing even that of Frisia, and his methods were ruthlessly cruel. Gula's influence was extensive, commanding a legion of powerful warriors and armies, all fiercely loyal to him. They rampaged across various planets, pillaging resources and inflicting suffering upon the innocent. This galaxy was fraught with peril and challenges. After absorbing the chief's narrative, Raditz appeared to be deep in thought, though internally he was seething with indignation. Well, it seems I've stepped into my own personal dungeon. Calming the tumult within, Raditz began to ponder how he might confront Gula. It was inevitable that a confrontation would occur. After all, Raditz was not one to live in perpetual fear of ambush. Rather than remain in a state of constant vigilance, he preferred to take the initiative and quash danger at its inception. With this resolve, Raditz turned to the village chief and asked, Does this domain also fall under Gula's jurisdiction? His tone was measured, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of determination and decisiveness. The chief sighed, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. He then began to narrate a tale from long ago. It turned out that this seemingly tranquil planet had long been ensnared in a web of suffering. A year prior, it had succumbed to the might of Gula's malevolent army. In stark contrast to the cold and fearsome Frisia, Gula was a tyrant of unparalleled cruelty. His oppressive reign enveloped the planet in an atmosphere of dread and despair. The planet, rich in mineral resources, had become a coveted prize for Gula's forces. To satiate their insatiable greed for these precious materials, soldiers frequently conscripted the villagers for grueling labor in the mines. These innocent souls were forcibly uprooted from their homes, sent to perilous sites where they toiled day and night, clinging to the faintest hope of survival. Yet, in the eyes of these merciless soldiers, the inhabitants were mere expendable commodities. Should any individual falter in their labor, they would be discarded without a second thought, as if their lives held no value. Fresh laborers would quickly replace them, continuing to serve the soldiers' interests. The Gula army is set to arrive again tomorrow. It will be my turn this time. I must not allow these beasts to target the children. The village chief, casting a glance at the innocent faces of the children outside, spoke with a voice choked by despair and fury. Tears shimmered in his eyes, as though he could already envision the tragic fate that awaited him. He inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure. Yet his trembling lips betrayed the fear and unease he felt within. Bowing his head to the ground, he was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and sorrow. He resolved that, by any means necessary, he would protect these children, even at the cost of his own life. As these thoughts consumed him, tears streamed down the weathered face of the village chief, a poignant testament to the intertwining of his grief and rage, stirring empathy in those who witnessed his plight. He was acutely aware of the harsh reality he faced, yet felt powerless to effect change, forced to silently endure the pain and helplessness. Observing the sorrowful elder, Raditz fell into a contemplative silence. The rationale for vanquishing Gula had now been amplified, to liberate the innocent from harm. At that moment, the village chief lifted his head, gently wiping away his tears, and once more donned a familiar, warm smile. Gazing at Raditz, he spoke softly, "Child, please rest here for a while and recover. Depart in the morning to avoid causing you further trouble." The chief's voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with an irresistible strength. His eyes radiated deep concern and affection for Raditz. Grateful, Raditz nodded in agreement, appreciating the sanctuary provided by this kind-hearted elder, which enveloped him in a sense of profound reassurance. The chief smiled, patting Raditz on the shoulder, and then turned to leave the room. His steps were steady and strong, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, upon reaching the door, he paused, casting a worried glance back at Raditz before quickly departing, leaving Raditz to ponder in solitude. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Raditz plunged into the black hole, the mood among the Z warriors was dismal. Gohan burst into tears. "Do not weep. Even if your brother has perished, the Dragon Balls can still resurrect him," Goku softly consoled, gently patting Gohan's back. "Our primary focus now is to fulfill the task entrusted to us by your brother, to defeat Frieza." "Understood." With that, Gohan wiped his tears away. Determination etched across his face, and strode purposefully into the gravity chamber. "Gohan." Krillin attempted to call out to him, but was halted by Piccolo. "This kid. Now is the moment of his greatest resolve." Piccolo observed Gohan's retreating form, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "If only I were stronger. Uncle wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself to protect us." Gohan gazed at the gravity control device, lost in thought. "I am too weak." His eyes reddened. Fists clenched tightly as his energy surged uncontrollably. "I must become stronger, much stronger, to defeat Frieza and return home to revive Uncle." As he spoke, a fierce fire ignited in Gohan's eyes. Setting the gravity to 20 times, he commenced his rigorous training. Chapter 44. Vegeta's onslaught above Namek. 3 suns ceaselessly revolved, casting the planet in perpetual daylight. It had been 2 days since Vegeta's defiance against Frieza's forces. During this time, he evaded Frieza and the Ginyu Force, occasionally dispatching minor adversaries while relentlessly searching for the Dragon Balls. "Damn it! Frieza has ravaged this area. Where could the Dragon Balls be?" Suddenly, Vegeta furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening as he sensed an approaching presence. "That power, is it Zarbin or Dodoria?" he muttered, assessing the intensity of the approaching ki. "Come, only through battle can I grow stronger." A disdainful smirk played on Vegeta's lips as he suppressed his ki to approximately 24,000, patiently awaiting his adversaries. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, a biting wind whispering through the desolate landscape. An oppressive silence heralded the impending storm. Soon, 2 faint glimmers appeared on the horizon. Vegeta watched impassively as they grew brighter, eventually solidifying into 2 figures who halted before him. Finally, Vegeta thought, confidence radiating from his stance. "So, it is Vegeta." The scouter was accurate, Zarbin remarked coolly, observing Vegeta. Vegeta's power level, exceeding 22,000? Unbelievable. Dodoria thought, a hint of trepidation creeping into his mind. "What? Did Frieza send you 2 lackeys to deal with me?" Vegeta sneered, his voice laced with icy contempt. "Humph, still defiant in the face of death?" Against the two of us, you stand no chance. Zarbin retorted, a sinister smile spreading across his refined features as he unleashed his immense power. The ground trembled, and the air crackled with energy. Indeed, prepare to meet your end. Zarbin's words snapped Dodoria out of his momentary stupor. He realized that even Vegeta had his limits, and together, they could easily crush him. Dodoria fully released his ki, a savage grin contorting his face. The atmosphere grew heavy, pregnant with the promise of a brutal clash. In an instant, Zarbin lunged forward, reaching Vegeta with blinding speed. He aimed a sharp chop at Vegeta's neck, the force behind it tearing through the air. With nonchalant ease, Vegeta raised a hand and intercepted the blow. The impact resonated with a deafening boom. Vegeta's grip tightened, and with a swift motion, he flung Zarbin away. The force sent Zarbin tumbling dozens of meters before he regained his footing. Vegeta seized the initiative, launching himself forward like a projectile. He appeared before Zarbin in a flash, driving a fist into his gut. Zarbin doubled over, retching. Before he could recover, Vegeta was behind him, bringing both fists down in a crushing hammer blow to the back of his head. Pain exploded in Zarbin's skull, momentarily clouding his mind. He skidded across the ground, his handsome face narrowly avoiding disfigurement. Damn it, Dodoria, why are you just standing there? Join me and kill Vegeta. Zarbin roared, his voice filled with fury. Zarbin's outburst jolted Dodoria back to reality. He bounded into the fray, joining the assault. Ha 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 ha. Is that all you've got, you pathetic cowards? Vegeta roared with laughter, then charged towards them. Zarbin and Dodoria met his attack with their own battle cries. The three warriors collided in a whirlwind of strikes, the echoes of their battle reverberating through the air. The force of their blows churned the tranquil sea into a tempestuous maelstrom. Vegeta fought with fierce determination, his movements fluid and precise as he evaded the combined attacks of Zarbin and Dodoria. Zarbin and Dodoria coordinated their assault, relentlessly pressing Vegeta. Zarbin's attacks were sharp and forceful, each blow carrying immense power. Dodoria used his bulk to try to overwhelm Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta employed his superior technique, engaging them in a furious exchange. Gradually, Vegeta's speed and power began to dominate, allowing him to launch a counteroffensive. Sensing Vegeta's rising power, Zarbin and Dodoria intensified their assault. However, Vegeta, fueled by unwavering resolve and exceptional combat skills, maintained his advantage. Seizing an opening, Dodoria retreated, gathering energy in his maw. A torrent of orange energy erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Vegeta. With a casual flick of his leg, Vegeta deflected the blast. The force of his kick warped the energy beam, sending it spiraling into the sky where it detonated in a dazzling display. Now, Zarbin roared, seizing the moment. He lunged at Vegeta, attempting to restrain him. How naive. Vegeta thought as he released a burst of ki, shaking off Zarbin's hold. Then, with a swift, brutal elbow strike to Zarbin's abdomen, he caused Zarbin to gasp in agony. As Zarbin staggered, Vegeta spun around, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He seized Zarbin's long braid and slammed his head into the ground. Zarbin's face crashed against the unyielding surface. His vision blurred, his head swam, and his consciousness wavered. Overwhelmed by the pain, he collapsed, gasping for breath. Vegeta stood over him, raining blows upon his face until Zarbin's once handsome features were a bloody mess. Is that the best you can do? This is boring. Vegeta sneered, kicking Zarbin away. Zarbin, his eyes burning with hatred, struggled to rise. He inhaled deeply and steadied himself. Since you are sincerely seeking your demise, allow me to reveal to you the power of my transformation. A sinister grin spread across Sabo's face as the aura surrounding him began to surge violently, akin to a volcano erupting, relentlessly ascending. Chapter 45, The Demise of Two. Vegeta's breakthrough. With a resounding roar that pierced the heavens, Sabo's form began to metamorphose. His muscles swelled, and his physique expanded to an imposing size. A peculiar shade of green enveloped his skin, while his face contorted grotesquely. Covered in warts reminiscent of a toad, its mouth agape to reveal sharp teeth. His eyes transformed into a menacing red, glimmering with a cruel light. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Aside from King Frieza, you are the first to witness my hideous form. Have you pondered your demise? Sabo's gaze was frenzied, radiating malice, akin to a venomous serpent fixated on Vegeta. His voice was low and gravelly, reminiscent of a demon from the underworld. Vegeta, undeterred, met Sabo's gaze with fierce determination. You wish to kill me? Then come forth. Show me what prowess lies behind your monstrous appearance. With that declaration, he unleashed a formidable aura, bracing himself for Zebo's impending assault. In an instant, both warriors vanished from sight, only to be followed by a cacophony of violent clashes resonating through the air, sending powerful shockwaves across the surrounding seas, creating tumultuous waves. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the skies as Vegeta's body shot forth like a meteor, plummeting into the endless mountain range below. The colossal impact caused the peaks to crumble, debris cascading like rain. Yet, Vegeta did not relent. Instead, he accelerated downward, crashing into the earth with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled violently, fissures spreading, leaving a gaping chasm in its wake, as dust swirled through the air, reminiscent of an apocalyptic storm. Amidst the swirling debris, Vegeta slowly emerged from the pit. Wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze unwavering. "How do you fare now?" Zebo taunted, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. "I shall personally deliver you to King Frieza." Rising to his feet, Zebo's eyes sparkled with cunning as he lunged at Vegeta once more, his movements swift and ferocious, like a wild beast. Vegeta's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, ready to counter Zebo's onslaught. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their fists colliding with thunderous sounds. Their silhouettes intertwined in the sky, darting about like twin bolts of lightning. Transformed, Zebo's strength surged, each strike carrying lethal intent. Although Vegeta fought valiantly, he found himself gradually pushed back by Zebo's relentless assault. Blood streamed from a wound on Vegeta's forehead, trickling down his cheek, staining the ground, yet he gritted his teeth. Refusing to elevate his aura, determined to persevere. His mind was singularly focused, not enough. His power was insufficient. Only by transcending his limits could he vanquish Frieza. Vegeta's fighting spirit soared, his body continuously breaking through its limits amidst the barrage of attacks. Every muscle tensed, as if poised to unleash all his latent power. His eyes shone with unwavering resolve, proclaiming to the cosmos that he would not be easily defeated. The dormant energy within him began to stir, instinctively rising, gradually matching Zebo's intensity. This energy awakened like a long-slumbering dragon, releasing boundless strength. Feeling this surge, Vegeta was imbued with unprecedented confidence. As time progressed, Vegeta adapted to Zebo's rhythm, launching his counterattacks. He poured forth his entire being, showcasing his formidable combat prowess, engaged in a breathtaking duel with Zebo. Each assault and defense unfolded with breathtaking brilliance, captivating all who bore witness. Vegeta darted across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, his fists cutting through the air with ferocious intent, striking Zebo with unrelenting force. Zebo responded with agility and powerful energy blasts, neither yielding an inch as their fierce conflict reverberated throughout the battlefield. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a mere scion rival my strength? Zebo, increasingly alarmed, struggled to accept that a mere 18,000 power level could possess such formidable combat prowess. In the presence of Prince Vegeta, nothing is impossible. Vegeta replied with a cold smirk, seizing the opportunity to deliver a swift kick that sent Zebo crashing to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Your power has increased. Courtesy of my efforts, let me enlighten you. Standing amidst the desolate earth, Vegeta's aura began to swell. It surged forth like an invisible tempest, sweeping across the surroundings. The ground trembled, dust swirling into a massive vortex. Vegeta's hair whipped about in the gusts of his rising energy, his gaze exuding arrogance and confidence. His form gradually became enveloped in a radiant white light, intensifying until it illuminated the entire sky. As his aura erupted, the air around him grew increasingly scorching, akin to the sun's fervent heat, blinding to behold. Feeling the overwhelming force of Vegeta's energy, Zebo was engulfed by an indescribable dread. It pressed upon him like an invisible mountain, rendering him nearly breathless. His body trembled involuntarily, cold sweat beading on his brow. With a long exhale, Vegeta regarded Zebo with a sinister smile. His eyes gleamed with triumph and confidence, as if he had already grasped the key to victory. With each breath, the air around him seemed to resonate, producing a crisp sound. Power level, 40,000. This number radiated within Vegeta's mind, symbolizing his monumental achievements in the fight. Through the fierce confrontation with Zebo, he had successfully shattered his limits, experiencing a profound enhancement in strength. My objective is achieved. It is time for your departure. Vegeta's voice was cold and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. His gaze locked onto Zebo, his eyes shimmering with determination. Sensing Vegeta's formidable presence, Zebo was overtaken by fear, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. However, confronted with Vegeta's overwhelming power, he began to doubt his chances of victory. Vegeta advanced towards Zebo with measured steps, each one laden with immense pressure. His formidable aura commanded attention, leaving no room for dismissal. Zabo, anxious, watched Vegeta's every move, bracing for the impending assault. When Vegeta stood within striking distance, he abruptly halted, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. A wicked grin spread across his face as he unleashed a torrent of potent energy, sweeping toward Zabo. Zabo's eyes widened in terror as he desperately sought to evade the oncoming force, but the speed was insurmountable, leaving him no time to react. Boom! In an earth-shattering explosion, dense smoke billowed skyward, obscuring the sun. At the epicenter, Zabo was engulfed by an inferno and shockwaves, his body disintegrating under the immense heat and pressure, transforming into countless minuscule particles, vanishing amidst the swirling smoke. Observing the chaos, Dodoria, who had been watching from the sidelines, wore an expression of sheer horror. Realizing the dire situation, Dodoria's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his energy, fleeing at breakneck speed. His body soaring through the sky like an arrow released from a bow. The gaze of Dodoria was filled with fear and panic. He dared not look back, terrified of being overtaken by Vegeta. As he soared through the sky, his heart raced and his breaths became shallow. Desperately, he channeled his energy, striving to fly faster and farther. Do you believe you can escape? Vegeta observed the swiftly retreating figure, a glimmer of murderous intent and disdain flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, his aura erupted, transforming into a golden radiance that surged forward. His speed was akin to lightning streaking across the heavens. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the fleeing form ahead, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied and sharp light. As he accelerated, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, producing a piercing howl. The distance between him and Dodoria steadily diminished. Feeling an unsettling chill creeping up from behind, Dodoria's heart skipped a beat, prompting him to instinctively glance back. At that moment, his eyes locked with Vegeta's, filled with malice and cruelty. Instantly, a wave of coldness surged from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Dodoria felt as if his heart had plunged into an icy abyss, cold and filled with dread. Wait! Dodoria cried out in terror, attempting to buy himself some time. However, Vegeta had no inclination to engage in dialogue. He extended a hand and placed it over Dodoria's face, gathering a formidable energy within his grasp. As Dodoria sensed the terrifying force, his complexion turned ashen. Why Chapter 46, The Assault of Cooler's Armored Squadron. Inhumane conscription having vanquished the duo, Vegeta, without pause, accelerated towards a nearby encampment of Frisia's forces. At that juncture, a cohort of soldiers was patrolling the perimeter. Upon sighting the descending Vegeta, they were thrown into disarray. Vegeta materialized at the encampment with spectral swiftness, his gaze imbued with frigidity and ruthlessness. The soldiers, aghast at the sight of this formidable adversary, scrambled to sound the alarm, but to no avail. With a blur, Vegeta was upon a soldier, his fist lashing out with the velocity of lightning, pulverizing the unfortunate warrior instantly. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the carnage, unleashed a barrage of gunfire. However, Vegeta's celerity rendered their projectiles futile. Vegeta traversed the ranks with impunity, each strike claiming lives. The cacophony of screams and gunfire painted a tableau of utter horror. Under Vegeta's relentless assault, the squadron swiftly descended into pandemonium and despair. Powerless against his might, they could only bear witness to the demise of their comrades. Finally, Vegeta halted. Surrounded by a panorama of carnage, he surveyed the fallen with indifference, devoid of any semblance of pity. He pivoted and entered the recuperation chamber, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. I must hasten my recuperation. 10 minutes should suffice. Clutching his chest, Vegeta limped towards the medical pod. With a soft hum, the chamber door slid open. Vegeta promptly donned an oxygen mask before reclining upon the platform within. The instant Vegeta settled, the pod began to thrum, as verdant fluid cascaded from all sides, enveloping him entirely. The temperature was temperate, providing a modicum of solace. As time elapsed, the emerald solution continued to inundate the chamber, submerging Vegeta completely. He remained immersed, his countenance stoic and severe, as if contemplating matters of grave import. The solution's warmth was soothing, allowing him to unwind. He sensed the energy within the fluid permeating his form, augmenting his power. Vegeta closed his eyes, focusing his mind, endeavoring to assimilate the energy fully. His respiration deepened and steadied, his heartbeat decelerating and gaining strength. In this state, his body and spirit found profound restoration. Once rejuvenated, I shall possess the strength to confront the Ginyu Force head-on. Frisia, mark my words, the dominion of this universe shall be mine, Vegeta's. Vegeta's gaze was tranquil, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, on planet White, Raditz was lost in slumber, oblivious to the world around him. Suddenly, a commotion pierced his reverie, shattering the tranquility. The disturbance grew, compelling Raditz to awaken. He rubbed his eyes, attempting to discern the source of the clamor. Stirring from slumber, he sat up, rubbing his eyes. His gaze fell upon a scene that widened his eyes in astonishment. The village elder was embroiled in a heated dispute with a band of heavily armed brutes, their voices clashing. The brutes, clad in battle attire, possessed stern and pitiless visages. The elder, on the other hand, appeared helpless, his face etched with supplication as he clutched the arm of one of the brutes, as if pleading for something. Raditz rose and observed silently. Abruptly, the elder prostrated himself, grasping a soldier's leg, pleading, "I beseech you, conscript me instead of these children. They are too young, too innocent." The soldiers, unmoved, shoved the elder aside, retorting coldly, "Impossible. Our orders are to seize all able-bodied individuals. None shall be spared." The elder gazed at the soldiers in despair, tears blurring his vision. He knew that once taken, the children might never return. He lunged again, attempting to thwart the soldiers. But a soldier struck him down with ease. Coughing up blood, the elder struggled to his feet, continuing to plead, "Have you no humanity? These children are the future of our village." The soldiers remained impervious, turning to depart. Bang! In a flash, Raditz surged forward, striking a soldier carrying a child in the jaw. The force shattered the soldier's jaw, sending him hurtling through the air to crash against a boulder, leaving him unconscious in a pool of blood. Insolence. Daring to defy Cooler's armored squadron is a death sentence. A thunderous roar echoed. A verdant soldier, resembling a chameleon, unleashed a potent energy blast towards Raditz, imbued with immense concussive force. Raditz casually deflected the attack, as if swatting a fly. The energy blast rebounded with increased velocity, striking the soldier. The soldier's expression shifted from rage to terror as the blast detonated, obliterating him without a trace. "Elder, safeguard the children. What follows is not for innocent eyes." Raditz's aura intensified, transforming him into a formidable beast exuding a chilling presence. His gaze, frigid and merciless, locked onto his adversaries, poised to strike. "Children, seek refuge indoors," the elder urged, his voice laced with anxiety. He wished to shield them from the violence. The children scurried indoors, their faces etched with fear, obeying the elder's command. The elder turned to Raditz, his eyes filled with apprehension. After ensuring the safety of the non-combatants, Raditz unleashed his full power, transforming into a bolt of lightning and appearing before the remaining soldiers in an instant. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, launched a devastating wind pressure attack, sending soldiers flying. The soldiers, caught off guard, were sent hurtling through the air, crashing against a nearby structure. Raditz pursued with spectral speed, his gaze locking onto a fallen soldier. Without hesitation, he impaled the soldier's chest with a claw-like hand. The soldier's eyes widened, his face contorted with terror and agony, yet he was unable to utter a sound. With a violent surge of power, Raditz channeled an overwhelming energy into the soldier's body. In an instant, the soldier detonated like a bomb. Flesh and bone fragments rained down, and crimson blood erupted in a macabre geyser, painting the air with grotesque blossoms. The soldier vanished, replaced by a cloud of gore. The other soldiers, witnessing this carnage, were paralyzed with fear, their faces ashen, their limbs failing. Despair filled their eyes as they envisioned their own demise and desperately attempted to flee. Raditz, relentless, swiftly marshaled energy in his hands, emitting an incandescent yellow glow. His fingers became lethal conduits, firing a relentless barrage of energy beams, weaving a dense, inescapable net around the fleeing soldiers. In mere moments, this web of death pierced their chests, extinguishing their lives in a burst of blood. Raditz then unleashed additional energy blasts, obliterating the remaining figures into nothingness, leaving only lingering dust. Having purged the battlefield, Raditz turned toward the village elder's home, his steps measured and resolute, as if nothing could impede his advance. "What of them?" the elder asked anxiously as Raditz approached, his voice laced with concern for their fate. "Dead," Raditz responded flatly, his tone unsettlingly calm, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if death were commonplace. The elder initially sighed in relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. However, he then lamented, his face etched with worry. "Alas, things have come to this. Young man, you must flee. Elder, I will not abandon you, having slain them. My departure would endanger your lives," Raditz declared resolutely. The elder sighed heavily. "Young man, they were of Cooler's armored squadron. By killing them, You have incurred the wrath of Lord Cooler, who will undoubtedly seek retribution. I am grateful for your protection of these children, but I implore you to escape. My time is near its end. If Lord Cooler arrives, I only ask that you safeguard these children." He gazed upon the young man. His eyes filled with resignation and apprehension. Raditz paused, then said, "Rest assured, Elder, such a thing will not occur." He turned and departed, leaving the elder to his lamentations. Where did Raditz go? He was scouring the land for Cooler's forces, intending to confront them before they preyed on the innocent. A cruel smile crept across Raditz's face as he plotted his course. Utilizing his ability to survive in the vacuum of space, he traversed the cosmos, systematically annihilating Cooler's outposts. At each location, he unleashed devastating energy, reducing structures and soldiers to ashes. His actions inspired terror among Cooler's army, who scattered in disarray, unable to evade Raditz's relentless pursuit. This carnage persisted for a day, until Cooler received a distress signal from his decimated forces at his headquarters. Nearly half his army had been obliterated. "Who dares attack my forces?" Cooler thundered from his throne, radiating icy malice, his eyes burning with fury. "Have they been identified?" he demanded of Salza, who stood beside him. "Lord Cooler, pre-destruction recordings indicate that the assailant is a scion," Salza reported deferentially. "A scion? A primate with such power? That imbecile Frisia." Cooler's eyes narrowed, his gaze hardening. "Let us visit this insolent monkey." "Yes, sir." Cooler's ship streaked through the void like a meteor, hurtling toward Planet White. Within, Cooler's face was a mask of fury, his eyes fixed on the approaching planet. He vowed to make the scion pay dearly. On a mountain on Planet White, Raditz awaited Cooler's arrival. His face was impassive, but his eyes blazed with resolve and ruthlessness. Suddenly, Raditz sensed a potent energy signature approaching the planet. He rose and faced the source, spotting an incoming ship. Raditz inhaled deeply and unleashed his own energy. His aura erupted like a volcano, engulfing the mountain, proclaiming his presence to Cooler. "Cooler, come forth." Raditz roared, his voice echoing like thunder, every fiber of his being charged with power and rage. The air around him crackled with energy. Raditz's aura surged outward in waves, broadcasting his unparalleled might. He was formally declaring war on the tyrant of the South Galaxy. Chapter 47. The Fugitive Namekian. At this moment, the sky above Namek was a profound and mysterious shade of azure, as if it were a tangible manifestation of the universe's infinite enigmas. Strange clouds floated above, some resembling colossal mushrooms, others like sinuous dragons. These clouds were not merely pure white but emanated a faint greenish glow, as if imbued with the unique life energy of Namek. Occasionally, brilliant rays of light pierced through the clouds like swords, adding a touch of splendor and majesty to the sky. Amidst this ethereal backdrop, a Namekian by the name of Dandy was sprinting across the desolate terrain of his planet. The howling wind whipped around him, causing his garments to flap violently. His small face was etched with terror, his green skin paling slightly from anxiety. Dandy propelled himself forward with all his might, kicking up clouds of dust beneath him. His eyes were frantic, desperately searching for a place to hide. Enormous rocks and peculiar flora whizzed past him as he ran. He gasped for breath, his heart pounding violently, as if it might burst from his chest. Occasionally glancing back at the encroaching danger, despair and reluctance filled his heart. Yet, the primal instinct for survival propelled him forward, igniting a breathtaking escape on this treacherous Namek. Gasping for air in an attempt to calm his thunderous heart, he muttered to himself, "Ha-hoo, ha-hoo." Dandy remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings, fearful that pursuers were hot on his heels. Once he felt temporarily safe, he collapsed to the ground like a spent animal, motionless. Dandy's flight was made possible under the protection of others, a narrative that began on the day Frisia invaded the village. "Now, please hand over the Dragon Balls." Frisia spoke with an unsettling calmness, yet his eyes betrayed an insatiable greed and coldness. "Not a chance. We will not allow you to use the Dragon Balls for malevolent purposes." A stout Namekian retorted angrily, keeping a wary eye on the malevolent figure before him. As he spoke, he anxiously glanced toward the Elder-S residence, his eyes brimming with concern and unease. At that moment, the Elder-S condition was dire. His once imposing and dignified form appeared frail, his skin sagging and wrinkles crisscrossing like deep ravines. His eyes often drooped, burdened by the weight of time. "It seems our visitor has ill intentions." The Elder-S voice was low and hoarse, imbued with profound worry upon hearing the commotion created by Frisia and his henchmen outside. "Elder, you must leave this place at once." "Allow me to stay here and protect you," Neras said urgently, his gaze resolute and unwavering, a testament to his loyalty and bravery towards the elder. "It is futile, my child. I am too old, too feeble to even walk, the elder replied with resignation, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes. He then turned to Dandy, trembling beside him, gently stroking his head, his gaze filled with love and concern. Dandy, you are the most exceptional of our dragon clan in centuries, the very hope of our people. Thus, you must survive at all costs. Flee now. With unwavering determination, the elder addressed Dandy. As he finished speaking, a radiant light suddenly enveloped Dandy, emanating from the elder's hand. Dandy felt a surge of immense power coursing through him, awakening both flight and healing abilities within him in an instant. This is my final gift to you. Please accept it and strive to live on. You are still young and should not perish here, the elder implored, his expression warm and gentle, despite the deep lines etched on his face. Elder Dandy could no longer contain his tears, his voice choked with emotion. He understood the preciousness of this gift and the elder's expectations of him. At that moment, the elder seemed to hear something, his demeanor growing grave as he addressed Naru. They are nearly upon us, Naru. Take Dandy and escape at once. But your safety, Naru protested anxiously, yet his words were cut short by the elder's trembling hand. The elder gazed silently at Naru, his eyes conveying determination and resolve. Naru instantly comprehended the elder's intent. He realized he could not alter the elder's decision. Reluctantly, he nodded, swiftly lifting Dandy in his arms. With one last worried glance at the elder, he transformed into a beam of green light, soaring into the sky. The luminous streak shot across the heavens like a meteor, carrying Dandy away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the elder remained behind, standing resolutely like a steadfast mountain. His gaze was calm, fixed on the horizon, as if he had already steeled himself to confront the impending foes. An aura of reassurance emanated from him. Are you unwilling to cooperate? Frisia's face bore a gentlemanly smile, yet his eyes were cold and brimming with malice. I had hoped to avoid such brutishness, Frisia remarked indifferently, casually waving his hand. In that instant, the soldiers beside him surged forth like beasts released from their cages, their eyes gleaming with merciless intent as they lunged toward the innocent villagers. The massacre commenced, blood splattering, and anguished cries echoing through the air. The villagers, gripped by terror, scrambled to flee or resist, yet faced with the ruthlessly trained soldiers, they appeared utterly powerless and fragile. The combat-ready Namekians, despite their hearts aflame with anger and defiance, found themselves similarly helpless. They bravely stepped forward to protect their kin, yet the disparity in combat prowess proved insurmountable. Their resistance was ultimately in vain. Each attack was effortlessly countered, every movement rendered futile. As the battle raged on, Frisia stood impassively at the periphery, coldly observing the chaos. He felt no compassion for the villagers' suffering and demise, as if it were merely a trivial game. The villagers, engulfed in despair, gradually succumbed to death, their blood staining the earth and transforming the once tranquil village into a bloody hell. Infuriating, an enraged Namekian, trampled beneath a soldier's boot, glared at Frisia with fiery eyes, wishing to rend him limb from limb. What's this? Is it too late to reconsider? Frisia leaned down, regarding the pitiful Namekian with a smirk, as if relishing a captivating performance. However, the Namekian showed no sign of fear, clenching his teeth tightly, wordlessly meeting Frisia's gaze with a cold stare, as if intending to kill the malevolent cosmic tyrant with his eyes alone. What a pity! Frisia gently closed his eyes, shaking his head in feigned regret before slowly reopening them, a cruel glint flickering within. He then raised a hand, extending his finger, where a crimson light pulsed ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Cease this, outsider, came the elder's aged voice from within the dwelling. Oh my, I thought you would remain indifferent, Frisia remarked, a hint of surprise on his face as he covered his mouth with one hand, though his eyes remained devoid of true astonishment, more provocation toward the elder. Come forth, the elder said, his tone tinged with weariness and resignation, as if he had anticipated the arrival of this unwelcome guest. Thank you. Frisia gracefully bowed slightly as he entered the room, exuding the elegance of a true gentleman, yet his eyes betrayed a cunning and avaricious glint. As he stepped inside, a musty odor enveloped him, causing him to furrow his brow as his gaze settled upon the elderly giant seated before him. So, my dear sir, let us continue our discourse regarding the Dragon Balls, Frisia said, narrowing his eyes, which glimmered with a sharp intensity, as if he sought to penetrate the very essence of the Grand Elder. A sly smile played on his lips, suggesting that he had already taken control of the situation. The Dragon Balls are sacred artifacts of our Namekian lineage. One must gather all 7 and articulate their wishes in our native tongue to fulfill them. the Grand Elder pronounced with deliberate clarity. Well then, let us commence, Frisia replied, a flicker of excitement igniting in his gaze. Do not fret. I have already dispatched my kin to procure the Dragon Balls from the other tribes. The Grand Elder responded calmly, his hands gripping the armrests tightly. Palms slightly damp with sweat, yet his face remained a picture of composure. Oh? Upon hearing this, Frisia's eyes narrowed into slits, a piercing light flashing within them, as if he could see through everything. Yet, he soon displayed a smile, albeit one tinged with insincerity and artifice. I see. Allow me to intercept them. I shall leave my subordinates here to attend to you, Frisia remarked, gently activating his power scanner, his gaze fixating on the moving figures of Neru and his companion. With a surge of formidable energy, he began to levitate gracefully, akin to a feather in the wind, swiftly propelling himself toward the duo. In no time, he caught up with them. As Neru soared through the air, he suddenly perceived a flicker before his eyes. And before he knew it, Frisia's form materialized ahead, blocking their path. Greetings, my friends. I hear the esteemed elder has tasked you with retrieving the Dragon Balls for me. Your efforts are commendable, Frisia said, his face alight with a broad grin. Let me accompany you, he added, his voice laced with a chilling undertone, each step permeated with an aura of terror. Neru's expression darkened, an ominous realization dawning upon him. His scheme had been unveiled, and further concealment was futile. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to confront this formidable adversary head-on. Damn it, he exclaimed, his eyes widening with fury, fists clenched tightly. He understood that he might not stand a chance against Frisia, yet surrender was not an option. Gradually descending to the ground, he braced himself for a life-or-death confrontation. Gently placing Dandy down, he whispered, Dandy, soon I will engage that monster in battle. You must flee at once. Do not look back, just run forward. His eyes radiated determination and resolve, as if he had already reconciled himself to the possibility of sacrifice. Neru, Brother Dandy's eyes brimmed with fear and concern, tears threatening to spill. He was reluctant to part from Neru, even more so to witness him come to harm. Nevertheless, under Neru's insistence, Dandy nodded in understanding. Go now? Neru shouted suddenly. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength into his palm and unleashed a powerful energy blast toward Frisia. The blast whizzed through the air, igniting fierce explosions and billowing clouds of smoke in its wake. Seizing the cover of the smoke, Dandy activated his flying technique, swiftly soaring away, channeling his energy to achieve remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Neru remained rooted, anxiously watching Frisia through the swirling dust. As the smoke began to dissipate, Frisia's figure emerged unscathed. A malevolent grin etched upon his face. He fixated his cold gaze on Neru, eyes glinting with a merciless light. Neru clenched his fists, muscles taut, fully concentrated on the imminent clash with Frisia. This battle would undoubtedly be the most arduous challenge of his life. Yet he was resolute in his commitment to safeguard Dandy's safety. It appears you have made a foolish choice, Frisia's icy voice sliced through the air, brimming with wrath and murderous intent. He could not bear the audacity of anyone daring to challenge his authority. Yet, Neru stood unfazed, prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. He sought to buy Dandy time to escape to safety. Aware that he faced the cosmic tyrant Frisia, he refused to cower, his gaze unwavering, filled with steadfast resolve. Ignoring Frisia's fury, Neru tore open the upper part of his garment, revealing his robust physique, muscles defined and emanating a palpable sense of power, as though he contained boundless energy within. Neru let out a deep, resonating roar, his aura beginning to swell, akin to a tempest on the horizon. His body expanded, muscles bulging, radiating an overwhelming pressure that was almost suffocating. With Neru's ferocious roar, dust swirled, and the ground trembled beneath him. His strength surged beyond previous limits, his presence akin to a volcanic eruption, awe-inspiring and formidable. A battle power of 42,000. Quite impressive, Frisia remarked, observing the display of Neru's might, which far surpassed that of his fellow Namekians, his voice tinged with admiration. This figure astonished him. Had you not provoked my ire, I might have considered making you one of my subordinates, Frisia mused, a hint of regret crossing his features. He recognized Neru's potential, believing that had he aligned with him, it could have been advantageous. However, now that Neru had enraged him, mercy was no longer an option. You stand no chance of defeating me. Allow me to provide you with a point of reference. My battle power is 530,000. As he spoke, Frisia's eyes took on a mocking glimmer, reminiscent of a predator assessing its prey. Rest assured, I shall not employ my full strength against you. I intend to torment you gradually, allowing you to perish in despair. Only then will my anger be assuaged. Naru, undeterred, rose to confront him. Chapter 48. Vegeta awakens to confront the Ginyu Force in this manner. Dandy seized the opportunity to escape while Nello and Frieza engaged in a fierce confrontation. Nello, my brother. Recalling his comrades who had been ruthlessly slain by Frieza's minions in the heart-wrenching separation from his brother, Dandy could not help but weep aloud. Suddenly, he noticed the Frieza army's encampment ahead was in utter disarray, strewn with chaos and debris, which left him astonished and propelled by curiosity to step forward. With each stride, he increasingly felt the overwhelming destruction wrought by the intense battle. His heartbeat quickened, and the terror in his mind began to spread. Yet the curiosity deep within compelled him onward. Ultimately, he arrived at the doorway of the infirmary. At that moment, within the medical chamber, Vegeta had fully regained his strength. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with confidence and power. With determination, he rose from the rejuvenating solution of the medical pod, keenly sensing the monumental changes within himself. He could distinctly perceive that his muscles had become more taut and robust, and the power coursing through him was exponentially greater than ever before. Vegeta understood that this immersion treatment had transformed him, granting him a qualitative enhancement in strength. At this moment, he possessed sufficient resolve to challenge the Ginyu Force, which he had once feared. The noise from Vegeta's recovery startled Dandy, prompting him to quickly find cover. After stretching his limbs, Vegeta stepped out of the medical pod and beheld the chaotic scene unfolding outside. What has transpired here? He mused aloud. Meanwhile, Dandy, concealed nearby, anxiously observed Vegeta, pondering whether this individual clad in battle attire was also a subordinate of Frieza. Vegeta detected Dandy's presence and approached him, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" he inquired. The sudden proximity of Vegeta startled Dandy, leaving him speechless as fear gripped him, fearing that Vegeta might embody the same brutality as Frieza. However, Vegeta exhibited no aggression. He merely regarded Dandy with a calm demeanor. That Namekian. Perhaps he knows the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta contemplated, narrowing his eyes with a glint of cunning. After a moment of reflection, Vegeta finally spoke, addressing the diminutive figure before him in a condescending tone. "Hey, kid, since you are a Namekian, you must know where the Dragon Balls are, right? Tell me." Upon hearing this, Dandy felt a tightening in his chest, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes widened in fear and anxiety. This is it. Another villain seeking the Dragon Balls, he thought to himself. Noticing Dandy's hesitation, Vegeta's impatience grew. His expression turned dark, fists clenched, ready to teach this young one a lesson. Just then, he sensed a formidable energy surge approaching from a distance. Vegeta halted his actions, furrowing his brow, and gazed warily into the horizon. That energy. Frieza? He has arrived so soon. Could he have already gathered all the Dragon Balls? Damn it. With this thought, Vegeta's mood soured, a wave of intense anger surging within him. In a fit of urgency, Vegeta seized Dandy and lifted him off the ground, bellowing, "Hey, quickly tell me. Has that bastard Frieza already acquired the Dragon Balls?" Dandy, bewildered by being hoisted, began to ponder. This guy doesn't seem like he's with Frieza. Are you deaf? Answer my question. Vegeta's voice rose in volume as Dandy remained in a stupor. After a brief moment of hesitation, Dandy found the courage to recount the details of Frieza's battle with Nello and how he managed to escape. Vegeta listened intently, his expression darkening, brows knitted tightly. Once Dandy finished, Vegeta's gaze sharpened significantly as he murmured, "I see. I must act swiftly to locate the Dragon Balls before Frieza does." He turned to leave. Dandy, relieved to have evaded danger, watched Vegeta's retreating figure, but suddenly, a tremendous force struck him from behind. Lifting him into the air once more, Vegeta had grabbed him again. "Let me go. Let me go." Dandy squirmed, attempting to break free from Vegeta's grip. But his strength paled in comparison to Vegeta's, rendering his struggles futile. "Behave and come with me. You are still of use." "I need you to tell me where the remaining Dragon Balls are," Vegeta declared, disregarding Dandy's protest as he carried him like a chick, soaring toward the Namekian village. However, at that moment, Vegeta sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching. He frowned, halted mid-flight, and glanced at Dandy. They have finally arrived, Vegeta mused inwardly, knowing he must confront these foes. Reluctantly, he descended to the ground, unceremoniously dropping Dandy aside. "Listen closely, once the fighting begins. You better keep your distance and stay out of the way. If you happen to get killed, don't say I didn't warn you," Vegeta coldly instructed Dandy, his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on the distant sky. He licked his dry lips, revealing a hint of madness and fervor in his expression. Vegeta stood still, awaiting the arrival of his adversaries, aware that a fierce battle was imminent. He was prepared to demonstrate his true strength and assert who the real warrior was. "Come forth and witness the might of Lord Vegeta," he proclaimed, one fist clenched while the other pointed confidently at himself, his eyes brimming with pride and self-assurance. Indeed, within moments, the atmosphere thickened with tension. A peculiar light suddenly illuminated the sky, and amidst its flickering, a group of figures began to descend. Leading the charge was Jinyu. His distinctive appearance unmistakable. Clad in a purple-black battle suit, Jinyu possessed a tall and robust physique, exuding an aura of cold authority. His comrades, each unique, followed suit. Wukong, towering and muscular with a confident grin. Berta, swift and agile, darting around. Jeese, with striking white hair and piercing eyes. And Guldo, though smaller in stature, possessed abilities that commanded respect. Thus, the Jinyu force emerged with imposing presence before Vegeta, their formidable energy altering the battlefield's very essence. As if the air had solidified around them. "Well, little Vegeta, long time no see," Jinyu sneered, a sinister smile gracing his face, his eyes glimmering with malice. "Humph. I had no desire to encounter you fools," Vegeta retorted with a contemptuous chuckle, his muscles taut, poised for an assault. "That won't. Lord Frieza has ordered us to eliminate you personally," Wukong screeched from the side. "Then come and try," Vegeta declared, as the energy enveloping him swirled violently, kicking up dust to form a miniature whirlwind. A formidable energy erupted explosively around him, causing the ground to crack and rocks to scatter in its wake. The surrounding air seemed ignited, crackling with sounds reminiscent of fireworks, while the very fabric of space appeared to warp under the sheer force of this power. An exhilarating battle appeared poised to commence. Chapter 49, Confronting Jinyu, Dandy's healing ability beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the power detectors of Guise and his companions were in a frenzy, accompanied by an insistent and jarring alarm that was utterly disconcerting. However, when the cacophony finally ceased, the displayed value sent chills down their spines, a number that transcended their wildest imaginations, issuing a dire warning. "What? This is impossible." Guise gazed at the numbers before him, his complexion shifting dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and cascading down his cheeks like glistening pearls. "What are you saying? How could Guise be so frightened? Just how much power does Vegeta possess?" Reincarnated remarked with a casual smile, seemingly unfazed. 100,000. Guise struggled to swallow, his voice trembling with disbelief. 100,000. The others gasped in unison, their faces contorted with incredulity. How can this be?" Reincarnated smile froze, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at the power detector. Vegeta's strength was indeed terrifying, far exceeding their expectations. The previously relaxed atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of tension as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. "We must report this to Lord Frieza immediately." Guise snapped back to reality, urgency lacing his voice. "Hey, guys." At that moment, Jinyu interjected coldly, his gaze laced with iciness and cruelty. "What's so significant about 100,000? Guise retorted loudly, a sinister grin creeping across his face. He turned to Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with provocation, his energy beginning to pulse ominously, as if poised to strike. "Ah, haha, how could I forget that Captain Jinyu is here?" Guise awkwardly chuckled, attempting to diffuse the tension. Yet, he quickly resumed his haughty demeanor, mockingly declaring to Vegeta, "Don't get too cocky. Your power is no match for our captain." "Humph, you are merely a band of jesters," Vegeta shot back with a disdainful sneer. Guise, incensed by Vegeta's taunt, felt the veins bulge on his forehead, his face flushing crimson, yet he found himself unable to refute it. He understood that, given Vegeta's current power, he was indeed outmatched. After dismissing Guise, Vegeta fixed his intense gaze upon Jinyu, his expression grave and focused. He had hoped to challenge his limits through combat, to further enhance his strength. Yet, he found himself face to face with Jinyu sooner than anticipated. There was no escape now. He had to give it his all. "Come on," Vegeta shouted, charging forward. In an instant, Vegeta and Jinyu were entangled in battle, their fists raining down like a torrential storm, each strike imbued with devastating force. Vegeta poured every ounce of his strength into the fight, acutely aware that facing a formidable opponent like Jinyu could lead to his demise. Jinyu, too, refused to be outdone, skillfully evading Vegeta's assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. The battlefield was engulfed in dust, their figures barely visible amidst the chaos. The sounds of their fierce struggle reverberating through the air. What a terrifying battle. He is actually holding his own against someone from the Frisia force. Dandy, hidden behind a massive rock, cautiously peeked out to observe the unfolding conflict. As the fight raged on, Jinyu launched another fierce assault. Ha! He bellowed, propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball aimed at Vegeta. His speed was astonishing, creating a fierce gust that stirred up the dust around him. Humph! With a sharp exhalation, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with determination, showing no signs of retreat. He bent his legs slightly and, in a flash, propelled himself forward to meet Jinyu with equal ferocity. The two collided mid-air with a resounding thud, akin to two meteors colliding, the shockwave distorting the air around them. Jinyu then unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, each strike accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, while Vegeta adeptly navigated the onslaught, retaliating with powerful jabs that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. "Take this, Vegeta," Jinyu shouted, leaping high into the air, executing a swift turn before delivering a powerful kick. His leg, imbued with immense force, seemed to tear through the air, producing a howling sound. Vegeta quickly raised his arm to block. When their limbs clashed, a thunderous noise erupted as Jinyu's kick struck Vegeta's arm, sending a tremor through his body. Yet, he quickly regained his balance and seized Jinyu's leg, hurling him away. Jinyu, however, swiftly adjusted mid-air, landing gracefully on the ground. As soon as his feet touched down, he charged towards Vegeta once more, taunting, "You cannot defeat me, Vegeta." A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, a hint of disdain in his expression. "Then let's find out." He surged forward again, plunging back into the fray with renewed vigor. The two combatants danced across the surface of Namek, their figures a blur as the sounds of their strikes collided with resounding booms, intermingled with their shouts, creating a symphony of battle that resonated deeply. As the conflict escalated, both fighters exuded increasingly potent energies, causing the ground beneath them to tremble, as if quaking in reverence to the fierce confrontation. Above, the sky of Namek shimmered with flickering energy, illuminating the battleground drenched in strife and fervor. How is this possible? Raikum, observing from a distance, felt veins bulging on his forehead, his expression one of disbelief. Beside him, guys echoed his astonishment, murmuring, "This is terrifying. Vegeta can actually hold his own against the captain." Bart wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his eyes filled with trepidation. The battle between Vegeta and Jinyu grew more intense, each side refusing to yield. Yet, gradually, Vegeta began to show signs of fatigue. Sensing Vegeta's waning strength, Jinyu's lips curled into a cold smile as he accelerated his onslaught, unleashing a barrage of swift punches that rained down upon Vegeta like a tempest. Each strike was imbued with tremendous power and relentless momentum. Vegeta, despite his best efforts to defend himself, was struck by several blows. "Humph," he grunted, his body trembling slightly as he realized that Jinyu's attacks were becoming increasingly difficult to withstand. Seizing the moment, Jinyu executed a spinning sidekick, his leg whistling through the air like a razor's edge, aimed at Vegeta. With no time to dodge, Vegeta was struck heavily in the chest. "Ah!" He cried out in pain, his body hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing into a massive boulder and shattering it to pieces. Amidst the swirling dust, Vegeta slowly rose to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jinyu, refusing to grant Vegeta any respite, teleported directly in front of him and delivered a crushing blow. Boom! The punch landed despite his battered body. Vegeta's fighting spirit remained undiminished. Gritting his teeth, he silently vowed to find an opportunity to retaliate. As Jinyu and Vegeta were locked in a fierce battle, Goldo seized the moment, deciding to use his psychic ability, the binding technique, to disrupt Vegeta and assist Jinyu in securing victory. Goldo concentrated, his eyes fixed intently on Vegeta as he muttered incantations. Suddenly, a mysterious beam of light shot from his hands, enveloping Vegeta in an instant. Vegeta felt his body stiffen, as if ensnared by an invisible force. His movements impeded for a brief moment. Oh no! Panic surged through Vegeta as he struggled against his constraints, revealing a slight opening. At that moment, Jinyu capitalized on the opportunity, charging toward Vegeta with a triumphant laugh. He raised his fist high, energy coalescing around it, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind. Vegeta could only watch helplessly as Jinyu's fist hurtled toward him. Bang! Jinyu's fist crashed into Vegeta's ribs with a bone-chilling thud. "Ah!" Vegeta cried out in agony, his body soaring like a marionette with severed strings, spewing blood as he fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain from his fractured ribs was nearly unbearable. His face turned as pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with anguish and defiance. Jinyu stood nearby, gloating over the injured Vegeta, sneering, "Vegeta, you have ultimately fallen at my hands." Guldo approached, wearing a smug expression of schadenfreude. Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Jinyu and Guldo, his heart brimming with anger and hatred. Yet, he knew he was too weak to continue fighting. How infuriating. Must I perish in such a humiliating manner? Leaning against a massive boulder, he felt as though he were at the end of his rope. Behind the stone, Dandy anxiously observed the battle. Seeing Vegeta grievously wounded by Jinyu and Guldo filled him with dread and concern. Dandy's body trembled slightly, acutely aware that if he ventured out to heal Vegeta, he might face grave danger. The overwhelming power of Jinyu and his allies instilled fear in him, making him apprehensive about becoming the next target. However, witnessing Vegeta's suffering ignited a fierce internal struggle within Dandy. Though Vegeta was cold-hearted and had his own ambitions concerning the Dragon Balls, he was currently fighting against Frieza's army. If he were willing to help, perhaps Namek could be saved. I cannot simply watch him die, Dandy murmured to himself, a glimmer of determination beginning to shine in his eyes. After a tumultuous mental battle, Dandy inhaled deeply, seemingly steeling his resolve. He clenched his teeth and slowly emerged from behind the stone. His steps were shaky, yet he advanced toward Vegeta, each stride quickening his heartbeat, as if it might leap from his throat. I must save him, Dandy kept encouraging himself internally. At last, he reached Vegeta's side. Vegeta's breath was faint, and Dandy wasted no time, immediately employing his healing abilities. He placed his hands over Vegeta's wounds, a gentle light beginning to emanate. Dandy focused intently on the healing process, sweat beading on his forehead, his gaze filled with concentration and resolve. On this perilous battlefield, he disregarded his own safety, striving solely to revive Vegeta and preserve a glimmer of hope for Namek's future. Meanwhile, everything around them seemed to hush, with only Dandy's healing light flickering, an emblem of hope on this war-torn field. Is that the little Namekian? Jinyu observed the scene, a contemplative look crossing his face. Indeed, it is him, the very one that Lord Frieza seeks. Ji's replied respectfully, his tone suffused with awe and flattery, bowing slightly. His voice quivered, betraying a hint of fear toward Frieza. The individual referred to as the captain regarded the small Namekian with a serious expression, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. Is that the little one? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the diminutive green figure before him. At that moment, Dandy was intently focused on channeling his healing powers, and Vegeta felt an astonishing transformation. His life-threatening injuries began to mend at an astonishing rate. His once fading consciousness grew clearer, eliciting a surge of astonishment and curiosity within him. Could this seemingly ordinary little one possess such formidable healing abilities? In just a moment, Vegeta was revitalized. Slowly opening his eyes, a sharp glimmer igniting within them. Rising to his feet, he felt the surge of powerful energy coursing through him, a confident smile curving at the corners of his mouth. This sensation, Vegeta clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. He could distinctly sense a tremendous enhancement in his strength, as if he were reborn. Vegeta took a deep breath, then unleashed his energy with a ferocious roar. A powerful wave of energy erupted from within him, sweeping outward in a tempestuous gust. Boom! Dust from the ground was whipped into a haze. While nearby stones and trees trembled under the force, some smaller rocks shattering under the pressure. Vegeta's hair danced in the whirlwind, his eyes radiating dominance and confidence. He was no longer the Vegeta easily defeated by Jinyu and Guldo. He had transformed into a warrior emboldened by newfound strength and resolve. Jinyu, Guldo, just wait and see. Vegeta shouted, his voice brimming with fury and determination. He understood that the ensuing battle would be his moment of vengeance, and he would make Jinyu and his companions pay dearly for their misdeeds. Well done, little one, now quickly step aside, Vegeta said without looking back, his gaze icy as he fixed it ahead. An intense aura of murderous intent radiated from him, as if the very air around him could freeze. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Dandy was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, turning to flee. He realized that remaining there would only be a burden, while Vegeta needed to focus entirely on the impending confrontation. Chapter 50. An unlikely duo. The Z fighters arrive on Namek following his treatment. Vegeta's key signature stabilized and intensified. His eyes snapped open, emitting a sharp glint as he sensed the surging power within him, akin to a volcano about to erupt. That brat possesses healing abilities? So what? Sneered Jinyu, masking his initial surprise. The Jinyu force swaggered toward Vegeta. Captain Jinyu, wearing a contemptuous smirk, dismissed the scion he had recently decimated. Watch closely, Jinyu, for I shall obliterate you all. Vegeta snarled, charging into battle. Jinyu swung his massive fist, generating a gust of wind. Vegeta effortlessly sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a swift punch to Jinyu's abdomen. The force of the blow sent Jinyu hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. The other members of the Jinyu force swarmed Vegeta. Jis and Berta flanked him, their velocity aimed at overwhelming him. Unfazed, Vegeta vanished, reappearing behind Jis. He launched a kick that sent Jis flying, then spun to meet Berta with an energy blast. Berta's attempt to evade failed, and he was engulfed in the explosion. Captain Jinyu, witnessing his team's defeat, scowled. His ki flared as he prepared his ultimate technique, amassing energy in his hands. Vegeta, anticipating his move, intercepted Jinyu with a swift strike, disrupting his concentration. The unexpected attack staggered Jinyu. Vegeta seized the opportunity, his ki escalating, his hair billowing, and his aura blazing. He unleashed a barrage of blows upon Jinyu, who could barely defend himself. Vegeta channeled his power into a final, devastating energy wave that engulfed the entire Jinyu force. The resultant explosion left a massive crater in the Namekian landscape. Only Jinyu remained, barely standing amidst the devastation. His body was charred and broken, his combat armor tattered. His limbs were twisted, and his face was marred beyond recognition. He gasped for air, his body trembling. The once proud captain was reduced to a pathetic figure, groveling on the battlefield. His comrades were obliterated, their remains vaporized. What's wrong, Jinyu? Where's your bravado now? Vegeta mocked, approaching Jinyu with predatory eyes. Stay away. Jinyu croaked. You are a broken man, Jinyu. Savor the taste of defeat. Vegeta sneered, crushing Jinyu's head beneath his foot, silencing him forever. Vegeta departed, leaving Jinyu's corpse behind. The battle concluded with the annihilation of the Jinyu force. My hypothesis is validated. Scions grow stronger when they survive near-death experiences. Vegeta exclaimed, reveling in his newfound power. His eyes shone with exhilaration and self-assurance, and a triumphant smile played on his lips. He had surpassed his limits and become more formidable. Ha ha ha. Vegeta's laughter echoed through the air, filled with pride and arrogance. He believed he could surpass all other scions and become the strongest in the universe. I now far surpass Raditz, that weakling, Vegeta declared, clenching his fist. He had proven his superiority as a scion warrior. His laughter subsided, and his gaze sharpened, piercing the distance. He sensed a potent key signature, Frisia's. Now, it is time to settle the score with Frisia. Vegeta growled, his heart burning with vengeance. He would challenge Frisia and avenge his past humiliation. Vegeta's eyes blazed with determination as he prepared for the impending battle. He would prove his might to all. Wait. Den called out hesitantly. Vegeta halted and turned to face the young Namekian. What do you want? Are you going to confront Frisia? Den asked timidly. Affirmative, Vegeta replied curtly. Please, take me with you. I must rescue my brother, Den pleaded. I would have brought you regardless. I require your assistance in locating the remaining Dragon Balls, Vegeta stated flatly. Seizing Den. Den yelped. Vegeta carried Den toward Frisia's location. They soon arrived at a clearing with a clear view of Frisia's base. Why are we here? Aren't we going to find Frisia? Den stammered, his face pale with terror. Vegeta scowled at Den's fear. Incompetent fool. He spat. He turned his head slightly, a wicked smile gracing his lips. There is no need to rush. If my judgment is correct, the Dragon Balls that Frisia has acquired are right here. With that, he cast his gaze toward the dense forest ahead, his eyes glimmering with confidence and greed. Ha ha ha. Did you ever imagine, Frisia, that the Dragon Balls you have toiled so hard to find would ultimately fall into my hands? Vegeta's laughter resonated through the air, laced with mockery and triumph. He secretly contemplated how to seize the Dragon Balls from Frisia and fulfill his own desires. But my brother is still battling Frisia. If I delay, he might. Why should I care? Vegeta scoffed. Do not forget, my sole objective has always been the Dragon Balls. Whether he lives or dies is of no consequence to me, he stated coldly, a hint of indifference flickering in his gaze. With that, Vegeta descended upon a cliff, discarding Dandy to the side. He regarded Dandy with a serious and ruthless expression. You shall wait here obediently. Do not even think about escaping, for the consequences will be yours to bear. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls, I will seek Frisia to settle the score. After delivering his words, Vegeta turned away, leaving Dandy in a state of despair. My brother will be killed, Dandy murmured, his voice tinged with a sob, tears cascading down his cheeks. His heart brimmed with fear and helplessness, uncertain of how to confront the dire situation before him. In that moment, Dandy felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness and desolation. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions, after 6 days of cosmic travel, were finally nearing Namek. Having endured the trauma of the black hole incident, their fighting spirit had grown even more resolute. Among them, Gohan stood at the forefront. In the days following Raditz's disappearance, Gohan had diligently trained in the gravity chamber, and he had transformed into a formidable force. With his exceptional talent, Gohan's combat power had reached 4 million, while Goku was only slightly ahead at 4.5 million. Gohan had now surpassed all the Z fighters, save for Goku. Is this Namek? Gazing at the vast green planet before him, Gohan's expression remained unperturbed, as if he were merely observing an ordinary celestial body. He stood there in silence. Oh, Namek also holds Dragon Balls. Once we resolve this crisis, we should be able to use them to resurrect Raditz. Just then, a familiar voice reached Gohan's ears. He turned to see Piccolo approaching slowly. Piccolo came to Gohan's side, gently placing a hand on his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Since Raditz's disappearance, Gohan had seemed as if his very soul had been siphoned away, becoming increasingly silent and melancholic. He often sat alone by the window, gazing vacantly outside, his smile fading with each passing day. Piccolo had observed these changes, but was at a loss as to how to console the boy, resorting only to silently standing by his side. Gohan replied softly, his eyes cast downward, avoiding Piccolo's gaze. Uncle, Gohan whispered, his voice imbued with longing and sorrow. Chapter 51 Assimilation of Naru. At this moment, on a desolate battlefield of Namek, Naru stood in confrontation with Frieza, towering and robust. Naru's green skin emanated an aura of battle, his gaze resolute, brimming with determination to protect Namek. Conversely, Frieza, diminutive yet exuding a chilling malevolence, wore a derisive smirk, his cold eyes betraying disdain and a desire for control. The battle was imminent as Naru launched the first strike. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged towards Frieza, arm raised high, transforming it into a lethal chop aimed directly at Frieza's neck. However, Frieza remained motionless, a mocking smile gracing his lips. When Naru's hand struck, it felt as though it had collided with unyielding steel. Frieza's body remained unperturbed, untouched by harm. In an effortless motion, Frieza raised a hand and seized Naru's arm. His grip, deceptively gentle, concealed immense power. With a swift twist, a sickening crack echoed as Naru's arm was brutally severed. A cry of agony escaped Naru's lips as green blood gushed forth. Trembling from the excruciating pain, his eyes still glimmered with defiance. Frieza, seemingly relishing the moment, carelessly discarded Naru's severed limb. Oh dear, my apologies. It seems I've inadvertently removed your arm. His chilling laughter resonated as he observed Naru's suffering. Gritting his teeth against the torment, Naru activated his regenerative abilities, and once more, his arm began to grow back. Renewed, he prepared to continue his battle against Frieza, unwavering in his conviction to safeguard Namek, despite the formidable foe before him. With one hand, he swiftly gathered energy, a luminous sphere forming in his palm, which he hurled at Frieza with all his might. The energy orb roared forth like an enraged beast, yet Frieza merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack. The orb detonated behind him, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Frieza regarded Naru with that loathsome smirk. Is this all you can muster? How utterly disappointing. In an instant, Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing behind Naru before he could react. A powerful kick struck Naru's back, propelling him like a cannonball against a distant rock, which shattered upon impact, leaving Naru embedded within, spitting out dark purple blood. Struggling to his feet, Naru resumed a fighting stance, charging at Frieza once more. Undeterred by his injuries, he roared, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, each blow fueled by his boundless fury and resentment. His fists rained down like a tempest, leaving fleeting afterimages in their wake. Yet, Frieza remained composed, effortlessly blocking each assault with his arms, as if it were a mere diversion. Naru's strikes met Frieza's defenses like iron against iron, causing no damage whatsoever. Frieza's impenetrable guard and mocking gaze suggested he was merely entertained by the futile display. As Naru paused to catch his breath after a relentless barrage, Frieza seized the opportunity to counterattack. A sinister glint flickered from his fingertip, and in an instant, a beam of death shot forth. The blinding speed left Naru no time to evade. The beam sliced through the air, severing one of Naru's ears with surgical precision. Pain surged through him as blood erupted from the wound, and he clutched his head, howling in agony. Yet there was no respite, for Frieza relentlessly pressed his assault. Frieza's eyes gleamed with cruel delight as he extended his finger again, unleashing a torrent of death beams. Naru exerted every effort to evade, but Frieza's strikes were swift and cunningly angled. The first beam grazed Naru's shoulder, spraying blood, causing his body to shudder. Moments later, a second beam pierced his abdomen, creating a gaping wound from which purple blood flowed freely, eliciting a muffled groan of pain from Naru. Frieza showed no signs of mercy, continuously altering his position to unleash more beams. Naru's limbs, thigh, arm, chest, were punctured one after another, his body becoming a canvas of wounds. With each passing moment, Naru's vitality waned, his movements growing sluggish. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage, his legs could no longer support him, and he sank to his knees, his upper body collapsing forward until he lay prostrate upon the blood-soaked ground. Once a figure of strength and resolve, Naru now lay battered and motionless, his breath faint. Teetering on the brink of death, Frieza stood nearby, reveling in his cruel triumph over the fallen warrior. Just as Frieza prepared to deliver the final blow to extinguish Naru's life, a sudden, urgent beeping erupted from the device in his ear, shattering the battlefield's brief stillness and capturing Frieza's attention. Frowning, Frieza halted his actions, glancing at the device as his subordinate's panicked voice crackled through. "Lord Frieza, we have a situation. Vegeta has attacked our ship and stolen the Dragon Balls." The tremor in his subordinate's voice was laced with fear. Frieza's expression darkened, a flash of anger and disbelief crossing his face. He had not anticipated Vegeta's audacious move at such a critical juncture. Before he could inquire further, the communication abruptly cut off, leaving only static in its wake. Frieza stood frozen, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Anger surged at Vegeta's audacity to seize the Dragon Balls right under his nose, yet he also recognized the precariousness of the situation. Casting a glance at the near-lifeless Naru, he swiftly took to the skies, racing towards his ship. The Dragon Balls were vital to his plans. He could not allow Vegeta to succeed. On the battlefield, Naru lay alone amidst the blood, his consciousness fading, yet he summoned the strength to remain alert. Just then, he heard footsteps and a faint rustling. With great effort, he lifted his head to see Goku and his companions approaching. Goku and his team had been traversing Namek for some time, and the devastation before them filled them with shock and fury. The once vibrant landscape was marred by ruin. Beautiful structures lay in heaps of debris. Streets bore the scars of destruction, and the air was thick with the scent of death and despair. As they pressed forward, witnessing the aftermath of the atrocities, sorrow and rage swelled within them. The inhabitants of Namek had once lived in peace and happiness, now subjected to such cruel fate. Goku clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with wrath. That monster Frieza, how could he strike at innocent lives? Clenched teeth and a somber expression, Krillin uttered, "This bastard." Gohan closely followed his father, his heart brimming with resentment as he surveyed the surroundings. "We must defeat Frieza and avenge those who have perished." Piccolo remained silent, yet his fists involuntarily tightened, the flames of anger igniting within him. As they ventured deeper, they discovered Naru lying on the ground. Another individual lay there, still alive. Sensing a faint trace of life within Naru, Krillin spoke first. The group hurried towards Naru. "Hey, are you okay? Pull yourself together. What on earth has happened here?" With one hand supporting Naru's frail body, Goku urgently inquired. Naru, summoning his last ounce of strength, opened his eyes to gaze upon Goku and the others, a flicker of gratitude gracing his face. Weakly, he uttered, "Thank you, Frieza. He has come, with his army, killed many." Goku roared in fury, "That despicable fiend. We will not let him escape. Do you still have any senzu beans?" Krillin suddenly asked. "No." Goku solemnly shook his head. Shortly after the battle on Earth began, he had retreated to the hyperbolic time chamber with Raditz for training and had not asked Master Karen for senzu beans, as the previous beans were gifted to him by Raditz. What a pity, Krillin lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. They could only watch this warrior depart. And no, it's all right, that must be very important to you. It shouldn't be wasted on me. Naru stammered. "Don't speak. Conserve your strength." Gazing at the feeble Naru, a flicker of sorrow crossed Piccolo's eyes. Goku, with clenched fists, vowed to avenge Naru and the people of Namek. "Remarkable. This is my first time encountering such a powerful Namekian," Naru remarked with a faint smile as he looked at Piccolo. "With your strength, perhaps our kin may yet be saved." Neru said with a gentle laugh, but suddenly his gaze turned resolute, as if he had made a profound decision. What is your name? Piccolo. Piccolo, I shall grant you a gift. What gift? Assimilate me. Chapter 52. The Rescue of the Grand Elder. Unleashing potential what? Exclaimed Piccolo, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Nail before him. He could hardly fathom the request being made. Coughing softly, Nail struggled to articulate. As Nemelians, we can enhance our combat abilities by assimilating our kin. I am nearing the end of my days. Allow me to become your strength. A conflicted expression crossed Piccolo's face. While he recognized this as the swiftest means to augment his power, the notion of assimilating a fellow clansman was difficult for him to accept. Rest assured, your consciousness will remain dominant after the assimilation. Do not hesitate. My time is truly running short. Nail's voice grew somber as he slowly closed his eyes. With Nail's final words, Piccolo placed his hand upon Nail's chest. In an instant, Nail let out a mighty roar, transforming into a brilliant white light that enveloped Piccolo completely. Thank you. Carry this power and protect planet Namek. Nail's voice echoed in the air before gradually fading away. During the process of assimilation, Piccolo felt Nail's power merging with his own, continuously rising. His physique underwent a transformation. His muscles became more defined, and his aura intensified. At last, the assimilation was complete. Piccolo opened his eyes, which now shimmered with an unprecedented brilliance. His strength had surged, as if he had been reborn. Clenching his fists, Piccolo's expression betrayed a myriad of emotions. It seems your enhancement is quite significant. Your aura is remarkably impressive, remarked Goku, approaching Piccolo and patting him on the shoulder. No, I am neither Piccolo nor Nail now. I am a Namekian who does not know his own name, Piccolo replied coolly, brushing Goku's hand off his shoulder. I cannot help but call you Piccolo, Goku chuckled, shaking his head at Piccolo's demeanor. Call me as you wish, Piccolo said, stretching his limbs and gazing intently into the distance. Where shall we go next? Goku recognized the determination in Piccolo's eyes and understood he had a purpose. Follow me. We must first rescue the Grand Elder of Namek, Piccolo declared, having inherited Nail's memories. He was resolute in completing the unfinished task of his predecessor. Goku nodded, all right. The group ventured forth. As they walked, Piccolo informed them of the state of planet Namek. Goku furrowed his brow. Frieza, he is indeed formidable. However, with my current strength, I am confident I can defeat him, Piccolo asserted with conviction. Goku smiled indeed. The group continued onward, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Elder's abode. Piccolo signaled for everyone to remain cautious, then stealthily approached the guard. In a flash, Piccolo struck, swiftly eliminating the sentry. The others quickly followed suit, clearing the area of threats to ensure the Grand Elder's safety. Upon entering the dwelling, they found the Grand Elder sitting serenely, as if nothing had transpired. Piccolo stepped forward, bowing respectfully to express his reverence. The Grand Elder squinted slightly, scrutinizing Piccolo, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. You are Kakarot's son? I never expected you to still be alive. Quite the surprise. Piccolo gently shook his head, responding calmly. I am unaware of my lineage. I was sent to Earth at a young age. I now go by the name Piccolo, a name I chose for myself. The Grand Elder nodded slowly, his expression revealing no astonishment at Piccolo's background. Piccolo stood quietly by. Nail. I see. So he has assimilated with you. Perhaps this is fate. With this bond, your powers should see further enhancement, affording you greater confidence for the impending battle, the Grand Elder spoke, a hint of regret in his gaze, but more so a sense of relief. Piccolo nodded slightly, remaining silent. The Grand Elder's gaze shifted to Goku and the others as he warmly said, I understand your intentions. I am deeply grateful for your dedication to the peace of planet Namek. Allow this old man to assist you. Come forth. I shall help you unlock your potential. Child, you shall go first. The Grand Elder smiled at Piccolo, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo stepped before the Grand Elder, while Goku, Gohan, and Krillin observed nervously, eager for Piccolo's transformation. The Grand Elder raised his hand, placing it upon Piccolo's head. A gentle radiance emanated from his palm, enveloping Piccolo. He felt a warm and potent energy surging within him. As the light continued to flow, Piccolo's body trembled slightly, sensing his power escalating as though doors within his mind were being unlocked one by one. Time slipped by, and as the light began to recede, Piccolo opened his eyes, now gleaming with a newfound brilliance. He felt an extraordinary leap in his strength. Thank you. He exhaled deeply, sincerely expressing his gratitude to the Grand Elder. Remarkable. Piccolo's energy now surpasses mine, Goku exclaimed, awed by the aura emanating from Piccolo. Gohan remained silent, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh, this is the only contribution I can make to this battle. There is no need for thanks, the Grand Elder remarked, his complexion slightly pale and his breath quickening. Next. It is your turn, Mr. Sun, the Grand Elder said, striving to catch his breath. Let my son go. His potential far exceeds mine. Goku pondered briefly before speaking. Dad. Gohan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Trust me, Gohan, Goku reassured his son, his gaze steadfast. Grand Elder. Do you truly not need to rest for a moment? Gohan queried, conflicted. Do not waste time. My body is fine. Unlock your talents and defeat that demon Frieza. The Grand Elder insisted, placing his hand upon Gohan's head. Gohan felt a vast and warm energy surging into him like a tidal wave. Every cell in his body seemed to awaken, an indescribable sensation spreading throughout him. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable and spilling forth from his being, distorting the surrounding air as if seeking to engulf the entire world. The sheer magnitude of this energy was enough to induce tremors in those nearby. Chapter 53. The Confident Vegeta, what a terrifying power. Beside him, Krillin was buffeted by this overwhelming aura, his body swaying precariously as he struggled to maintain his footing. He gazed at Gohan in astonishment, silently marveling at his strength. That's right, Gohan. Goku's eyes blazed with intensity as he fixated on his son, who emanated an astonishing energy, a smile of joy breaking across his face. The potential of this child. It is simply unfathomable. The elder stared wide-eyed, incredulity written all over his face as he beheld the boy radiating. I apologize for not controlling my energy. Gohan felt the discomfort of those around him and quickly realized that his earlier display might have caused them distress. He promptly retracted his aura, lowering his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. It's all right, young one. Your potential is far too immense. I have merely tapped into a fraction of it. The elder wiped the sweat from his brow and took a deep breath to steady himself. Clearly, unlocking Gohan's potential had drained a significant amount of his strength. After resting for a moment, the elder proceeded to unlock the potential of both Goku and Krillin. At this juncture, the combat prowess of the group saw a remarkable enhancement. Piccolo, having assimilated with Nail, further unlocked his potential, elevating his power to 4.5 million. Goku's strength surged from 4.5 million to 5 million, while Krillin, rather ordinary, reached a combat power of merely 50,000, which, for a human from Earth, was still quite formidable. Most astonishing of all was Gohan, whose combat power leaped from 4 million to 5 million, closing the gap with Goku. Such a formidable team configuration ranked among the best in the entire galaxy. Now then, Goku's gaze was electric. Let us depart. At this moment, Vegeta, having scavenged the Dragon Balls from Frieza's base, was preparing to leave when he suddenly sensed the tumultuous energy in the air, causing his expression to shift dramatically. His eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured to himself, "This is the energy of a scion. Kakarot. How could that fool possess such overwhelming power?" Vegeta's expression twisted into a snarl, his teeth clenched tightly, his body trembling with rage. His heart brimmed with fury and jealousy. Utterly shocked and dissatisfied by Kakarot's surge in strength, Beast. Vegeta cursed softly, his eyes glinting with fury. He had believed he had surpassed Kakarot, but now it seemed the latter had effortlessly transcended his limits, acquiring such terrifying strength. This disparity was intolerable, striking a blow to his pride like never before. Yet, Vegeta did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, contemplating his next move. Despite his intense resentment, he recognized that this was not the moment for reckless actions. He needed to find a way to augment his own power. Vegeta resolved to swiftly acquire the ability for immortality and continue his training. He sought a method to break through his limitations, to catch up to and even surpass Kakarot's might. With sufficient effort, he would one day triumph over that insufferable fool. "Mr. Vegeta, where are you headed?" At that moment, a cold, sharp voice pierced the air behind him. The voice carried an overwhelming pressure, causing the surrounding atmosphere to feel as though it had solidified. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly turned to look behind him, only to see Frieza hovering in midair, his crimson eyes ablaze with fury, fixed intently upon him. "TCH, you certainly arrived quickly." Vegeta scoffed, his eyes reflecting his dissatisfaction. "Put down my Dragon Ball, and I shall grant you a swift death." Frisia's tone was frigid, laced with menace. His gaze locked onto the Dragon Ball in Vegeta's grasp, clearly intent on claiming it. However, Vegeta appeared to disregard Frisia's words, a faint smile curving his lips. He then concentrated all his power into his right palm, unleashing a powerful aura that formed an invisible shield around the Dragon Ball. With a swift motion, he hurled the Dragon Ball far into the distance. The Dragon Ball arced through the air, rapidly disappearing beyond the horizon. Upon witnessing this, Frisia's expression darkened ominously as he roared, "You wretched creature! How dare you mock me in such a manner? You shall pay dearly for this insolence." With that, he vanished from sight, dashing toward Vegeta like lightning, throwing a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Unfazed, Vegeta raised his hand to block, the tremendous impact causing the surrounding space to tremble. He swiftly pivoted, delivering a fierce kick toward Frisia. Frisia raised his arm to defend, but was forced back by the force of the blow. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Vegeta roared, launching himself forward. He shot toward Frisia like a cannonball, his fist charged with immense energy. Frisia barely managed to evade the devastating strike. In retaliation, Frisia unleashed an energy wave aimed directly at Vegeta. Boom! Undeterred, Vegeta punched the energy wave, dispersing it. The powerful shockwave rippled through the air. Regaining his stance, Vegeta bellowed, darting toward Frisia like a bolt of lightning. He pushed off the ground with tremendous force, his body shooting forward, creating a tempestuous wind. As he approached Frisia, he swung his right fist, enveloped in a radiant glow, the sheer power causing the space around it to warp slightly. Bang! Frisia, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest, hurtling backward, a spray of purple blood erupting from his mouth. He crashed into a distant mountain, the impact causing it to crumble into ruins. Vegeta pressed the attack, extending his arms as terrifying energy rapidly coalesced in his palms, radiating a blinding yellow light. As the energy continued to accumulate, everything around him dimmed, as if even the sun's brilliance paled in comparison to this formidable power. Tat 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 tat. Vegeta shouted, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that flew toward the wreckage like bullets from a machine gun, each one accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. In an instant, the ruins were engulfed in energy blasts, flames soaring into the sky, the explosions resonating like thunder, sending plumes of smoke and debris into the air. "What do you think, Frisia? This is the power of a Scion." Vegeta laughed triumphantly. As the smoke began to dissipate, Frisia was revealed, standing there, his figure becoming clearer. Frisia's expression was dark, his battle armor bearing several marks of damage, revealing signs of energy abrasions. A shallow wound on his left arm oozed a trickle of blood. He frowned slightly, his eyes reflecting a mix of anger and surprise. He moved his injured arm gently, seemingly gauging the pain from the wound. Then, his gaze turned back to Vegeta, the flames of wrath intensifying in his eyes. "I never expected you could injure me. Your power has increased significantly. Is this the foundation of your rebellion against me?" Frisia's eyes blazed with fury, exuding a chilling malice. "Stop pretending, Frisia. You are afraid." Observing Frisia's somewhat disheveled appearance, Vegeta smirked coldly. "Afraid? Do you think I would fear you, you wild monkey?" Upon hearing these words, Frisia let out a sinister chuckle, his eyes narrowing slightly, resembling those of a venomous serpent. "You should feel a sense of dread, for..." Vegeta grinned wickedly, revealing his teeth. "The Super Saiyan you fear the most stands right before you." Vegeta proudly pointed his thumb towards himself, his gaze brimming with arrogance and confidence. At that moment, the Z warriors rushing to the battlefield sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from the clash between Frisia and Vegeta. "Someone is fighting. It's Vegeta's aura," Goku remarked. "His opponent possesses considerable strength. Who could it be? Could it be Frisia?" Krillin exclaimed. "It's unlikely," Goku replied, shaking his head. "Given my brother's demeanor, Frisia cannot be that weak." "Stop speculating. We will know soon enough." With a sudden burst of energy, Piccolo accelerated, leaving the others behind. He intended to make Frisia truly experience the wrath of the Namekian. "Let us hurry," he urged. Nodding in agreement, the group quickened their pace. Almost there. At that moment, a glimmer of determination shone in Gohan's eyes. "Uncle, wait for me." Chapter 54. The Battle of the Southern Galaxy South Galaxy. White Star. At this moment, the inhabitants of this planet were staring up at the sky in utter terror. A colossal spaceship, resembling a towering mountain, was slowly descending from the heavens. This was none other than Cooler's flagship, and the oppressive aura it exuded caused the entire planet to tremble. Simultaneously, a dazzling white pillar of energy erupted from a cliff not far from the descending vessel, soaring towards the firmament like a ferocious dragon. Accompanied by this surge of power, gale-force winds began to howl with unrestrained fury, threatening to tear everything asunder. The ground quaked violently, seemingly unable to withstand such an immense impact. Amidst the resplendent light, Raditz stood firm, arms crossed, his raven locks dancing wildly in the tempestuous winds, radiating unparalleled dominance and majesty. As the light gradually subsided, the spaceship's hatch slowly creaked open, revealing Cooler's elite squadron emerging in perfect formation. Each member possessed an imposing stature, their gazes sharp and unwavering, brimming with confidence and pride. First to appear was a reddish-brown amphibian-like being, nearly 3 meters tall, his skin smooth and resilient, as if capable of deflecting any assault. Next was a verdant-skinned behemoth of muscle, his physique sculpted with defined striations, each fiber brimming with boundless power. Finally, a blue-skinned youth with flaxen hair emerged, his eyes betraying a hint of roguishness and insouciance. These three were none other than the members of Cooler's armored squadron, Nai's, Dor, and Salza. Following closely behind was a robust figure with violet skin, his facial features sharply defined, his eyes cold and piercing, radiating a chilling aura of supremacy. Crimson irises added to his imposing presence, and white armor accentuated his might and ruthlessness. It was Cooler, Emperor of the South Galaxy. A potent aura permeated the atmosphere as they hovered in midair, resembling demonic entities descending upon the world, inspiring awe and trepidation. "Is there a matter, Scion?" Cooler inquired, his gaze frigid as he looked down upon the wild monkey before him. "Nothing of consequence," Raditz replied with a sly grin, elevating himself to match Cooler's altitude. "I merely foresaw you becoming my adversary, so I've come to eliminate you preemptively." Salza, standing beside Cooler, erupted in uproarious laughter, the sound echoing through the air with disdain and mockery. "You, an impudent wild monkey? Do you truly believe?" Before he could complete his sentence, Raditz extended a finger, aiming it at Salza's head. In an instant, a surge of formidable energy emanated from Raditz's fingertip. With a resounding bang, Salza's body exploded into fragments, a gruesome spectacle. "Is it not basic etiquette for subordinates to remain silent when their superiors are conversing?" Raditz remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Or perhaps you failed to instill such manners in him, Mr. Cooler? It seems you possess a considerable degree of self-assurance." Cooler responded, his voice devoid of emotion. "Daring to slay my subordinate before my very eyes." He stood motionless, the surrounding air seemingly frozen. His gaze was icily indifferent. Yet an aura of palpable malice permeated the atmosphere, akin to the calm before a tempest. He remained still, yet one could sense a profound, simmering rage. "I am exceedingly fond of my life," Raditz retorted with a wicked grin. "I wouldn't dare confront you without absolute certainty of victory." Humph. Hearing this, Cooler's ire intensified. Yet he also recognized that the individual before him was more formidable than initially anticipated. "Let us dispense with the formalities and commence the battle directly," Raditz declared. "I have other matters to attend to." As he spoke, he began to stretch his limbs, the sound of his bones cracking filling the air. Strands of his hair began to stand on end, his pupils gradually transformed into a golden hue, and his aura shifted into a golden radiance, exuding an imposing presence. "Both of you, retreat to the ship," Cooler commanded, casting a disdainful glance at the two men, visibly shaken by Salza's demise. He now understood that the Scion's combat prowess far exceeded theirs, rendering their participation futile. The two men, relieved by the order, hastily turned and fled towards the spaceship. Cooler inhaled deeply, his massive frame trembling slightly, as if amassing immeasurable power. With each breath, a surge of energy erupted from within him, like a raging torrent. He then proceeded to channel his entire being, every muscle tensing, veins bulging, as hard as steel. The aura emanating from him intensified, as blazing and violent as a raging inferno. Suddenly, Cooler stomped the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble violently, the resulting shockwave forming a miniature tornado that spread outwards. Trees were uprooted and shattered, leaves and branches swirling chaotically through the air. The once verdant forest was instantly ravaged, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Cooler stood unmoving at the heart of the storm, his gaze like a blade. The two auras clashed fiercely in the air, the surrounding atmosphere growing heavy, the sky darkening, and lightning flashing, as if the apocalypse had descended. Boom. The two combatants moved almost simultaneously, their velocity generating sonic booms that reverberated through the air. In the blink of an eye, the two towering figures collided. The surrounding cliffs instantly crumbled. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in furious combat, fists and palms meeting, energy colliding, causing the surrounding space to tremble. As the deafening explosions echoed, the terrified inhabitants huddled on the ground, heads in their hands, paralyzed with fear, dreading the possibility of being caught in the crossfire. However, some, suppressing their terror, cautiously peered upwards, eager to witness the intense battle. Yet, due to the sheer ferocity of the confrontation, they could only discern two streaks of light, one gold and one violet, colliding repeatedly, each impact generating tangible shockwaves that inspired awe and terror. Raditz seized an opening, landing a powerful blow on Cooler's abdomen. Cough. The force of the impact caused Cooler to cough up saliva. His eyes bulged as he clutched his stomach, the excruciating pain causing his body to convulse. Capitalizing on Cooler's momentary paralysis, Raditz raised his hand and delivered a devastating elbow strike to Cooler's back. Cooler's body shuddered violently, the immense force causing him to lose his balance. He plummeted towards the ground like a falling star. With a thunderous crash, Cooler slammed into the earth, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. "You fiend," Cooler stammered, struggling to rise from the crater. Before he could fully recover, Raditz pounced upon him like a ravenous predator. Without hesitation, he conjured a spiraling energy sphere in his hand, slamming it precisely onto Cooler's head. The impact was akin to a thunderbolt, accompanied by a deafening roar. The force of the blow sent Cooler crashing back down with tremendous force. The already enormous crater expanded further, resembling a bottomless abyss. Cooler's head spun, his ears ringing with a piercing whine, causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented. Raditz, half his body pressing down on Cooler, pinned his foe's forehead with a claw-like grip. "I, Lord Cooler, defeated by a mere scion?" Cooler's eyes blazed with fury, his aura surging violently. He began to unleash a torrent of fury, a formidable wave of energy causing the surrounding air to tremble. Raditz pressed his hand against Gula's forehead, yet Gula's immense power gradually freed him from Raditz's grasp. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, Gula's energy erupted, sending Raditz hurtling away from him. "I am the mightiest warrior in the universe. How dare you humiliate me so? I shall end your life." As his energy surged ever higher, Gula commenced his transformation. His form was enveloped in a brilliant radiance, and his purple skin deepened in hue. He grew larger, his muscles bulging, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. When the light dissipated, a new Gula emerged, radiating sheer dominance. His physique had become colossal, akin to an unmovable mountain. The purple skin shimmered with an enigmatic glow, resembling impenetrable armor. A pair of immense horns sprouted from his head, rising menacingly and emanating a sinister presence. His gaze was chillingly cold, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. His eyes burned a fierce red, while his mouth was obscured by a silver-white armored mask, rendering him like a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. With a resounding thud, Gula struck the ground with his powerful tail, producing a deafening sound. "This is my true strength. Now let the second round commence." Gula advanced step by step towards Raditz, his visage brimming with confidence and lethal intent. It was about time. Raditz grinned at the sight of Gula transformed into his towering form. Chapter 55, The Final Form? Unyielding. Gazing at the dramatically transformed Gula, a spark of interest flickered in Raditz's eyes. To be frank, this elevated form was indeed quite impressive. Let us see if you can still smile after this. Observing Raditz's light-hearted demeanor, Gula felt an uncontainable fury rise within him. How dare this contemptible wild monkey look down upon me, the great Gula? I shall flay you alive to relieve my pent-up resentment. Gula seethed inwardly. In a swift motion, he lunged toward Raditz, delivering a powerful straight punch aimed directly at his face. With a resounding crash, Raditz quickly raised his arms to shield himself, bracing for the incoming assault. The ensuing clash of their bodies echoed like thunder, reverberating through the air. The immense force sent Raditz staggering back several paces before he finally managed to regain his footing. The ground beneath him bore deep impressions, as if a giant had tread upon it. At that moment, Raditz felt a tingling numbness in his arms, as if they had lost all sensation. Gula's strikes were executed with unparalleled speed, leaving Raditz no time to react. Gula whipped his thick tail around with lightning speed, aiming a horizontal sweep at Raditz's head. Yet, relying on his keen combat instincts, Raditz deftly sidestepped the fierce attack, the tail slicing through the air just inches from his face, accompanied by a rush of wind. As Gula's attack missed its mark, Raditz seized the opportunity to counter. Without hesitation, he swung a punch back at Gula's face. Surprisingly, Gula chose not to evade, allowing Raditz's fist to make solid contact. The impact caused Gula's neck to snap in the direction of the blow, but he retaliated mercilessly, delivering a heavy punch that struck Raditz squarely. Raditz, caught off guard, staggered backward several steps before he could steady himself. Suddenly, a wave of danger washed over him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, prompting him to retreat hastily. Just as he did, Gula unleashed a slash of purple energy blades from his hands. The sharp edges sliced through the air, severing a few strands of Raditz's hair and tearing a gash in his training uniform, revealing a slender, shallow red wound on his chest that healed almost instantaneously. With a cry, Gula charged forward once more, wielding the energy blades with deadly precision. Raditz, alarmed, continued to retreat, despite his advanced regenerative abilities. The pain was UND Chapter 56. The complete annihilation of the Gula Legion. As time passed, the chilling sound finally ceased. Gula lay helplessly on the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, as if his very soul had been extracted. He could no longer feel any pain. His nervous system had utterly collapsed. In this moment, he could do nothing but lie still upon the cold earth. With a deep sigh of relief, Raditz felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Indeed, when confronted with an insurmountable problem, eliminating the source of the trouble brings the greatest satisfaction. A lesson for the next life, perhaps. Observing Gula, who was now a mere shadow of his former self, Raditz felt no pity. Instead, he mercifully unleashed a wave of energy, sending Gula to the depths of hell. Having performed a good deed, he decided to see it through to the end. I shall pay a visit to Lord Inma and request that Gula be sent to paradise. With a sly smile curling his lips, Raditz stroked his smooth chin, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Frisia and Gula, the two brothers, hanging from opposing trees. Indulging in a farcical drama, how amusing that would be. The thought made him chuckle. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of Gula's spaceship parked nearby. His eyes lit up with excitement. How could I have almost forgotten this? It's worth a considerable sum. Raditz mused, striding purposefully towards the vessel. Inside the spaceship, Nez and Dre were taken aback by the shocking news of Gula's demise. Nez's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets, bloodshot and alarming. His mouth gaped open as if someone had seized his throat, rendering his voice hoarse. Trembling, he gazed at the fallen Gula, a surge of intense fury and confusion swelling within him. Their leader, whom they had unwaveringly followed, had been defeated. What was to become of their future? Dre gritted his teeth, flames of anger igniting in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Raditz, who was drawing closer, his fists clenched, poised to avenge Gula. Dre, what shall we do now? Nez asked, his expression one of bewilderment and helplessness, as if he had lost his way. Dre, however, was resolute, his face dark and foreboding. Let us confront that scoundrel. We shall avenge Gula, he declared fiercely, his voice brimming with rage and determination. The Gula Special Forces were valiant warriors, unyielding in the face of death, without a trace of cowardice. At that moment, a voice cut through the tension. Oh, quite bold, aren't we? The sudden utterance sent shivers down their spines, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Their heads turned slowly, as if encased in ice, to behold Raditz standing behind them, arms crossed. A mocking smile adorning his face, exuding an aura that sent chills through the air, akin to a ferocious beast eyeing its prey. When did you arrive? Dre stammered, his eyes wide with terror, sweat trickling down his forehead, his entire body quaking. I just got here, Raditz replied nonchalantly, the playful smile lingering on his lips, his gaze icy as if regarding two insignificant insects. This instant transmission technique is rather convenient, he thought to himself. Well then, I hereby declare this spaceship mine. You two may depart now, and do send my regards to Gula, Raditz announced. With that, a brilliant yellow light flickered in his hand, a surge of potent energy radiating from his palm. Dre and Nez barely had time to scream before they were enveloped by this force, engulfed in flames. The yellow fire licked at their bodies as they writhed in agony, yet death was inescapable. Soon, their forms were reduced to ashes, scattered into the void, leaving no trace behind. The vessel that once belonged to Gula was now claimed as Raditz's prize. All right, that's a wrap. Raditz stretched lazily, Once back on Earth, selling this ship to Bulma should yield a handsome profit. With this thought, a grin spread across his face. After all, the previous 2.5 billion was hardly substantial for a scion with an insatiable appetite. It would only suffice for a few years at most. Before he set out to cash in, selling this spaceship to Bulma's family should provide him with ample resources for a while. Having clarified his thoughts, Raditz exited the spaceship, retrieving the empty capsule from Bulma and stowing the vessel away. Afterward, he turned slowly and walked towards the villagers still prostrating on the ground. Their faces were etched with terror and reverence as they gazed up at this powerful being, Raditz. My lord, the Gula Legion. The old village chief trembled. Approaching Raditz with utmost respect, his tone and manner transformed entirely. They are all dead, and you need not address me in such a manner, Raditz replied, extending a hand to assist the elder to his feet. And no, you have not only vanquished that merciless tyrant, but you have also saved our entire village, indeed, the whole planet. You are our savior, a divine being. The old chief's voice quivered with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Hearing this, Raditz shook his head, smiling gently. Let us not speak of divinity. I am merely a scion passing through, who could not bear to witness their atrocities. After all, no citizen of a great nation would harbor affection for capitalists, particularly when Raditz held a grudge against them. Please, do not leave. Allow us to properly host you. To express our gratitude, the old chief implored sincerely. Unable to refuse their heartfelt invitation, Raditz attended their feast as a guest. Though some apprehension lingered in his mind, he endeavored to maintain politeness and decorum. The banquet table was laden with an array of dishes, roasted meats, fruits, bread, and more. The food appeared relatively normal, devoid of any peculiar or repulsive items. Yet, Raditz felt a twinge of unease, uncertain of the safety of the fare. Cautiously, he picked up a piece of roasted meat and took a bite. Tender and juicy, it was surprisingly palatable. Sampling other dishes, he found them not particularly exquisite, yet not unpleasant either. After a hearty meal, Raditz felt a profound sense of comfort and satisfaction. Leaning back, he took a moment to rest. Suddenly, he recalled his original objective, searching for the Dragon Balls. Therefore, he resolved to take action. He moved to the center of the room, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. Utilizing his formidable sensing abilities, he began to search the cosmos for a specific coordinate. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on Raditz's forehead. He concentrated intently, leaving no minute clue unnoticed. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy igniting within them. At last, I have found it, Namek. Raditz exclaimed with excitement, having pinpointed the location of Namek. Now, all that remained was to wait for the opportune moment to embark on his journey. Chapter 57, System Upgrade. Power Surge. The coordinates have been located, and at this moment, Raditz merely needs to focus his thoughts to depart from this place. However, he exhibits no urgency. Given his current strength, a journey to Namek would result in a one-sided massacre, devoid of any challenge. Thus, he resolves to delay his actions, allowing the others to play a while longer. Once they have exhausted themselves, he will return to tidy up the aftermath. At this juncture, Raditz suddenly recalls something. It seems the system has been unusually silent for quite some time. Since departing Earth for Namek, the system has remained dormant, unresponsive to his attempts at conversation, as if it has vanished entirely. This leaves Raditz perplexed, uncertain as to what might be amiss. He begins to call out to the system, hoping for some response. System? Raditz calls softly. Yet, the silence around him remains unbroken, devoid of any reply. Frowning, he muses to himself, could it be that the system has truly malfunctioned? Or is it intentionally ignoring me? Determined, Raditz decides to try once more. System, are you still there? Can you provide me with a hint? Ding. The system upgrade is complete, re-establishing connection with the host. Host, I have returned. Where have you been during this time? Raditz inquires, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. Version is being updated, temporarily entering sleep mode. How did the update fare? He asks. Ding. This update enhances the quality of future rewards to better accommodate the host's upcoming challenges. Additionally, a new absorption module has been added, allowing the host to randomly absorb abilities, attribute enhancements, passive skills, etc. by defeating opponents. The triggering conditions are equivalent to battle rewards. This is excellent, Raditz exclaims, his eyes lighting up. If his enemies possess extraordinary skills, there is now a chance he could acquire them. Ding. Detection of the host defeating the formidable foe, Gula, during the update period. Rewards are being granted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the breath of the gods, 1-5. Absorbing Gula's abilities. Congratulations, host. You have gained all defensive attribute enhancements that Gula possessed in life. You have acquired Gula's skill, Blade of Death. With Gula's defensive attributes now his own, Raditz's physique becomes remarkably resilient. His body seems to be enveloped in an impenetrable armor, with each muscle brimming with astonishing strength. The already robust form has grown even more imposing and powerful. Moreover, having obtained a fragment of the breath of the gods, his mind feels unprecedentedly ethereal, sensing a gradual expansion of his spirit. Should I now be considered a transcendent mage of flesh? He muses, flexing his muscular frame. With everything in place, he decides to let them fight for a while longer, opting to rest. Now, Raditz, harnessing the dimensional power of the King of Worlds, possesses vast mental energy capable of perceiving the aura of Namek. At this moment, Namek has yet to witness a conflict exceeding 1 billion in combat power, indicating that the situation remains manageable. Additionally, he discovers an intriguing fact. The battle powers of Gohan and Goku are remarkably equal. How amusing. I wonder which of you will transform first. Raditz chuckles softly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Namek, Vegeta lies sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, barely clinging to life. Frieza's foot is planted firmly on his head, his form having undergone a drastic transformation into his final form. Frieza's final form, though diminutive, exudes an undeniable aura of intimidation. His body is an eerie silver, adorned with purple armor, smooth and glossy skin. His head is small and delicate, with eyes resembling two gleaming gems radiating malevolence and cruelty. The corners of his mouth curl into a chilling smile. Clad in simple battle armor, he embodies authority and dominance. With limbs that are slender yet imbued with incredible power, as if capable of unleashing devastating force at any moment. Frieza's final form resembles a demon from the depths of hell, instilling fear in all who behold him. Gazing down at the incapacitated Vegeta, Frieza's expression remains devoid of emotion. At this moment, he feels a profound frustration. How could this scion have pushed him to such extremes? Initially, Frieza had transformed into his second form to confront Vegeta, easily overpowering him. However, just as the battle seemed to conclude, Vegeta unexpectedly consumed a mysterious fruit, instantly recovering from his injuries. His power surged dramatically, reversing the tide of battle, allowing him to dominate Frieza. This forced Frieza to elevate his strength once more, adopting his third form, yet he still could not vanquish Vegeta. Ultimately, it was only upon transforming into his final form that he managed to subdue him. Looking down at the motionless Vegeta, Frieza feels as if he has encountered a ghost. He silently congratulates himself. It seems that obliterating planet Vegeta was indeed a wise decision. Ah, Vegeta, I am here to send you on your way, Frieza remarks with a cold smile, his eyes glinting with malice. With this troublesome adversary out of the way, no one shall impede his pursuit of eternal life. With that, Frieza slowly lifts his foot from Vegeta's head, then, with a powerful kick, sends his body soaring into the sky like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Finally, Frieza raises his left hand, extending his index finger. A flash of red light flickers, and a terrifying beam of death shoots forth like a venomous serpent, hurtling towards Vegeta at astonishing speed. At this critical moment, a flash of orange appears like lightning, as Goku materializes in front of Vegeta, his gaze resolute and focused. With a swift motion of his left hand, he redirects the deadly beam with immense force, sending it flying into the distance. Kakarot, Vegeta utters weakly, a look of shock and confusion gracing his face. Chapter 58. Confronting the Cosmic Emperor just in time, Son Goku, with a relaxed demeanor, turned to the side, locking eyes with Vegeta, and chuckled. However, upon seeing the face of Son Goku, one that irked him immensely, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. A surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within him. He had intended to voice his thoughts, but found himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, a deafening sound erupted from the horizon, and several figures descended like meteors, landing firmly on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and the others. Tension gripped the group, their gazes fixated on Frieza ahead, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. Is that Frieza? What a terrifying aura. Sweat beaded on Krillin's forehead as his body trembled slightly. Finally, the real deal has appeared, Piccolo thought, his eyes sharp and fists clenched, filled with fighting spirit. Ever since merging with Nail, he had inherited Nail's memories. and his hatred for Frieza was profound. Today, he would show you the wrath of the Namekians. Piccolo gritted his teeth, stating resolutely. Meanwhile, Gohan's focus remained unwaveringly on Frieza. His brow furrowed in concern. He sensed an unprecedented sense of peril emanating from Frieza, a feeling that unsettled him. This guy, he hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. Frieza, indifferent to the presence of those around him, fixed his gaze intently on Son Goku, his eyes revealing an indescribable complexity of emotion. This person seems familiar. Frieza narrowed his eyes, pondering silently. Suddenly, a flash of memory struck him. He recalled a scion who once dared to defy him, igniting a surge of rage within him. Frieza, come out. This all ends now, the fate of the Scions, the destiny of planet Vegeta, and your fate. The fearless visage of Bardock during their battle, those eyes ablaze with fury, charging towards him, flashed vividly in his mind. Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. Is this fellow a descendant of that scion? Yet, all of this is futile. I am the strongest in the universe. Frieza snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Step back and rest, Vegeta, this is my fight. Without further ado, Son Goku strode confidently onto the battlefield, directly confronting Frieza. His gaze was sharp, as if capable of piercing through anything. Wait, you cannot defeat him. Before Vegeta could complete his warning, an overwhelming aura radiated from Son Goku. It surged like a raging flame, fervent and wild, akin to a tempest, fierce and unstoppable. The air around them seemed to warp under this tremendous pressure, inducing an indescribable sense of oppression. Vegeta's intended words caught in his throat. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld Son Goku. He had never witnessed such a potent aura. It seemed that the Goku before him was no longer the familiar scion he knew, but rather a primordial warrior, exuding infinite majesty and strength. No way. The legendary Super Saiyan. A sudden jolt coursed through him. An uncontrollable thought emerged. Disbelief filled Vegeta's heart as he struggled to accept that the scion he once regarded as inferior had attained this legendary state before him. Jealousy slithered through him like a venomous snake. Why him? As the prince of the Scions, he had tirelessly aimed to become a Super Saiyan, only to be eclipsed by this once ordinary warrior. Anger followed. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, eyes burning with indignation. Hey, are you Frieza? Regardless of what the onlookers thought, Son Goku had officially faced Frieza. His tone was calm, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, as if igniting an eternal spirit of combat. It is I. Are you also a scion? Frieza retorted with scorn, a smirk gracing his lips, revealing his disdain. He cast his eyes over Son Goku, seemingly dismissive of this opponent. I am a scion raised on Earth, here to defeat you, Son Goku declared solemnly, his voice imbued with determination. He clenched his fists, leaning slightly forward, exuding a formidable presence. Frieza burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. The sound echoed ominously in the air, sending chills down the spine. What are you laughing at? Son Goku replied coldly, his brow furrowing, irritation flickering in his eyes. You? Just a mere scion, daring to boast in my presence, Frieza guffawed, his grin growing more sinister. He raised his hand, lightly gesturing, and a powerful wave of energy surged towards Son Goku. Son Goku sidestepped the blast, his gaze locked onto Frieza, anger igniting within him. He gritted his teeth, gathering his strength, preparing for the impending battle. Do you know? I have eradicated all scions. The explosion of planet Vegeta was not due to a meteor. It was I who obliterated it. Frieza's expression hardened, his words dripping with pride and cruelty. That has nothing to do with me. You disrupted the peace of Namek. I am here to eliminate you. Son Goku retorted fearlessly, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Peace? How many atrocities have your scions committed? Do you scions, who survive by invading other planets for resources, have the right to speak of peace? Frieza mocked, his voice thick with contempt. That is why they perished. Son Goku stated calmly. Say what you will. Since you intend to resist me, prepare to die. With that, Frieza darted towards Son Goku. The battle was about to commence. In an instant, Frieza and Son Goku clashed, their fists colliding with a deafening roar. Frieza's attacks rained down like a torrential storm, each strike imbued with lethal force. Yet Son Goku, undaunted, adeptly evaded Frieza's blows while seizing his opportunities to counterattack. Their figures darted across the battlefield, a dazzling blur of motion. The collision of their energies continuously sparked powerful shockwaves, shattering the surrounding rocks. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impacts echoed through the air. as if threatening to tear the very sky apart. The intensity of their confrontation reverberated, leaving bystanders awestruck. Their eyes widened, fixated on the breathtaking battle, fearful of missing a single moment of the action. Vegeta and Piccolo, with veins bulging on their foreheads, displayed signs of fatigue but persisted through gritted teeth. Son Goku and Frieza's forms swiftly traversed the sky, each attack radiating immense power, thickening the air around them. Krillin stood nearby, drenched in cold sweat from anxiety. He strained to discern the details of the combat, but the disparity in power rendered him unable to see anything but vague shapes and flickering lights. His heart heavy with worry for Son Goku. Yet amidst this tension, only Gohan appeared calm and collected, his gaze fixated intently on the battleground. He observed every detail of the skirmish with unwavering focus, as if possessing a unique understanding of the unfolding situation. Boom. At a certain moment, Son Goku and Frieza finally materialized, clashing in midair, locked in a stalemate. A terrifying aura swirled around them, creating a distorted magnetic field that encompassed the entire battlefield. Under the influence of their colossal energies, the surrounding waters boiled, waves surging violently. Abruptly, Frieza released his grip, and Goku's body, propelled by inertia, lurched forward uncontrollably. Thwack! Seizing the moment, Frieza lifted his left foot and delivered a sharp kick to Goku's chin. The impact resonated with a dull thud, sending Goku soaring dozens of meters into the sky before he managed to halt his ascent. Scarcely had he regained his composure when Frieza launched another assault. He descended upon Goku from above, clasping his hands together like a hammer, and brought them down with brutal force on the back of Goku's head. Goku was instantly driven into the earth, causing the ground to crumble and emit a mournful groan. Emerging from the crater, Goku wiped the blood from his lips and fixed his gaze upon Frieza, who hovered in the air. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. I must admit, you're quite formidable, but if you think this is enough to defeat me, you're sorely mistaken, Goku declared. Is that so? Then brace yourself for another taste of my power. Frieza retorted with a boisterous laugh, before clasping his hands together. Tendrils of electricity crackled between his palms as a potent energy began to coalesce, forming a massive sphere of light. Perish! Frieza bellowed, hurling the sphere toward Goku. Goku, reacting swiftly, dodged the brunt of the attack, but was still grazed by the residual energy, sending him hurtling backward for hundreds of meters. Frieza, relentless, pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows upon Goku. Despite Goku's valiant efforts to defend himself, he gradually succumbed to Frieza's relentless assault. What's wrong? Where's that arrogance you were brandishing before? Frieza taunted, relentlessly pursuing his attack. Goku, however, paid no heed to Frieza's taunts. He was struggling to keep pace with Frieza's relentless onslaught, retreating step by step in a desperate battle. Just then, a sinister smile crept across Frieza's face. In a flash, his tail lashed out like a whip, aimed squarely at Goku's head. Crack! A sharp, resounding noise filled the air as Goku's vision blurred, a searing pain erupting from his head, sending his body spiraling uncontrollably. Ark! Goku cried out in agony, his mind reeling. He had not anticipated Frieza's sudden tail attack, and its sheer force had caught him completely off guard. Seizing upon Goku's momentary disorientation, Frieza swiftly closed the distance, delivering a devastating blow to Goku's abdomen with all his might. Thud! The force of the impact reverberated through Goku's body, causing his face to contort in pain as he spat out a mouthful of saliva. Clenching his teeth, Goku endured the agony, seizing Frieza's fist with one hand while grasping his head with the other. With a surge of determination, he slammed his head against Frieza's smooth forehead. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed as a large bump swelled upon Frieza's forehead. He groaned in pain, staggering backward. Goku seized the opportunity to regain his footing, panting heavily. That low-class scion, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Frieza roared, clutching his throbbing forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury. As long as it works, Goku chuckled, casually wiping the saliva from his lips, unfazed by Frieza's rage. It doesn't. Frieza bellowed, his anger reaching a boiling point. He lunged at Goku once more, consumed by unbridled fury and a thirst for vengeance. Undeterred, Goku stood his ground, taking a deep breath to regulate his breathing and steady his ki. Kaioken! Goku roared, his muscles bulging as a surge of power coursed through his veins. A crimson aura erupted from his body, piercing the heavens, his gaze sharpening with an intensity that seemed to penetrate all. In that instant, Frieza's fist hurtled toward Goku like a gale. However, Goku remained composed. swiftly extending his right hand to intercept Frisia's attack. Clang! A deafening sound erupted as Goku firmly grasped Frisia's fist, halting its advance. Alarm bells rang in Frisia's mind as he realized the gravity of the situation. He attempted to retract his fist, but it was too late. With a sudden surge of strength, Goku yanked Frisia's arm toward him, sending Frisia hurtling into Goku's embrace. Boom! Without hesitation, Goku unleashed a devastating punch to Frisia's abdomen. The force of the blow was staggering, the concussive energy tearing through Frisia's body, creating ripples in the air behind him. The sheer force of the impact caused Frisia to spew a torrent of blood as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant mountain. The mountain crumbled upon impact, sending a cloud of dust and rubble into the air. But the onslaught did not end there. Goku pursued Frisia relentlessly, overtaking him as he plummeted to the ground, and unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face. After delivering the final blows, Goku retracted his hands, seized Frisia's fists, and with a powerful heave, flung Frisia's body over his shoulder. Simultaneously, he propelled himself skyward, carrying Frisia with him. In midair, Goku adjusted his stance before executing a devastating piledriver, sending Frisia hurtling toward the ground like a meteor. The impact created a massive crater, the surrounding earth fracturing and trembling. Dust billowed into the air. Having completed his assault, Goku stood tall, his chest heaving, his breath ragged. Yet, his eyes remained fixed upon the swirling vortex of smoke and debris, his gaze unwavering, his senses on high alert. Chapter 59. The 20-fold King's fist. With an explosive roar, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings, causing the very air to tremble. It was as if a demonic deity had descended, making the earth quiver in fear. Gradually, a figure arose from the void. It was Frisia. In that moment, he appeared battered and bruised, a stark purple stain of blood marring his visage, and several abrasions marred his body. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his eyes radiated a terrifying light. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Frisia bellowed to the heavens, his voice rife with fury and resentment. His rage erupted like a volcano, seemingly poised to reduce the world to ashes. I am the supreme being of the universe, King Frisia. How could I possibly be defeated by a wretched monkey? This is a profound humiliation. Frisia's pride suffered an unprecedented blow. He could not reconcile himself with the reality of his defeat. As his emotions surged, the energy surrounding him intensified, escalating to a pinnacle. He raised his hand, and a formidable sphere of energy coalesced in his palm. He intended to unleash this fury, compelling his adversary to pay dearly. Die! Frisia roared, hurling the energy sphere forward with immense force. The sphere hurtled through the air like a colossal meteor, imbued with destructive power aimed at its target. Oh no! Witnessing the impending release of Frisia's powerful energy sphere, Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that should this energy sphere strike Namek, the consequences would be catastrophic. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength. 20-fold King's fist. With a fierce shout, the energy surrounding Son Goku surged like an erupting volcano. His muscles expanded rapidly, and he seemed to be filled with boundless power. With astonishing speed, the energy sphere raced toward Namek, tearing through the fabric of space with a piercing howl. At that moment, Son Goku transformed into a crimson streak of lightning, charging toward the colossal energy blast. Boom! With a resounding crash, Son Goku propelled himself into the air like a cannonball, his velocity so swift that only a fleeting arc could be perceived. He then spread his arms wide, concentrating all his might into his palms, determined to withstand the energy blast. As the energy sphere made contact with Son Goku's hands, an explosive clash erupted, sending shockwaves that rattled the very core of Namek. Son Goku gritted his teeth, his face contorted in agony. His body endured unimaginable pressure, as if it were on the brink of being crushed, yet he refused to yield. He was resolute in his purpose to protect Namek and its innocent lives. Son Goku roared, exerting force with his hands, striving to push the energy sphere back. The immense energy began to compress under his strength, the forward momentum gradually waning. With each surge of power, the energy sphere's advance slowed, eventually coming to a complete halt. With a thunderous shout, Son Goku concentrated all his strength into his legs and propelled himself upward, simultaneously launching the energy sphere skyward with his hands. The energy sphere ascended with breathtaking velocity, trailing brilliant sparks as it fiercely rubbed against the air, resembling a blazing comet streaking across the sky. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, the sphere detonated in midair. scattering countless fragments into the atmosphere. Phew. The storm generated by the explosion radiated outward. Son Goku's hair danced wildly in the wind. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead and dripped from his nose. Clearly, absorbing that energy blast had drained him significantly. Undeterred, he fixed a fiery gaze upon Frieza. "You bastard! The people of this planet were nearly slaughtered by you." Son Goku roared, and in an instant, he dashed toward Frieza like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, a fist laden with fury struck Frieza squarely in the face, sending him flying 100 meters. Before Frieza could even touch the ground, Son Goku surged forward in a blaze of speed, appearing directly beneath him. With his hands planted firmly on the ground, he leaped, merging his feet to deliver a powerful kick to Frieza's lower back, propelling him upwards. Frieza had yet to regain his bearings when his body was involuntarily thrust skyward. Meanwhile, Son Goku, hands supporting him, rolled into the air, rocketing toward Frieza, adjusting his stance mid-flight to deliver a crushing blow to Frieza's head. Frieza plummeted heavily into the earth, the impact resonating with a colossal explosion, sending a vast cloud of dust soaring, obscuring the sky, as if the world had descended into chaos. Excellent! Goku is on the verge of victory. At that moment, Krillin cheered exuberantly from the sidelines, his face flushed. Fist raised high, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That guy, could it really be Kakarot? Vegeta was taken aback by the devastation wrought by Son Goku. His eyes wide in disbelief as he absorbed the scene unfolding before him. He swallowed hard, his throat constricting, unable to voice his astonishment. In stark contrast to their reactions, Piccolo and Gohan remained remarkably composed, standing still, their gaze fixed intently on the heart of the battlefield. "What is wrong, Gohan? Isn't it wonderful that Goku is winning?" Krillin asked, momentarily bewildered, questioning Gohan's lack of exuberance. "No. Frieza's energy has not diminished." Gohan shook his head, his voice somber. A frown creased his brow, a hint of concern etching his features. He sensed that, compared to Frieza, Goku's energy was beginning to wane. Father Gohan murmured softly. "This is troubling." At the core of the battlefield, Son Goku was acutely aware that Frieza still thrived. His expression grew grave. "I never anticipated Frieza to be this formidable. I must give it my all. If all else fails, I shall have to resort to the spirit bomb." With that thought, Son Goku tore off his tattered outer garment, revealing a blue tank top beneath. After the intense battle, his martial arts uniform was in tatters. A chill breeze swept through as Frieza emerged slowly from the swirling dust. His expression foreboding, his icy gaze brimming with malice. "You should consider yourself fortunate. I will use my true power to obliterate you." Chapter 60, Spirit Bomb. The final trump card on the desolate plains of Namek, Son Goku and Frieza stood facing each other, mere meters apart, yet separated by an insurmountable chasm, as if they existed in entirely different realms. Goku silently regarded the cosmic monarch before him, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve and calmness. No longer the diminutive figure he once was, he now radiated a newfound presence. His physique had transformed, exhibiting a robust form adorned with well-defined muscles that conveyed an undeniable sense of power, yet he retained an agile grace. Each muscle seemed to harbor boundless explosive strength, evoking awe in those who beheld him. His aura had undergone a cataclysmic shift. Once gentle, it now emanated a fierce intensity, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating an unsettling sharpness. The fervor in his gaze burned like an all-consuming flame, betraying his fervent desire for battle and unwavering determination. The force he exuded was reminiscent of a towering mountain, instilling an impression of immovability. "Let us proceed, Mr. Son Goku," Frieza remarked, his newfound confidence bolstered by the formidable power he sensed. A sly grin crept onto his lips, reminiscent of the elegant ruler he had been. "Come forth. Prepare yourself, Son Goku, as I escalate the Kaioken to 20 times its strength," Goku proclaimed, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged outward from him with a tremendous force. The surrounding peaks trembled under this onslaught, boulders cascading down with a resounding thud. The trees rustled violently, leaves swirling down as if in homage to the explosive energy that filled the air. "I must conclude this battle within 10 minutes, Goku thought to himself, aware that his combat prowess had slightly diminished after the previous skirmishes. 10 minutes marked the utmost limit of his 20-fold Kaioken. With a thunderous boom, the two combatants launched themselves at one another, the air reverberating with the sound of their fierce clashes. Frieza's eyes widened with cold fury as they locked onto Goku, and in an instant they collided, fists and feet meeting with thunderous resonance. Each impact sent tremors through the very fabric of space, as if the potent force could tear reality asunder. The shockwaves radiated outward, stirring up a storm of dust that obscured the battlefield. Debris exploded from the ground like bullets, while the nearby lake rippled with concentric waves. Their speed was blinding, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible. Only fleeting shadows darting and colliding could be discerned. This battle was a breathtaking spectacle, as if the fate of the world hung precariously in the balance. As the conflict escalated, Frieza pointed a finger at Goku, unleashing a barrage of death beams akin to a Gatling gun. Goku deftly evaded, darting behind Frieza to launch a massive energy sphere. Frieza swiftly pivoted and deflected the attack with his tail. Goku seized the moment, charging toward Frieza, who, startled, retaliated with a flurry of death, all of which Goku skillfully dodged. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Frieza, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen, causing Frieza to stagger backward in pain. Yet, regaining his composure, Frieza smirked coldly. Drawing a deep breath, he radiated a violet glow before unleashing a colossal shockwave. Goku, caught off guard, was struck and sent flying but managed to adjust midair and land gracefully. Frieza pursued relentlessly, swinging his fists toward Goku, who met the assault with unwavering courage. Engaging in close-quarters combat, suddenly, a dark shadow zipped through the air, ensnaring Goku's neck with lightning speed. Goku gasped for breath, his face reddening as he instinctively grasped the shadow. It was Frieza's tail. Yet, Frieza, cunning as ever, flicked his tail, evading Goku's grasp. Panic surged within Goku as he attempted to seize Frieza's tail again, only to find the foe's speed insurmountable. With each tightening coil of Frieza's tail, it seemed Goku's very life was at stake. In that critical moment, inspiration struck Goku. He opened his mouth wide, summoning all his strength, and sank his teeth into Frieza's tail. Frieza howled in agony, the pain forcing him to relinquish his grip. Goku seized the opportunity to break free, pivoting to deliver a powerful punch to Frieza's head. With a resounding thud, Frieza was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Goku stood rooted in place, clutching his neck and gasping, his face contorted in pain. Frieza, regaining his footing midair, glared at Goku with eyes as cold as steel. He gingerly inspected his tail, stained with blood, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He then exhaled forcefully upon his tail, casting a lethal glare toward Goku. "I shall tear your mouth apart." Frieza bellowed in a rage-fueled charge at Goku, his aura pulsating with intensity, warping the very air around him. In the face of Frieza's wrath, Goku remained composed, his gaze unwavering. As Frieza neared, Goku executed a sudden maneuver, his hands thrusting upward toward his head. In an instant, a brilliant and formidable light erupted from his palms, blindingly radiant like the sun. "Solar Fist! Damn you!" Frieza cursed, forced to halt as he shielded his eyes from the blinding brilliance, which enveloped him, rendering him unable to withstand its intensity. Goku seized this moment of vulnerability, leaping from the battlefield to concentrate fully on gathering the Kamehameha energy. With hands clasped at his waist, he channeled all his power into a blue energy sphere that swelled in size, pulsating with a heart-stopping force. Moments later, he unleashed the Kamehameha at Frieza, the powerful energy carving a deep trench into the ground, shattering the surrounding rocks and sending debris soaring. The impact generated a cloud of dust, reminiscent of a miniature explosion. Is it truly futile? Goku mused, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he soared toward Gohan and Piccolo. "Dad!" Gohan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Goku return, concern evident in his voice. "Old man," Piccolo echoed, worry etched across his features. "Are you both unharmed?" Goku inquired, his tone laced with concern. "We're fine. What about you?" Gohan quickly replied, "I'm all right, but that foe is incredibly difficult to contend with. My attacks seem ineffective against him." Goku lamented, shaking his head in resignation. "Is there truly no way to defeat him?" Piccolo clenched his fists, frustration evident on his face. "At this juncture, it appears our only recourse may be the spirit bomb," Goku remarked, furrowing his brow. "Dad, do you still have a plan?" Gohan asked eagerly. "Indeed, but this may be our singular opportunity. Therefore, we will need your assistance to buy us some time," son Wukong stated with a serious expression. "All right, father, we will certainly help you hold him off," Gohan replied resolutely. Nodding his head, he exchanged a determined glance with Piccolo, and together, the master and pupil boldly stepped onto the battlefield. At this moment, the smoke from the explosion had long dissipated, yet Frieza remained standing, his aura seemingly unaffected, indicating that the recent assault had not inflicted significant damage upon him. Frisia's body bore the marks of the Kamehameha wave, charred and blackened, with faint ripples of energy emanating from the wounds, exposing patches of scorched skin. Nevertheless, he appeared to have sustained no life-threatening injuries, though his eyes now gleamed with a hint of rage. Scanning the surroundings for the culprit, he found no trace of son Wukong, only the approaching figures of Gohan and Piccolo. Their faces were etched with determination, signaling their readiness for the impending confrontation. "We have come to be your adversaries," Gohan proclaimed loudly, striking a combat stance. His eyes radiated confidence and resolve. The two warriors assumed their positions, their fighting spirits soaring, their energies harmonizing in a powerful synergy. Chapter 61. The Angered Warrior, Part 1. A Namekian and a Child? Frieza could not help but chuckle at the sight of the two before him. Suddenly, his expression turned exceedingly cruel. "Do these insignificant creatures dare to challenge me?" Frieza the Great. With that, he vanished in an instant. "Be on your guard, Gohan," Piccolo cautioned. "Understood," Gohan replied. The master and disciple sprang into action, charging toward Frieza. Boom! With a violent shockwave, the two were sent flying, while Frieza remained unfazed. Drawing upon their combat experience, Piccolo and Gohan managed to steady themselves after sliding for dozens of meters. They then began to dart toward Frieza in a complex pattern. Swish, swish, swish. Frieza unleashed a barrage of deadly energy beams from his fingertips, raining down upon them. The duo, displaying impeccable teamwork, narrowly evaded each attack as the lasers struck the ground, creating deep, dark craters. "Not bad, you have quite the spirit," Frieza taunted, his eyes gleaming with a sadistic excitement akin to a cat playing with a mouse. A sinister smile crept across his pale face, as if he already envisioned the moment he toyed with his prey. As his words faded, he launched another assault. This time, the energy beams intensified, cascading down like a torrential storm. The pair found it increasingly difficult to evade the relentless onslaught. They dodged left and right, their movements ghostly and unpredictable, yet they still bore shallow wounds from the beams that grazed them. "Now, Gohan," Piccolo shouted, exuding a fierce aura. He clasped his hands together and then thrust them outward, sending forth a brilliant wave of yellow energy toward Frieza. Gohan followed closely behind, crossing his arms to unleash a blinding flash of magical energy, resembling a radiant meteor, in tandem with Piccolo's attack. However, Frieza merely smirked at the approaching energy. With a casual lift of his hand, a formidable force surged forth, effortlessly deflecting Piccolo and Gohan's energy waves into the mountains behind them. A tremendous explosion ensued. As the peak crumbled, a colossal fireball erupting into the sky as if to ignite the heavens. "As a Namekian, your strength is indeed remarkable. Have you ever considered working for me? Agree to my terms, and I shall spare your life," Frieza said, squinting his eyes and wearing a smug grin directed at Piccolo. His tone dripped with mockery and provocation, seemingly aimed at inciting Feudal. The cold, merciless voice of Frieza emerged from the swirling dust. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before Gohan, his hand clasping around Gohan's neck like an iron vice, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Gohan was instantly engulfed by a fierce sensation of asphyxiation, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed at Frieza's sinister grin. His consciousness began to fade. At that critical moment, a familiar and resolute voice pierced through the tension. "Spirit Bomb." Frieza's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to look behind, where a radiant disk of yellow light hurtled toward him at an astonishing speed. The air seemed to cleave apart in its wake. A chill coursed through Frieza's being, and instinctively he sidestepped to evade the impending danger, but it was too late. The spirit bomb grazed his tail, severing a portion with a sharp sound. A scream of agony erupted from Frieza, the searing pain forcing him to release his grip on Gohan's throat. Gohan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Gohan, hurry and escape." At that moment, Krillin had darted to the forefront of the group. "Solar flare," he bellowed, unleashing a blinding light from above. Caught off guard, Frieza, still reeling from his earlier pain, was momentarily blinded by the brilliance. "Not this move again," he howled in frustration, wiping away the tears from his eyes. "Goku, now's your chance," Krillin shouted, having successfully aided Gohan while assisting the injured Piccolo. Meanwhile, Frieza regained his sight and, hearing Krillin's call, looked up to see Goku hovering majestically in the air, arms raised high, cradling an enormous blue and white energy sphere, its essence pure and divine. "Prepare to receive it, Frieza." With a powerful shout, Goku hurled the spirit bomb towards Frieza with tremendous force. Oh no! The spirit bomb soared through the air, exuding an aura capable of annihilating everything, causing Frisia to visibly pale. His eyes widened in horror as he attempted to evade, but it was futile. The spirit bomb struck him with a cataclysmic force, reverberating throughout the surroundings. Bathed in the radiance of the spirit bomb, Frisia's body trembled as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder by the overwhelming power. He yearned to resist, but found himself utterly immobilized, forced to watch the energy engulf him. In that moment, the world seemed to freeze, with only the blinding light and terrifying might of the spirit bomb wreaking havoc. Frisia's form vanished within the brilliance, leaving no trace behind. As the spirit bomb detonated, the surrounding air grew searing hot, and the ground trembled violently. Nearby mountains crumbled into oblivion. After what felt like an eternity, the light began to dissipate, revealing a desolate wasteland. The once thriving planet lay in ruins, and Frisia's presence had long since vanished. At this moment, Goku and the others lay prostrate upon the ground, their bodies buried beneath layers of yellow dust, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet their smiles radiated brighter than ever. "We did it. We finally defeated that fiend," Krillin exclaimed, sprawled on the ground with his arms raised high, tears of joy mingling with laughter. "I thought I was done for this time. We are victorious." Uncle Piccolo Gohan turned to his side, gazing at the now-repaired Piccolo, a silly grin adorning his face. Piccolo, having utilized his unique regenerative abilities, had restored his severed left arm and the gaping wound in his abdomen. He gently lifted his arm, his massive hand stroking Gohan's hair, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, we have triumphed. Today has been quite hectic, hence the late update. Do not worry. There is still one more chapter to come." Chapter 62, The Enraged Warrior, Part 2, on the desolate battlefield. Laughter and joy erupted as everyone celebrated their survival against the odds. "What a stroke of luck to be alive," sighed Krillin, sitting on the ground with his hands supporting him, gazing up at the sky. As this journey was drawing to a close, son Wukong inquired, "Do you have any plans?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future and concern for his lifelong friend. Krillin, rubbing his bald head, smiled and replied, "Well, I wish to lead a tranquil life and perhaps address some significant matters." "Significant matters? What do you mean?" Sun Wukong asked. His curiosity piqued as confusion flickered in his gaze. Krillin lowered his head, his face reddening like a ripe apple. I mean marriage. I want to find a gentle and kind wife and live a good life together." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was initially taken aback before bursting into laughter, his joyous sound resonating through the air, carrying blessings for his friend's happiness. Beside them, Son Gohan joined in the laughter, and the atmosphere was filled with mirth. "Let us go seek out the locals for the Dragon Balls to resurrect the fallen." Sun Wukong clapped his hands, rallying everyone to action. They all nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, the water nearby erupted with violent ripples. A figure shot forth from the depths, startling everyone. "Frisia?" They gasped in shock. Recognizing the battered form of Frisia, his body marred with wounds, yet his expression remained menacingly fierce. His presence plunged the group into tension. No one had anticipated his survival. "You wretched beings, you nearly killed me. Today marks your doom." Frisia snarled, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong and his companions. With a swift motion, a brilliant beam of death shot forth like lightning, hurtling towards Son Gohan. Gohan. In a split second, Piccolo's pupils constricted, and he reacted instinctively, colliding into Gohan and pushing him aside, shielding him from the lethal strike. The crimson beam pierced through Piccolo's chest, blooming like a ghastly, vivid flower. Piccolo's gaze dimmed as life ebbed away, teetering on the brink of death. "Piccolo, uncle." Son Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in shock as he witnessed the scene, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. "Run, Gohan." Piccolo's voice was a mere whisper, weak and hoarse. Before he could finish, his body fell limply to the ground, lifeless. But this isn't over. Frisia's face twisted into a despairing grin, relishing the moment. His gaze shifted toward Krillin, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his left hand and grasped the air toward Krillin, who found himself ensnared by an invisible force, lifted into the air, flailing helplessly, terror etched in his eyes. "Krillin, stop, Frisia." Sun Wukong's face drained of color, an uncontrollable rage surging within him. His eyes widened as he fixed his furious stare on Frisia, flames of wrath igniting within. "Dare to sever my tail? You shall perish." Frisia roared, abruptly lifting Krillin higher, and with a single motion, Krillin's body exploded into a shower of crimson fireworks. Witnessing Krillin's tragic demise, Sun Wukong's expression turned vacant. His hands trembling as a string of reason within him threatened to snap. Krillin had died once before. He could not be revived with the Dragon Balls again. The realization ignited an inferno of fury within Sun Wukong, unleashing a tempestuous energy that whipped the surroundings into chaos. Son Gohan's eyes brimmed with disbelief, his expression a mask of sorrow and despair as he stared at Piccolo's lifeless form. At that moment, Piccolo lay still, eyes closed, his warmth extinguished. Son Gohan felt a deafening hum in his ears, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. Gohan, wield your strength to protect those dear to you. He envisioned his uncle smiling as he caressed his head, a warm and tender expression that brought joy. Then, the memory of his uncle falling into a black hole surfaced, filling him with profound sorrow. Yet, this all transpired in the blink of an eye. When Son Gohan regained his senses, he once more beheld Piccolo's fallen figure. "I'm so useless," he murmured, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, yet he felt nothing. Tears streamed down his cheeks like a deluge, splattering on the cold ground. An overwhelming mix of grief and rage erupted within him. "Adu!" Son Gohan roared, his voice echoing into the heavens, deafening and powerful. His eyes dulled, as if his soul had departed, tears swept away by a fierce wind, swirling in the air. The wrath emanating from the father and son duo engulfed Namek, the sky darkening with thunder and lightning. Their hair began to stand on end, shimmering with golden light, oscillating between yellow and black. With a pair of furious roars, their energy solidified into a brilliant gold, bursting forth from their beings like a solar flare. Ascending into the sky, their hair stood upright, transformed into radiant gold, akin to a blazing inferno. A formidable aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the ground to tremble. At that moment, Sun Wukong's eyes widened, filled with uncontrollable malevolence, an indescribable ferocity radiating from him. He clenched his jaw, every tooth seemingly on the verge of shattering, fixated on Frieza as though he intended to devour him whole. Simultaneously, Son Gohan's gaze was chilling, ignited with boundless fury and murderous intent. Tears streamed from his eyes, mingling with his surging energy, yet the powerful winds swept them away, creating a hauntingly beautiful scene. What in the world is this? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at the furious duo, a wave of unprecedented terror washing over him. A bone-chilling coldness crept up his spine, spreading throughout his body. Meanwhile, far away on planet White, Raditz lounged on a beach chair, basking in the sun, sipping juice, and enjoying the scenery. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sensation, springing up with a start. He fixed his gaze on the distant sky, as if peering into a corner of the universe. When he glanced towards Namek, he was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Ha! A buy one get one free. Frieza, you're truly impressive. I need to hurry and take a look." Latte Eyes, with a smile, wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, preparing to embark on his journey to Namek. "Provide some data, please. The child is on the brink of starvation. After a dissection class, I found it difficult to eat, and the thought of writing added to my discomfort. Upon reviewing the income, my desire to weep only intensified." Chapter 63, Frieza's despair. What in the world is transpiring here? Frieza muttered, utterly bewildered. Are scions not limited to transforming into great apes? He felt the oppressive weight of two murderous gazes upon him, sending shivers down his spine. "You vile creature! How dare you murder Krillin?" Goku's fists clenched, his knuckles bone-white as his aura intensified, his golden hair radiating under the fiery glow. "I shall never forgive you," Gohan declared with unwavering resolve, his words imbued with an unyielding determination. He strode purposefully toward Frieza. Beneath his composed facade lay a simmering rage, akin to a dormant volcano poised to erupt with devastating force. "No matter what form you assume, you remain nothing more than simian beasts," Frieza roared, attempting to mask the growing dread that gnawed at his core. He unleashed a barrage of potent energy blasts, the crimson lightning bolt striking toward Gohan with venomous speed. Yet, Gohan remained unfazed, seemingly impervious to the onslaught. The energy surged around him, leaving a trail of dark smoke in its wake. His eyes, like sharpened blades, remained fixed on Frieza. He advanced deliberately, each step resonating like a death knell in Frieza's ears, amplifying the encroaching dread. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, Frieza decided to strike first, determined to obliterate the audacious adversary who dared challenge his authority. His eyes gleamed with manic intensity as he unleashed a torrent of energy waves upon Gohan. In a blink, Gohan vanished, his movements defying perception. A dark blur streaked past, and Frieza felt a searing agony in his abdomen, as if an invisible blade had pierced his flesh. He retched, bile and a torrent of crimson blood spewing from his mouth, staining the ground in a grotesque display. Gohan emerged from the shadows, his expression unrelenting, his eyes burning with a murderous intent that threatened to tear Frieza asunder. His vision blurred, and as he was about to collapse, a sharp pain shot up from his tail as Gohan stomped on it, preventing him from falling. "You fiend!" Frieza's fury reached a boiling point. He raised his hand, his eyes blazing with malice, and unleashed a furious assault. But a deafening roar, as if emanating from the depths of hell, echoed in his ears. The sound sliced through the air, causing him to shudder. He realized, to his horror, that his left hand was ensnared by an unyielding force. He struggled in vain, finding himself completely immobilized. Frieza turned to see Goku standing there, a figure of divine retribution. Goku's hand was clamped around Frieza's wrist like a vice. His eyes, like cold stars, stared down at him. The pressure intensified, and Frieza gasped for air. With a sickening crack, his fingers snapped, the sound echoing in the silence. Frieza's scream pierced the air, his face contorted in agony. Before the cry faded, Gohan's fist slammed into Frieza's stomach, the force enough to shatter steel. Another blow landed on his face. With his left hand immobilized, Frieza was helpless against Gohan's onslaught, his body jerking with each impact. Nearby, Raditz reclined on a boulder, munching on a fruit, a look of amusement on his face. He pitied the hapless tyrant. Even one Super Saiyan is too much for him. Now he's being pummeled by two. Poor Frieza. Frieza lay broken and gasping for air, his body fractured and bleeding. "You wretch," he stammered. He trembled, tears of rage and humiliation streaming from his eyes. He had never imagined such a devastating defeat. Chapter 64. Frieza's demise with a swift, decisive motion. Son Gohan propelled his right foot forward, sending the prone Frieza hurtling through the air to crash heavily upon the ground. Val Simeon. Frieza rasped, struggling to his feet, his eyes devoid of reason. "I must concede, you possess a certain resilience," Son Goku remarked coolly, observing Frieza. "Insolent fool, how dare you address me in such a manner? I shall obliterate you." Frieza roared, his eyes blazing with manic fury. "If you possess the capacity, by all means, attempt it," Son Gohan retorted, unperturbed. A vein throbbed in Frieza's forehead as he channeled his energy, a dark orb of power materializing and expanding rapidly within his grasp. Son Goku and Son Gohan remained stationary, observing without intervention. "Dare to flaunt such arrogance? I shall eradicate this planet, along with both of you," Frieza hissed. His teeth gritted as he launched the energy sphere not towards his adversaries, but towards the ground. Raditz, who had been spectating from afar, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the energy sphere. "Can't these two learn from past mistakes?" he thought with a sigh. It's beyond comprehension how both the original Super Saiyan Son Goku and now this father-son duo would risk annihilation. Muttering under his breath, Raditz leaped from his perch. "If these imbeciles won't act, I cannot remain idle. There's no merit in courting a cataclysmic demise. May this planet vanish in a cataclysm of destruction. You insensate fools," Frieza proclaimed, a malevolent grin contorting his features as he unleashed the energy towards the ground. In that critical juncture, Raditz materialized like a phantom, intercepting the lethal energy sphere. His dormant power erupted, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Without hesitation, he delivered a devastating kick to the energy sphere. The impact unleashed a blinding flash and a deafening roar. The energy contorted under the force of his blow, diverted from its path towards the heavens. It detonated in a cataclysmic explosion, its shockwaves rippling outwards. Raditz stood firm. "Who dares?" Frieza sputtered, incensed at the dissipation of his energy. "Your reckoning," Raditz retorted, arms crossed. "Elder brother, uncle." The figures registered, and elation surged through the two Saiyans. However, their reunion was interrupted by Raditz, who delivered sharp blows to their heads. "What lunacy possesses you? Were it not for my intervention, Frieza would have reduced this planet to cosmic dust." Son Gohan recoiled, his youthful countenance flushing with shame. Son Goku could only scratch his head sheepishly. "I shall address your recklessness momentarily." Raditz glared at Son Goku and strode towards the departing Frieza. "Wait, elder brother." "Frieza." Son Goku began. "Cease your prattle. If you can vanquish him, surely I can." Raditz's voice echoed back. Son Goku fell silent, pulling Son Gohan aside as they reverted from their Super Saiyan forms, settling down to watch. "Raditz, have you also betrayed me?" Frieza's face registered shock. The shock gave way to rage, his eyes glinting dangerously. Why do you monkeys always defy me? Before he could complete his tirade, Raditz's fist connected with Frisia's face. The impact sent Frisia crashing into a nearby rock face. I have little time for your blathering, Raditz stated and resumed his assault. Frisia, pinned against the rock, struggled in a panic. Raditz seized Frisia's head, grinding his face against the stone. Releasing his grip, Raditz seized Frisia's leg and head, bracing his knee against Frisia's back, and snapped his spine. With a final act of contempt, Raditz hurled Frisia skyward and unleashed a Kaiser wave. Frisia's body was obliterated in midair. Chapter 65. Restoration of peace accompanied by a magnificent explosion of fireworks in the sky. The Cosmic Emperor Frisia has officially fallen. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Frisia. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1/5 of the divine aura and the skill, advanced healing. Congratulations, host, for absorbing Frisia's battle power. Boom. The resounding noise seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the universe. The energy within Raditz surged like a tidal wave, erupting violently akin to a volcanic explosion. His martial attire billowed wildly as if caught in a tempest. The immense aura radiating from him resembled an enraged dragon, soaring towards the heavens, as if it sought to tear the sky apart. After some time, Raditz gradually acclimated to the sudden surge of power, exhaling a long breath that seemed to carry boundless weariness and relief. He then slowly reined in the tumultuous energy. With a steady, he turned and resolutely walked towards the direction of Son Goku and Son Gohan. Brother, Frisia, is he dead? Son Goku's voice, slightly hoarse, paused momentarily, his expression grave as he inquired of Raditz. Yes, he is dead. Raditz lowered his gaze to the ground, where the remnants of what was once a formidable foe lay in ruin. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he truthfully replied, At last, he is gone. Son Gohan sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The sacrifices made to vanquish the malevolent Frisia weighed heavily on them all. The loss of comrades felt akin to sharp blades piercing his heart. What surprises me is that both of you have transformed into Super Saiyans. How does it feel? Raditz's lips curved into a faint smile, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. It is a tremendous power, but the cost is far too great. Son Goku pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes flickering with anguish and conflict as he spoke heavily. The strength gained at the expense of loved ones felt like an unending torment. Krillin and Piccolo, they are both dead, aren't they? Raditz asked gently. Upon hearing this, a wave of sorrow washed over Son Gohan. He nodded gravely, each movement laden with an overwhelming sense of despair. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes, crystalline droplets cascading down his cheeks, a silent testament to the profound grief residing in his heart. It is all right, Raditz said, softly stroking Son Gohan's head. No, brother, Krillin. He has already died once. He cannot be revived with the Dragon Balls again. As he spoke, hot tears streamed down Son Goku's face, flowing freely like a raging river. This once indomitable man, who stood tall and fearless in the cosmos, now wept before Raditz like a helpless child, concealing a deep affection for Krillin beneath his stoic exterior, alongside an irreparable pain. Just moments ago, Krillin had been playfully patting his bald head, a shy smile illuminating his face as he earnestly stated his desire to find a kind and gentle wife and lead a simple, happy life. And yet, in the blink of an eye, he had perished before their eyes without warning. Son Goku stood there, frozen in disbelief, helplessly watching as his closest friend was obliterated. Unable to intervene. Who told you that? Raditz inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Son Goku. Huh? Son Goku was momentarily taken aback. But the dragon on Earth. That is on Earth. The one from Namek has no such restrictions. If you doubt it, you may ask that little friend behind you. Raditz gestured with his somewhat rugged chin towards the back. At that moment, Dandy, who had been hiding behind a massive rock, trembled like a frightened rabbit, retracting his head into his hiding place. He was seized by an invisible terror, instinctively burying himself deeper behind the stone, leaving only his wide, fearful eyes visible, flickering with uncertainty in the shadows, trembling as if on the brink of collapse. Do not hide. If I truly wished to kill you, you would have been gone by now. Come out, Raditz said, his narrowed eyes revealing a hint of impatience. After a brief internal struggle, Dandy emerged from behind the rock with his head bowed, akin to a child who had committed a misdeed. Young one, is what my brother said true? Son Goku rushed to Dandy's side, gripping his shoulders with urgency. It is true, sir, Dandy stammered, his teeth clenched. Enough, let him go. Raditz lightly tapped Son Goku on the head. Now, we shall seek out the elder. Would you like to join us? Yes, thank you, Dandy replied, his demeanor reserved. However, before that, we must retrieve the Dragon Balls. As he spoke, Raditz produced the dragon radar borrowed from Bulma. Upon activating the radar, it instantly displayed 5 gathered points of light alongside 2 others that were separated. There are 5 in this aquatic region, aside from the one at the Elders. There is another, Raditz mused, stroking his chin. I'll take care of the other one. Gohan volunteered eagerly. All right, my dear nephew, be swift and return. We will regroup with the Elder afterward. With that, Raditz accelerated, darting towards the direction indicated by the radar, plunging into the water. Beneath the surface, the 5 Dragon Balls lay quietly, shimmering with a golden glow. With a sweeping gesture, Raditz's energy enveloped the 5 orbs, causing them to levitate. Let us go, Kakarot. After securing the Dragon Balls, the 2 brothers soared towards the Elder's location, leaving Vegeta alone in a state of turmoil. Vegeta's expression was as dark as coal, his teeth grinding in frustration. Is that what a Super Saiyan looks like? He was consumed by disbelief and rage, feeling the what nonsense is this? Only I, Vegeta, am worthy of becoming the legendary warrior. That supreme honor rightfully belongs to me. How dare they? Vegeta trembled violently, his fury threatening to erupt as he struggled to contain the overwhelming energy surging within him. His aura, no longer under control, spilled forth like a tide, saturating the air with an intense pressure. I cannot simply give up, Vegeta vowed silently. He must pursue them, seize the opportunity for immortality. This chance was too significant for him to allow it to slip through his fingers. Thus, he summoned every ounce of strength, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning towards Raditz and the others. Behind him, the water's surface erupted in a massive splash from his overwhelming force. Raditz, sensing Vegeta's approach, opted to ignore him. The entirety of his family could easily dispatch Vegeta without effort. If he dared to confront them for the Dragon Balls, it would only serve as a means to absorb some damage. It would be of no real consequence. Before long, the 2 brothers, akin to 2 streaks of darkness, arrived at the Elder's secluded dwelling. At this moment, the Grand Elder resembled a flickering oil lamp, his breath faint and fragile, as if it could vanish at any moment. It appeared he had reached the twilight of his existence, on the brink of departing from this world. You have finally arrived, young outsiders, he murmured weakly, a glimmer of indescribable light flashing in his once cloudy eyes. They have brought the precious Dragon Ball. For Namek, you must hold on a little longer. Signaling the Grand Elder not to waste his energy in speech, Raditz quickly took action. He slowly extended his palm, and a gentle yet powerful aura emanated from his hand, enveloping the Elder's frail form like the warm sun of spring. As this comforting energy gradually permeated the Grand Elder's being, his withered vitality seemed to receive a modicum of nourishment, and the flicker of life that had almost extinguished began to rekindle, akin to a final glimmer of light. The Grand Elder's life was momentarily sustained. Now, all that remained was to await Gohan's arrival with the Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Vegeta, hidden at the doorway, was also anticipating the Dragon Ball's arrival. Come on, hurry up. Once you bring all the Dragon Balls, I shall seize them for myself and make my wish first. As he spoke, a greedy gleam appeared in Vegeta's eyes, envisioning the splendid prospect of immortality. Time ticked away, second by second. Finally, at a pivotal moment, a brilliant light pierced the heavens, prompting everyone to gaze skyward. A small dot gradually materialized in their line of sight, growing larger until it was unmistakably clear. It was Gohan. He had successfully returned with the final Dragon Ball. Chapter 66, 3 Wishes I Have Returned. Son Gohan exclaimed, holding aloft a massive Dragon Ball. Without further ado, let us proceed to make our wish. With a wave of his hand, Raditz beckoned Dandy to approach. Young one, it is your turn to make a wish. Let us begin, Dandy, as Purunga requires the Namekian language for the wish. Sensing Dandy's hesitation, the Grand Elder slowly nodded in encouragement. As Dandy began to articulate his wish, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, darkening the sky in an instant. The intensity of the glow soared, ascending into the heavens. A dazzling golden beam emerged, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Shortly thereafter, the colossal dragon manifested, its serpentine body coiling elegantly, its scales shimmering with an enigmatic luster. The dragon's eyes, akin to enormous gemstones, exuded an air of majesty. This dragon, Purunga, bore little resemblance to the dragons of Earth, sporting a pair of sharp horns and a robust physique that rendered it more akin to a lizard than a dragon. Purunga, the summoner of my being, speak your wish. I am capable of fulfilling any desire, the dragon rumbled. In response, Dandy turned to Raditz, indicating that he should voice their wish. We must first ensure all is secure to prevent any unforeseen events. Let us restore your Grand Elder's youth. Raditz decided after a brief contemplation. Upon hearing this, Dandy promptly expressed the wish in the Namekian tongue to Purunga. This wish is quite simple, Purunga acknowledged, his eyes glowing red. A radiant light enveloped the Grand Elder, who suddenly appeared rejuvenated. His features softened, wrinkles vanished, and his previously stooped posture straightened. His skin regained a healthy green hue, and vitality sparkled anew in his eyes. Though I am reluctant to utilize the power of the Dragon Balls for personal gain, I must express my gratitude, the Grand Elder said, his gaze towards Raditz filled with complex emotions as he felt his vitality restored. This is rightfully yours. There is no need for thanks. The people of this planet need you to thrive, Raditz replied, waving his hand dismissively. Quickly, declare your next wish, Purunga interjected, his voice booming. Restore all that was destroyed by the Frisia force, Raditz stated once more. As Dandy translated, Purunga's eyes shone brightly again, instantly resurrecting those who had perished at the hands of Frisia's minions. In the open space near the Grand Elder's residence, several hundred living souls materialized. Have we truly returned to life? Piccolo and Krillin exchanged bewildered glances. Before Piccolo could fully comprehend the situation, Son Gohan, tears streaming down his face, rushed toward him, enveloping him in a tight embrace, fearing that Piccolo might vanish once more. Piccolo, taken aback by this unexpected display, gently patted Gohan's back, offering soothing words. Now, there remains but one final wish, Purunga's resonant voice echoed once again. It is now. If I can seize that Namekian child, I shall attain eternal life. Vegeta, lurking in the shadows, felt a surge of determination and prepared to act. Seizing the moment, Vegeta dashed towards Dandy. Everything transpired too swiftly for Son Wukong and Son Gohan, who were too far away to react. Closer, ever closer, Vegeta's excitement mounted. Just as Vegeta's hand was mere centimeters away, Raditz's hand suddenly appeared, gripping Vegeta's wrist with force. Damn it! Vegeta exclaimed, frustration boiling over as he disregarded the disparity in their strength and swung a fist at Raditz. With a swift motion, Raditz countered, delivering a powerful blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta crumpled, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. One cannot pretend to be a king without the strength to back it up. Spare me your theatrics, Raditz remarked, shaking his head as he hoisted Vegeta and handed him over to Son Wukong, turning his attention back to Purunga. Do you have any further wishes? Raditz inquired. None remain. This wish is yours to claim, sir. Thank you for saving our planet, the Grand Elder said sincerely, a gentle smile gracing his face. In response, Raditz, not one for pretense, pondered, what wish should I make? I already possess Senza Bean's regenerative capabilities, and I need not concern myself with longevity or health. I am already in the realm of the Kais. I have never heard of a Kai succumbing to illness or aging, unless one counts that old witch's grotesque fusion. After a moment of reflection, Raditz finally spoke. I wish for the dragon to construct a gravity chamber for me, with the highest multiplier possible. Nodding, Dandy conveyed Raditz's desire to the dragon. Seemingly finding this wish somewhat challenging, Purunga took a full minute before his eyes lit up. Suddenly, a white, hemispherical structure materialized before Raditz. My abilities are limited. This gravity chamber can only achieve a multiplier of 3,000, and it can be retracted via a button outside, Purunga explained. That is sufficient, Raditz affirmed with a nod. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Purunga transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the sky, while the 7 massive Dragon Balls reverted to stone, resting quietly in place. Once Purunga departed, Raditz approached the gravity chamber and pressed the button, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke as it transformed into a universal capsule. Well then, all matters resolved. It is time for us to return, Raditz stated, a smile gracing his face. Wait a moment, esteemed guest, the Grand Elder interjected, stepping out from within the building, his previously tranquil gaze now shimmering with an extraordinary light. I wish to present you with another gift. A brilliant light flickered in the Grand Elder's eyes, imbued with profound sincerity and respect, as he spoke earnestly and genuinely. Chapter 67, Return to Earth. Raditz turned to the Elder with a puzzled expression. I can sense a formidable power concealed within your being. I wish to develop it to the best of my ability. As a humble token of gratitude, the Elder earnestly stated. Then I shall trouble you, Raditz replied with a slight nod, positioning himself before the Elder, with a serious demeanor. The Elder placed his large hand upon Raditz's head. As the soft glow emanating from his palm enveloped Raditz, he felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation washing over him. His muscles grew denser and more robust, and within him, something shattered instantaneously. Boom! The energy within him surged forth like a torrent released from a dam, causing the surrounding sand to swirl violently, forming a miniature sandstorm. Piccolo, Gohan, Goku, and others found their legs sinking as they struggled against the fierce gusts. Krillin, in a frantic attempt to avoid being swept away, clutched onto Goku's pants for dear life. The violent aura raged for a while before finally subsiding. At the center of the tempest, Raditz did not exhibit excessive excitement. Instead, he lowered his gaze to his palm, his expression revealing a myriad of emotions. "It's a bit frightening," Raditz muttered, shaking his head. It wasn't that he disdained the increase in power, but rather, it was the rapidity of the growth that left him unprepared. Recently, his strength had surged frequently, and he sensed a certain awkwardness in his mastery over it. This power requires careful refinement. After his musings, Raditz remembered to express his gratitude to the elder. He then began to gather everyone to prepare for their return home. Once everyone had assembled, Raditz gestured for them to place their hands upon him. He then pressed his finger to his brow, initiating the search for Earth's coordinates within the cosmos. After all, the planet's elite fighters were either on King Kai's planet or had already arrived. The energy signature on Earth was nearly imperceptible. However, to his surprise, he noticed Goku effortlessly hoisting Vegeta onto his shoulder. "Kakarot, are you planning to bring him back?" Raditz inquired, his expression somewhat peculiar as he observed Goku's jovial demeanor. "Yes, Vegeta is a worthy adversary," Goku replied, scratching his head with a grin. "Suit yourself, ah. If you bring him back, you can deal with him," Raditz remarked, choosing not to pry further. Finding a sparring partner for this fool might indeed be advantageous. Swish. Upon locating Earth's position, Raditz concentrated, and in an instant, the surroundings transformed, transporting them to Earth in the blink of an eye. "Impressive," Piccolo and Krillin gasped, swallowing hard as they witnessed Raditz's capabilities. "Wow, we arrived in an instant," Goku exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder as he seized Raditz's shoulders, shaking him excitedly. "This technique is incredible, brother. Teach me, please. Don't be ridiculous. You wouldn't be able to master this." "Here, take this coordinate and go learn there," Raditz retorted, brushing Goku's hands away with irritation. "Oh." Goku withdrew his hand, somewhat dejected. "All right, mission accomplished. Now, let us each return to our own homes," Raditz declared, waving his hand dismissively. Piccolo and Krillin immediately soared into the sky, leaving only Goku, Raditz, and Gohan standing in place. The atmosphere around them fell silent. Brother, shall we take our leave?" Goku asked, sensing the shift in the situation as he grabbed Gohan, eager to escape. "You cannot leave yet." Raditz's tone was calm yet carried an unmistakable authority, causing the father and son to stand upright, awaiting his command. "Speak. Why did you foolishly wait for Frieza to destroy the planet during the battle?" Raditz's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing them intently. Well," Goku stammered, struggling to find his words. "You were reckless," Raditz interjected, cutting him off sharply. "You both act without considering the consequences. Were it not for my presence today, you might have perished without understanding why. What would you have done about Chi-Chi?" At the mention of Chi-Chi, Goku's head drooped lower, silence enveloping him. Over the years, Chi-Chi had borne the burden of their household alone, and Goku had never contributed to their family's finances. Thus, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards her. Though Goku may not have been particularly perceptive, in his heart, Chi-Chi was an irreplaceable family member. "Brother, let bygones be bygones, but from now on, protecting Earth is not a solitary endeavor. You are a man with a family, and you must occasionally show concern for them," Raditz spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "I understand, brother," Goku affirmed resolutely. "Do not worry about the household expenses. I will assist you with that. Go home and make amends with Chi-Chi," Raditz said, patting Goku on the shoulder. After bidding farewell to Goku, Raditz swiftly flew toward Bulma's home. After exchanging pleasantries with Dr. Brief, he ventured to the backyard, retrieving capsules containing the Gula and Frieza spacecraft from his possession. With a resounding crash and a plume of smoke, two technologically advanced massive ships materialized before Dr. Brief. Upon seeing the ships, Dr. Brief's eyes lit up with fervor as he rushed towards them, eagerly examining every detail. In his estimation, if he could fully comprehend the technology behind these ships, the Universal Capsule Company would make significant advancements in aerospace. Overjoyed, Dr. Brief immediately pulled Raditz inside to negotiate the acquisition of the two vessels. After a series of discussions, Dr. Brief ultimately agreed to purchase each ship for 20 billion, while also granting Raditz a 5% stake in the Universal Capsule Company's aerospace division. Additionally, at Raditz's request, a portion of the shares was allocated under Goku's name. If you think this amount is insignificant, you are gravely mistaken. The value associated with being the world's richest person is no mere illusion. At this moment, Raditz felt an unprecedented sense of euphoria, having achieved financial freedom in this world through a plethora of items that held no value for him. Regarding Chi-Chi's situation, I have contemplated this extensively. Personally, I believe that Goku harbors feelings for Chi-Chi, whether familial or romantic, I cannot say. Nonetheless, it is clear that Chi-Chi is irreplaceable in Goku's eyes. As for Chi-Chi, she fell in love with a superhuman while embodying the essence of an ordinary person. Goku's identity dictates that he cannot lead a normal life. Thus, the weight of life's pressures falls solely on Chi-Chi. It is entirely natural for her to harbor grievances towards her husband. However, she is by no means unreasonable. In the original narrative, she respects Gohan's choices, allowing him to train with Goku, and refrains from letting him partake in battles purely out of a mother's concern for her child. Even after Goku's death during the Cell Games, she willingly permitted Goten to train. While some may feel regret that Bulma and Goku did not end up together, it is undeniable that Chi-Chi is a good wife, albeit with some misunderstandings. Therefore, I aspire for my narrative to portray Goku as a strong, kind, responsible individual who cares for his family. To those who find this disagreeable, I can only extend my sincerest apologies. Chapter 68, Resolving Financial Issues with the Financial Problems Resolved. Raditz immediately returned to his villa for a well-deserved rest, lying upon the soft mattress. He couldn't help but reflect that a gilded nest or a silvery abode could never compare to the comfort of his own humble dwelling. He slumbered soundly until noon the following day, at which point he rose to tidy himself before swiftly making his way to the Temple of the Gods. Although he possessed his own room of spirit and time, who could resist the allure of free training resources? At this moment, Raditz was in dire need of rigorous training to hone his rapidly swelling power. Upon arriving at the Temple of the Gods, he greeted the elder deity and pushed open the door to enter the room of spirit and time. He decided to experiment with its capabilities. With a flourish, Raditz retrieved a capsule containing a gravity training chamber from his pocket and tossed it into the open space. A vast domed structure materialized amidst a cloud of smoke. Stepping into the training chamber, Raditz noted that the interior was largely consistent with the original depiction, albeit slightly larger. He decided to initiate a tenfold increase in gravity. As he activated the gravity display, he was immediately beset by a pressure exceeding 10 times that of Earth, an affirmation of his earlier hypothesis. Feeling the strain on his body, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered across Raditz's face. He commenced his training with a thought. The 5 weighted orbs adorning his body were adjusted to a staggering 100 tons. The immense weight caused him to stumble momentarily, his blood coursing faster through his veins, and his breathing grew slightly labored. Under the overwhelming pressure from all directions, Raditz clenched his teeth, determination gleaming in his eyes. He gradually crouched down, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Then, with a sudden surge, he sprang upwards, his arms extending like a dragon emerging from the sea, exuding a fierce momentum as he began to unleash a flurry of powerful punches and kicks. Each strike reverberated through the air, creating a cacophony akin to a violent tempest. Each kick released a potent force, leaving behind a phantom trail, as if capable of obliterating any obstacle in his path. Day after day, Raditz poured sweat in the gravity chamber, eating when hungry, sleeping when fatigued, and then resuming his grueling training. Thus, the days passed in a monotonous rhythm. A year quietly slipped by, and Raditz finally emerged from the gravity training chamber. He sat cross-legged in midair, fingers interlaced in front of his abdomen, his eyes closed. A faint white glow radiated from his skin, each pore greedily absorbing the surrounding energy as he entered a state of profound meditation. Feeling invigorated, Raditz exhaled deeply. Emerging from his meditative state, it was time. His gaze sharpened with purpose, and he positioned his fist at his sides, exerting force as he let out a mighty roar, instantly entering the full power state of Super Saiyan. He did not halt there. Instead, he howled skyward, his energy surging to unprecedented levels. His fists tightened, veins bulging prominently. In a climactic moment, Raditz erupted in brilliant light, his energy exploding outward, stirring tempests in its wake. The golden aura enveloped him, flickering with rapid intensity, as tiny blue electric arcs coiled around his form. His once smooth golden hair now stood on end, resembling a hedgehog, while his pupils retained their emerald hue, now tinged with an air of mischief. Super Saiyan 2 achieved. The process had unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Assessing his condition, Raditz smiled with satisfaction. Next, he withdrew from the Super Saiyan 2 state, channeling energy into his tail. With a vigorous tremor, his muscles swelled dramatically, his stature increasing, as his pupils transformed to a striking gold. The Great Ape form. Super Saiyan. With a thunderous roar, Raditz's aura exploded, forcefully displacing the air around him, causing the temperature to rise and reverberating with explosive sounds. At this moment, while still in the Super Saiyan form, his power surged to extraordinary heights. His physique more muscular than ever, akin to volcanic rock. His pupils had shifted from emerald green to golden. Success. The Super Saiyan and Great Ape forms combined. Raditz clenched his fists, his arms trembling with exhilaration, unable to suppress the excitement coursing through him, though his training was still insufficient. Allowing only for the layering of Super Saiyan 1, it was nonetheless formidable. 500 times. At that moment, Raditz felt an overwhelming urge to shout to the heavens, "I want to take on 10 opponents." After reveling in his newfound power, he decided to revert to his normal state. Having had his fill, it was time to depart. With that, Raditz stored away the gravity training chamber and made his way toward the exit of the Room of Spirit and Time. Upon returning to reality, Raditz inhaled the fresh air. Feeling slightly disoriented, reflecting on the time elapsed, he realized he had spent over a year in this world, evolving from a mere cannon fodder to an ant with a semblance of resistance. What a grueling journey it had been. Raditz sighed, lamenting the tedium of the past year, which had been dominated by relentless training with only necessary breaks for rest. With ample time ahead, he decided to grant himself a brief reprieve. He took off into the sky, soaring like a comet away from the Temple of the Gods. Where to next? Raditz pondered, stroking his smooth chin. The entertainment options in this world left much to be desired. Perhaps he would pay a visit to his dear nephew? After much contemplation, Raditz resolved to seek out Gohan. For what are the younger generations for if not to be cherished? And so, with resolve, he soared through the skies, reaching the location of the Capsule Corporation in but a few breaths. At this moment, on the verdant Bowsy Mountain, nature flourished in tranquility, adorned with vibrant blooms and melodious birdsong. Nestled on the emerald grass was a modest abode, beside which stood a beautiful woman, gracefully hanging laundry to dry. Her porcelain skin glowed, her complexion radiant, and her raven hair was elegantly styled, with delicate strands framing her face. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality, as the dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle warmth upon her. "Ah, sister-in-law." Raditz alighted gracefully, greeting Chi-Chi with a smile. "Brother, what brings you here?" Chi-Chi exclaimed, initially surprised before her excitement took over. She felt immense gratitude towards Raditz for following a devastating fire that had ravaged their home. His financial assistance had been invaluable. "I came to see you all. Where is Kakarot?" After accepting the stool Chi-Chi offered and exchanging pleasantries, Raditz inquired about Goku's whereabouts. "He went to gather ingredients for dinner. Gohan is playing outside. I'll send him to find Goku and tell him to bring back plenty of food," Chi-Chi replied, ready to fetch her son. "No need for that. I'll go find them shortly," Raditz interjected, gesturing for her to take a seat across from him. "I have good news to share with you." With that, he produced a document from his robe. Seeing the stack of papers laid before her, Chi-Chi's eyes filled with curiosity, yet she restrained herself, patiently awaiting Raditz's explanation. "Recently, I struck a deal with Bulma's father. He sold me a portion of the Capsule Corporation's shares, and I decided to share some with you," Raditz stated, taking a sip of water, his tone nonchalant. "Ah, this. How can this be possible?" Upon hearing those words, Kiki was so startled that she rose from her chair, her hands flailing in the air in a state of panic. "Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal," Raditz urged, extending his hand in a calming gesture for her to sit down. "I am aware of your family's circumstances. With these shares, you will no longer need to fret over finances," Raditz spoke in a composed manner. Yet, Kiki's expression remained hesitant. "Sister-in-law, over these years, I have borne too much due to that rascal Kakarot. My brother may be oblivious, but as the elder, I must express my gratitude to you. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it," Raditz said earnestly. Upon hearing such heartfelt words, tears streamed down Kiki's face. The devastating fire had nearly consumed her father's estate, and since her marriage, she had been solely responsible for the myriad of household matters. Each day was fraught with worries over family expenses, leaving her feeling as though she were transforming into a weary matron. Although she occasionally vented her frustrations to son Wukong, she held no regrets. Her love for him was profound, and she understood the weight of his responsibilities. She was willing to sacrifice for their family. Moreover, ever since son Wukong returned from his recent travels, he had exhibited a noticeable change, beginning to show concern for her well-being. She had observed these transformations with a sweet sense of joy in her heart. Even in the face of hardship, the happiness they shared made it worthwhile. Now, Raditz's words struck a deep chord within her, the sensation of being understood overwhelming her, and she found herself weeping uncontrollably. Watching Kiki, whose tears flowed like rain from a pear blossom, Raditz remained patient, allowing her to express her emotions fully. After a significant pause, Kiki lifted her head, gazing at Raditz with swollen eyes filled with gratitude, her hands clasped tightly around his. Then I shall shamelessly accept it. Thank you, elder brother, Kiki choked out. No need for thanks, we are family, and it is only right that we support one another. Please take a look at this agreement, if all is satisfactory. Kindly sign it, Raditz replied with a gentle smile, sliding the document toward her. Elder brother, may I inquire how much these shares might yield annually? Kiki asked with curiosity. It is difficult to say. Perhaps several hundred billion, Raditz replied, frowning in contemplation. What? Kiki exclaimed, her worldview nearly shattered, her vision darkening. Had Raditz not been there to steady her, she might have fainted. Chapter 69. Enlightening son Gohan. In this moment, Raditz helplessly assisted Chi-Chi into a seat, gently pinching her philtrum. After a brief interval, Chi-Chi finally regained consciousness, though her hand trembled slightly as it held the agreement. Dear sister-in-law, please sign it, Raditz urged with a resigned expression. All right. Chi-Chi hazily picked up the pen and signed the document, subsequently slumping into her chair, her gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. You continue with your tasks. I shall check on Gohan. With a light shake of his head, Raditz departed the room, sensing that Chi-Chi required additional time to acclimate. Upon exiting, Raditz stood on the grassy expanse, attuning himself to the surrounding aura. In a moment, he pinpointed son Gohan's energy. Such a tumultuous aura? This young lad is training intensively. Raditz raised an eyebrow before forming a sword-like gesture with one hand, instantaneously teleporting toward Gohan. Hey, huh? At that moment, son Gohan was practicing in an open area, his punches and kicks causing the surrounding air to reverberate with explosive sounds. Suddenly, Raditz appeared before him, startling Gohan, who reflexively swung a fist at Raditz's face. With a swift motion, Raditz raised a hand, effortlessly intercepting the blow. The collision of fist and palm produced a resounding impact. Not bad at all. Raditz grinned. Uncle. Gohan initially froze in surprise before excitedly leaping into Raditz's embrace. Such a spirited boy. Raditz chuckled as he hoisted Gohan onto his shoulder. I've come to see you and perhaps share a meal. Come, let us go fishing. With that, Raditz carried Gohan toward a nearby pond. 10 minutes later, the lawn boasted 2 enormous fish, akin to the size of trucks. Raditz and Gohan reclined side by side, hands cushioned behind their heads, basking in the sun. Younger one, what were you practicing so chaotically just now? Raditz inquired suddenly. I want to become stronger, Gohan replied softly after a moment of silence. That is not how one trains. Your energy is all over the place. Ooh, what if something goes awry? Raditz admonished. However, Gohan remained silent, staring vacantly at the sky. Feeling downcast? Raditz noticed a hint of something amiss and inquired with a smile. Uncle, am I truly useless? Gohan's eyes reflected a disheartened gaze. Why would you say such a thing? Raditz frowned. Throughout all these battles, I've never contributed much. Instead, I've always been protected by others and have become a burden. Am I truly useless? Gohan said, lost in thought. It's not your fault. Gaining strength requires patience. How old are you? When I was your age, I was far weaker. Raditz shook his head, sensing that Gohan had been deeply affected. Yet, it was understandable. Facing high-level opponents consistently could overwhelm anyone. How could this be? A subtle shift appeared on Gohan's previously calm face. In his eyes, Raditz had always stood as an immovable mountain, exuding an aura of absolute invincibility that could crush any adversary. The thought of associating his once revered uncle with weakness was utterly unfathomable, stirring a profound shock within him. Indeed, back then, I relied on my exceptional talent but neglected training. I was blind to my shortcomings and often looked down upon by my peers. Raditz's eyes shimmered with nostalgia, as if he were reminiscing about his youthful arrogance. In any case, do not dwell on such matters. Indulge in delicious food when the time comes, and enjoy yourself during play. Focus on training and learning diligently. As long as the flame of desire to grow stronger within you burns bright, that is sufficient. With that, Raditz casually patted Gohan's shoulder and strode away with resolute steps, his silhouette radiating freedom and nonchalance. Gohan watched him, momentarily entranced. Come, let us find your father. Your mother awaits our return with ingredients for dinner. Raditz hoisted the two large fish, walking away without a backward glance. Gohan's youthful face blossomed with a radiant smile, akin to the most exquisite flower in spring. He hastily followed suit, a gust seeming to propel him forward. The warm and gentle glow of the setting sun enveloped them like a golden veil, draping their figures in a splendid cloak, elongating their shadows as the uncle and nephew leisurely ambled toward the sunset, ultimately vanishing at the path's end.